Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. This year's Shangri-La Dialogue, like many preceding Shangri-La Dialogues, has provided the opportunity for a new variety of minilateral consultations. Different groups are forming who bring specific capabilities to bear on preventing war and confronting strategic challenges. Conflict resolution has always been at the core of the Shangri-La Dialogue. The very first Shangri-La Dialogue was held here in this room in May 2002, when India and Pakistan were on the brink of a nuclear confrontation, and various friendly ministers from around the world had independent conversations with the then Minister of Defense of India, George Fernandez, a famous trade unionist who was moved to tears on stage by the concerns that were held then about their nuclear postures, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee of Pakistan and others were involved. And by the end of that Shangri-La Dialogue, it gave every appearance that those countries stepped back from the brink. And a quarter of a century later, at this year's Shangri-La Dialogue, we were honored by the keynote address of President To Lam. And I'd like to just quote, to remind you all, some of the points he made. He said, "Many crises erupt not simply because of conflicting interests, but because the parties concerned lack trusted channels for communication, lack space for de-escalation, and lack mechanisms capable of steering confrontation back to dialogue. The Asia-Pacific must therefore treat preventive diplomacy as a strategic capability, not merely as an improvised response after crises have already erupted. We need more diverse channels of consultation, more agile mediation mechanisms, incident contact mechanisms, quasi-formal exchange platforms. The objective is to create credible diplomatic off-ramps before parties become drawn into spirals of escalation that heighten the risk of conflict." And this morning, in the question and answer session with Secretary of War Peter Hegseth, he made the point that in the U.S. relations with China, it was important to have military-to-military cooperation, but not just at the ministerial level, but consultations at the operator level in order to avoid those misunderstandings. And against the background of that experience from the first SLD to the current SLD, and the interest of our keynote speaker on Friday night to talk about different forms of conflict mediation, it's an honor that we have today to deliver a special address and then have a conversation with me and the audience, President Ramos Horta of Timor-Leste, who almost exactly 30 years ago won the Nobel Peace Prize, and we've asked him to provide his thoughts on conflict resolution in this special address, especially given his own background in having conducted successful mediation between parties in conflict. President, the special address podium is there, and we invite you to address us this afternoon. Thank you, sir.
Sir John and Dr. Bastian, first I have to say I have a longer speech, but I have cut off quite a few, so I will skip to keep to the, I hope, less than 10 minutes, give more time for Q&A. More than ever, the Shangri-La Dialogue matters today at this very hour. It is one of the few places where the languages of security and diplomacy meet side by side. Both are needed. Let me start a few words on what we all know. Our main international security architecture, the United Nations Security Council. It is moribund, sclerotic, irrelevant. It is a sad mirror of the state of the world today. And I'm not even sure that the expansion, as it has been, of the Security Council membership, both permanent and non-permanent, in itself, and Elimination of the veto power in itself would render it to be effective, credible guardian of international security. I think it will require much more than that. We all routinely speak of preserving the rules-based order, but rules do not survive because they are printed in charters. They survive because the states choose restraint, consistency, choose dialogue to resolve grievances. Sustained security cannot come from the barrel of a gun, from coercion and fear. When these failures expose the most vulnerable to further harm, it undermines the laws and institutions we have all created over the decades to prevent wars and resolve them when they happen. Governments have a duty to protect their country's sovereignty, territorial integrity. But above all, governments have the sacred responsibility to protect its own people, their physical being, and their right to live in freedom and dignity. Our independence, my country's independence, was built through years of patient, practical diplomacy, played by many different people, by ourselves, by dedicated people from the United Nations, and by the Indonesian side, that gradually turned old wounds into new bonds. We never demonized the other side. We did not disrespect their faith. We were set free when Indonesians themselves freed themselves in 1998 and 1991, and they embarked on a promising process of reforms and democracy. Today, there are no two countries that are have closer relations than Timor-Leste and Indonesia, a model of reconciliation and partnership. We show that history need not imprison our hearts and minds. History must not imprison nations. Wise leadership and dialogue can turn conflict into coexistence into friendship and trust. ASEAN is a good example. It was not born in a tranquil epoch. We all remember. It was born from the ashes of the Korean War first, then the wars in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, then Southeast Asians faced Maoist insurgencies. They had to live with colonial scars from the past, Cold War rivalries, ideological madness. Its success was not that it eliminated differences. It did something more modest and perhaps more profound. It planted a banyan tree, and under its foliage, leaders gathered and plotted the end of wars. Over the decades, ASEAN brought together nations that lived and suffered from all of the above. Through the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, it affirmed principles that sound simple but were revolutionary when practiced. The resulting trust between ASEAN nations has delivered vast mutual benefits. ASEAN is not heaven on earth. Achieving consensus is frustratingly slow. Diplomacy can disappoint. Disillusionment can produce cynicism. Security challenge persists. The Myanmar civil war is a stain on ASEAN's otherwise impressive catalogue of successes. Nevertheless, in a world where bridges are being burned faster than they are built, ASEAN provides lessons on how sustained dialogue, engagement can safeguard against conflict and deliver shared benefits. These are the thoughts of despair and hope that came to me as I watched the abysmal failure of global leadership resulting in the devastating wars in Ukraine, Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, consequences of which reverberate across the world. And then in my remarks, I talk a bit about South China Sea. How can we, exercise preventive diplomacy, to prevent any escalation of claims and counterclaims and the tensions in that region. May the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz warn us, remind us not to be complacent in dealing with potential flashpoints. I might risk words that dreamers use, like if I present an idea that, well, he's naive, he's romantic, and I would think that everyone surrounding South China Sea, everyone is interested in preserving this peace and stability. Apart from the code of conduct that is being negotiated patiently by all sides, someone must have the audacity to declare the South China Sea a zone of peace. Not necessarily that everyone has to abandon their legitimate historical legal claims, but do not allow these claims to freeze initiatives that would, in fact, gain for everybody more confidence and then lessen tensions. All should agree on a zone of peace, free of artificial islands and military bases. Maybe these artificial islands and military bases turn into accessible hosting oceanographic and marine life studies. Anyway, we have researched the alternatives to such cooperation all too well. While we funding more money to prepare for war, we struggle to find money to prevent the conditions that make conflict more likely. A missile can deter an adversary but cannot hold back the sea. A tank can defend a border, but it cannot restore a failed harvest. A submarine can patrol an ocean, but it cannot rebuild trust in a society displaced by disaster and conflict. The sea also can be a mirror for us to review a range of deep assumptions. When we talk of the blue economy, for instance, it is not simply one more agenda item to quantify our natural resources, but a transformational rethinking that sees narrow sovereignty placed among connected oceans and taking part in broader notions of prosperity. Xanana Guzmão, our Prime Minister and Special Representative for the Blue Economy in Timor-Leste, leading our 19th constitutional government in adopting this aim, and I quote, to transform our sea, which is central to our identity, economy and geopolitics, into a source of sustainable development, inclusion and environmental resilience. I was reminded of this while recently attending the Melanesian Ocean Summit in Papua New Guinea, where leaders from across the Pacific again highlighted that climate change is a direct threat to economic stability, food system, social cohesion, and even state viability. For smaller and middle powers, choosing resilience cannot be an ultimatum between blocs, politics, and isolation, between nostalgia for an order that was never perfect and their surrender to a world governed by brute force. Coalition must be built issue by issue on climate finance, on energy security, on marine health, food resilience, disaster preparedness, digital governance, and peace mediation. To put it bluntly, the third path must be both principled and pragmatic. I've known it and traveled it firsthand. The emergence of conflict can erode years of progress towards sustainable development. We must therefore pay renewed attention to addressing the conditions that drive conflict and to preserving the mechanisms that prevent them. ASEAN and Timor-Leste's unique story within its constellation hold key lessons for patient, practical, and effective diplomacy. ASEAN's achievement in this respect is not that it made all countries think alike. It has not erased differences in history, politics, size, or strategic outlook. It created habits of cooperation despite those differences. Meeting by meeting, agreement by agreement, project by project, ASEAN has shown that it can be constructed. It has shown that dialogue can become trade, trade can become interdependence, interdependence can become a shared interest in peace. If we're serious about a third path with impact underpinned by practical diplomacy, then we make it visible in concrete areas. A region with more weapons but failing grids, vulnerable coastlines, fragile food systems, and unaffordable energy is not secure. It is merely waiting for the next shock. And we must apply rules consistently. Selectivity corrodes trust. When rules appear to protect some and not others, smaller states begin to wonder whether the language of order is really only the language of power. A rules-based order only survives when countries see that restraint, fairness, and peaceful settlement are practiced, not only preached. I conclude, let us therefore leave this dialogue with a clear sense of what peace requires. It requires defense, yes, but it also requires prevention. It requires national strength, but also practical cooperation across borders through patient diplomacy. It requires rules, but also the trust that gives rules life. Practical, patient diplomacy can build this trust. Let us be committed to maintain security, but devoted to building the condition for a zone of peace in South China Sea, for all Southeast Asia, for all of Asia, for the world. May God, of all humanity, shower leaders with wisdom and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think we were all moved by your thought that history should not imprison our minds, and your argument that managing climate change is actually an act in preventive diplomacy. Just to begin, I'd like to ask you a question related to current events. We see all this tension in the Middle East, and there is almost a rotation of prospective mediators. We've had Field Marshal Munir of Pakistan, we've had Prime Minister Mohammed Al Thani of Qatar, in an earlier stage, Saeed Badr Al Busaidi of Oman. There have been others involved. What is your view on the right mix between regional mediators and mediators that come from outside the region, and how can trust be built in these circumstances? Yeah. What is your best practice advice?
Yeah, when I watch from afar and the flow of mediators dealing with Middle East situation, it looked like a stampede. They bump into each other probably. And I remember some of the very dedicated, discreet, professional diplomats, mediators. One whom I call him my mentor is Lakhdar Brahimi, who was mediator in Iraq, Afghanistan, and then last he was called for Syria. Before him was Kofi Annan, who was called for Syria, who was appointed by the League of Arab States and the UN. I think the first time that two major institutions have one mediator. But Kofi Annan did not survive 3 months. He gave up. Then came Lakhdar Brahimi. He was there for 3 years. At the end of the 3 years, he went public on television, apologized to people of Syria that he was not able to settle the conflict. But the Iran-Iraq war that lasted 8 years, resulting in more than 1 million people killed. Remember, chemical, biological weapons were used by Saddam Hussein on the Shias in Basra, on Iranian Kurdish people, and yet it took them 8 years, the two sides, to realize no one could win this war. And at that time, Iran and Iraq, there were two strong leaders there. One on the Iraqi side, Saddam Hussein, the other was Khomeini. And because when they decided the two countries exhausted, they sued for peace. And that was few mediators, but they were all in coordination. Algeria, the UN, and so on. So the war ended. Many, many years ago, I was mediating in Bissau. I went to give a talk in Geneva, Palais des Nations. I was asked about Syria in the beginning of the war. And I said, I will not make a politically correct statement. I will say this war will last forever. At least 500,000 people will die. And only when the sides in Syria are exhausted, they will sue for peace. But the problem is in Syria, I said, the problem in Syria is unlike Iran and Iraq, where there are two leaders, strong. When they decide for peace, it happens. In Syria, you have more than 100 armed groups involved, many regional actors involved, so it will go on till today. And so there is no blueprint really, except that the mediator has to be trusted by all sides, has to be hugely competent, experienced, with a lot of sang-froid, and otherwise he or she will not survive the pressure from every direction.
Let me take 3 or so interventions, principally from our young leaders, because I think it's the importance that the new generation gets engaged in discovering best practice here. Could I please first call on Seksan Anaksiat from Thailand?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. I want to know your views on ASEAN. Do you think ASEAN needs reform? If so, what is the most urgent part of ASEAN to be reformed? Thank you.
We'll take 3 or 4 and then come back for your thoughts. So from Seychelles, Angelique Pouponneau.
Good afternoon and Excellency. Thank you very much for your inspirational special address. Small island developing states are often placed in this space of having to choose a side, especially in this particularly fragmented world. What country or how do you see the role of small island developing states navigating these troubling waters? Thank you.
And from Indonesia, Azifa Astrina.
Yeah, thank you. I also have a question about ASEAN, and as we all know, ASEAN has historically been effective in de-escalation, but less effective in enforcement. So in the context of intensifying maritime competition, do you think ASEAN needs a stronger institutional mechanism for maritime governance, or would that risk undermining the flexibility that has been sustained in regional stability? Thank you.
And from Myanmar, Kin Kwa Ki.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, what do you think of ASEAN 5-point consensus on Myanmar, and how can ASEAN do better on Myanmar issue? Thank you.
So, Mr. President, essentially 3 groups of questions. How should ASEAN be reformed to be better in conflict resolution? How can small island states contribute to an effective strategy of cooperation? And how can we more imaginatively address the Myanmar problem? Over to you, sir.
Well, we just became a member of ASEAN a few months ago. I don't want to be with many ASEAN member states here. I don't want to say anything about reform, and they will, at least privately, politely, they will say, what do you know about ASEAN? Well, I actually know a lot. And I first went to Indonesia in June 1974. I'm probably the only person alive among ASEAN leaders who met the famous Indonesian foreign minister, Adam Malik. I was 24 years old. I traveled in Jakarta in scooter and a becak. I don't know if you know about becak. It's a tricycle, a poor man in the back paddling. And a few times I would turn around to look at the poor man. I felt sorry for him. But at the same time, I wouldn't want him to dump me in the middle of Jakarta. So I know ASEAN since then. No, as I mentioned in my remark, extraordinary development. The only thing that I wish they would cut would be there's so many meetings. I understand, and no one able to tell me exactly how many meetings a year. I understand 1,300 meetings a year. And our officials, they love traveling. But by now, I think they are tired of it. And the same happened with the European Union. 27 countries. To reach a decision, it takes forever. And many in Europe lose patience with all these meetings. Well, the same in ASEAN, but this is the cost of multilateralism. Everybody has to feel consulted, to feel heard, everybody has to own initiatives. So I don't think there is much more you can do or accelerate in the reform. Smaller states navigating a fragmented world. I think in general, smaller states have been doing pretty well. I just remember many, many years ago, maybe 30 years ago, in Geneva, I was a non-entity. And there was another non-entity, a young Somali diplomat. His country was totally bankrupted. And we both would meet every afternoon to have coffee at the Palais des Nations in the Serpentine, a popular place. And we both commiserate about our respective miseries. And he told me, before the Cold War, during the Cold War, every time the West lectured us about human rights, democracy, we just would go to Moscow. But now we have nowhere to go, he said, because the Soviet Union finished. And that was 30 years plus ago. Time to time, I would think about this, my Somali friend. I don't know where he is. But you know, I wonder sometimes, since then, Soviet Union disappeared, but China emerged. So I thought, maybe he's in China now. China became the alternative. So anyway, this is to say that's how small islands very smartly, wisely navigate. Solomon Islands, forgotten in the Pacific. Just because the Solomon Islands decide to have a few Chinese police to help them with their maritime security, suddenly Australia pay attention. Then people from Washington flew to Solomon Island, and Solomon Island was put in the map. Just because they wanted some Chinese police to help them with maritime security, to protect fisheries or whatever. So they've been doing very, very well in this regard. Myanmar, I think you asked about Myanmar. Well, the 5-point consensus is it is a solid principle, but at the same time to be practical. how can you address the problem of Myanmar? Like in every situation, those in power, those who exercise power, in this regard, the Tatmadaw, the war is going on. Seems like no one is going to win in the battlefront. It's a war of exhaustion, of ruining the whole country, the economy, and the people, the simple people, the farmers, the students, the youth are the ones suffering. Could they come together, all of them, Tatmadaw and all the leaders of the ethnic armies and the democratic opposition, under a tent, no preconditions, no agenda, just meet as human beings. Then there might be a climate, then they start substantive conversation on how to improve the humanitarian situation, to allow unrestricted access by humanitarian agencies. Again, no political agenda. The military just of goodwill will release everybody from prison, because these are their people. They are all the same country, maybe different ethnicity, different religion. All of this guided by a prominent Southeast Asian individual. I would say a 4-star general or retired 4-star general. I did mediation in Guinea-Bissau, West Africa. It was not that simple. Guinea-Bissau isolated from the region. No, it was everybody was involved. And at time to time, I would ask the U.S. side, can you send me a retired U.S. general to help me talking to the military here? And they would do it. So you have to pick the right person for some specific moment to influence some specific people that you need to have on board.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, that best practice that you've enunciated is one that I hope many more people follow. I take away 4 thoughts from your presentation and your animated response to our young leaders' questions. In order to do mediation, you have to have sang-froid. You have to have strategic patience. You have to very much have a knowledge of history and possibly a little bit a sense of humor as well. Thank you very much for sharing all those qualities with us, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Dear delegates, dear ministers, welcome to the fourth plenary session of the 23rd ISS Shangri-La Dialogue. In this session, we will focus on the theme of addressing cross-regional security threats. One could say that that list of threats is indeed long, and it includes hybrid matters, major power competition, and the rise of non-state actors and regional conflicts. These security threats and their impact, as we discussed once or twice before today, are increasingly global in nature. Amid growing levels of instability and uncertainty, new approaches to cross-regional security cooperation will be required. And in this session, we will explore the evolving security landscape across different regions and, where possible, highlight opportunities for cross-regional collaboration to address some of these challenges. So let me welcome to the stage and to the session our three distinguished speakers. An Gyu-bak, the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. Welcome, sir. Thank you for being here. To my left, we have Nurlan Yamakbayev, the Secretary General of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, with the SCO for the first time represented here in plenary session, and I'm really pleased that you're here. Thank you for being here. And last but certainly not least, Tore Sandvik, the Minister of Defense of Norway. So welcome to all three of you, Minister the Minister from Korea. We will start with you. If you can take the podium, please, you're welcome.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Good morning. I'm An Gyu-bak, the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. First, it is a pleasure to be at the Shangri-La Dialogue, a security forum of great history and tradition, with various military experts from around the world. I would also like to extend my special thanks to the Singaporean government officials present today, including the Minister of Defense, Chang Chung-sin. Now, in its 23rd edition, the Shangri-La Dialogue has served as a platform of international security cooperation where defense leaders, military commanders, and security experts have brought global security issues to the fore and explored solutions extending well beyond the Asia-Pacific region. I believe this year's Shangri-La Dialogue, convened amid a grave security environment, is an occasion of great importance for our collective peace and security. I consider it a privilege to present this distinguished audience the Republic of Korea's defense policy against the recent security threats we face. We are now confronting an era of fragmentation in which the age of universal peace that continued after the Cold War is drawing to the close, and geopolitical conflicts have become a permanent feature of the landscape. The tensions in the South China Sea and the war in Ukraine continue to prolong, while strategic competition among major powers continues to intensify. The situation in the Middle East is also shifting by the day. The Strait of Hormuz, once a corridor of free navigation, has blockaded, and even civilian vessels are no longer exempt from the attack. Amid this security instability, the international community, which once championed solidarity and coexistence, is now embracing a new current of nation-first policies. The battlefield we are facing is also transforming at a rapid pace into one of invisible warfare and unmanned battlefields. With the full-scale military application of artificial intelligence, AI is now partaking in the decision-making process of war, and as the deployment of drones and robots become commonplace, a new paradigm of emotionless warfare is emerging. Furthermore, in recent conflicts, the growing prevalence of cyber and electronic warfare is blurring geopolitical boundaries. As the battlefield expands into the domains of space and cyberspace, the necessity for multi-domain operations is also significantly increasing. The Republic of Korea is also acutely experiencing the deepening security threats stemming from the shifting international landscape and the changing paradigm of warfare. North Korea is escalating tensions on the Korean Peninsula by solidifying its narrative of two hostile states and designating the Republic of Korea as its hostile state, all while continuously advancing its nuclear and missile capabilities. In addition, in a dangerous quid pro quo for its backing in Ukraine, North Korea is securing advanced Russian technology to overhaul its conventional military, an alarming development that is presenting new security challenges for the Korean Peninsula. Moreover, North Korean troops deployed to the conflicts are strengthening their modern warfare capabilities by accumulating real-world combat experience in drone operations, electronic warfare, and cyber warfare. The battlefields of Europe are now contributing to North Korea's military buildup, while advancement of Pyongyang's nuclear missile capability is triggering security and stability across the Indo-Pacific region. As the mutual interlinked structure between the Korean Peninsula and global security takes shape, the situation on the Korean Peninsula is functioning as a major variable in global security in every sense of term. Distinguished guest, given the deepening uncertainty in the international security environment and the paradigm shift of the battlefield today, we can no longer guarantee the peace and stability through the methods of the past. In this recognition, the Republic of Korea is pursuing three strategic directions.
First, the Republic of Korea will concurrently advance efforts to strengthen both the ROK-US alliance and our self-reliant national defense. While maintaining a robust ROK-US combined defense posture, our military is actively deriving the enhancement of independent capabilities necessary for ROK-led defense of the Korean Peninsula. We will further advance the Korean three-axis system to counter North Korean nuclear and missile threats and continue to deepen and develop extended deterrence cooperation with the United States. In addition, to respond to the new paradigm of the battlefield, we will foster a smart and strong military centered on AI-based detect and struct system, unmanned and manned teaming, and counter-drone defense system. Furthermore, we intend to continuously expand our cyber and space capabilities, which will be the core domains of future warfare. Through these self-reliance efforts based on cutting-edge technologies, the Republic of Korea aims to play a more leading role in the defense of the Korean Peninsula. Second, the Republic of Korea is strengthening solidarity with the international community through multidimensional security cooperation. Recognizing that today's geopolitical conflicts are no longer confined to specific nations, the Republic of Korea is expanding its role as a responsible member of the international community. Regarding the recent threats faced in the Strait of Hormuz, our government considers the guarantee of freedom of navigation based on international law across major sea lines of communication to be of paramount importance. Accordingly, our government is participating in various international efforts for the security in the Strait of Hormuz and is actively reviewing viable contribution measures in consideration of domestic laws. Furthermore, the Republic of Korea has been expanding strategic security cooperation by actively engaging in various multilateral mechanisms within the Indo-Pacific, a pivotal region for global security, politics, and the economy. Moreover, building upon combat-proven technology, we are sustaining mutually beneficial defense industrial cooperation with key partners in the region. This represents a high level of defense cooperation that goes beyond merely providing timely deliveries of completed weapon system. It encompasses joint development, joint production, and follow-on logistics support, empowering our partner nations to establish their own independent defense industrial bases. Through these efforts, we are strengthening interoperability with regional partners, thereby further solidifying our shared foundation to counter trans-regional threats. Third, recognizing that maintaining stability on the Korean Peninsula is directly linked to global peace, we remain firmly committed to efforts for peaceful coexistence on the peninsula. As Sun Tzu's The Art of War portrays, hence to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. Guided by this wisdom, the Republic of Korea will realize the firm principle that peace on the Korean Peninsula, where there is no need for conflict, is the most reliable guarantee of security. Accordingly, while maintaining a robust deterrence to neutralize any North Korean threat, our military will steadfastly back the Korean Peninsula peaceful coexistence policy, laying the foundation for sustainable peace through inter-Korean dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the world today is closely interconnected more than ever before. Just as global community is one family, in the face of today's security threats, no nation can remain safe in isolation. In such a security environment, prepared deterrence forges peace, interconnected solidarity thwarts threats. As a responsible member of the international community, the Republic of Korea will work together with our partners to realize humanity's shared goal of peace and stability through crisis management on the Korean Peninsula, as well as regional cooperation and solidarity. I look forward to continuing our discussion on concrete and constructive measures with all of you at the Seoul Defense Dialogue this coming September. Thank you for your attention.
Minister An, thank you very much for your remarks and outlining the expanding set of issues that you're dealing with. And of course, the ISS very much hopes that we can be a good partner in that conversation. As many of you know, the ISS was able to establish a Korea chair at the ISS in London earlier this year to work on issues of advanced technology and security and defense, among others. And we're looking forward to making more contributions of that kind. So
thank you, Mr. Chair, Dr. Gigurik, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank the International Institute for Strategic Studies for invitation extended to me to represent the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or SCO, in this year's Shangri-La Dialogue. It is a good opportunity for us to share some views of our member states on the current international situation and on the SCO as an organization in general. I agree with today's statements that the modern world is undergoing a period of deep transformation. Geopolitical tensions are rising, conflicts are multiplying, and the nature of conflicts is changing. And the United Nations Charter is being systematically violated. We witness a serious crisis of trust in international scale, accompanied by a weakening of global governance institutions, attempts to diminish the role of the United Nations. Along with this, Global South countries emphasize the need to create alternative forms of interaction. In these conditions, the role of regional organizations continues to steadily increase, with a greater responsibility falling on their shoulders for the affairs in their regions. The SCO's task as the largest trans-regional organization is to adapt to changing world and to contribute to peace and development of its member states. While some choose to pursue security through exclusive multilateral arrangements, the SCO remains committed to a more representative, democratic and multipolar world order based on the central coordinating role of the UN. The SCO is now a comprehensive trans-regional organization representing 10 member states, covering 25% of world landmass, almost half of the world's population, and almost a quarter of the world's GDP. SCO is not a military bloc. It is clearly stated in our charter and foundational declarations, and moreover, the SCO is not directed against any state or international organization. We do not maintain collective security principles, nor do we seek to ensure our own security at the expense of others. The SCO's activities are based on the principle of mutual respect for sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity of states, and inviolability of state borders, non-interference in internal affairs, non-use or threat of use of force in international relations. All these principles, including equality, solving all the issues through consultations, respect for cultural diversity, are enshrined in Shanghai Spirit, so-called Code of Principles. And we follow a unique model where there is no dominance of any single party and no elements of pressure. Every decision is reached through consensus only. This model rejects the bloc-based mentality, advocating for the peaceful resolution of disputes. And bilateral relations between our member countries, as well as their relations with the third countries, are not brought to the official meetings of the SCO. Dear colleagues, in SCO we understand security comprehensively. Starting from the very foundation of the SCO, we have always prioritized our joint efforts to counter the three forces of evil, as we call them. It is terrorism, separatism, and extremism. At the first summit in 2001, we adopted Shanghai Convention on combating terrorism, separatism, and extremism. And in this sphere, SCO countries exchange information between competent authorities through the specialized SCO regional anti-terrorist structure and conduct regular exercises and operations. The SCO joint anti-terrorist exercise Peaceful Mission have been regularly held in SCO member states since 2003. Our member states also initiate other activities in this sphere. As an example, Sahand Anti-Terror 2025 anti-terrorist exercise took place in December 2025 in Iran. Such exercises contribute to the development of practical skills in conducting military operations against terrorist groups. We pay special attention to strengthening security of state borders and countering cross-border threats. The SCO has also achieved significant success on anti-drug track. An anti-drug strategy is being implemented, and it has laid a solid foundation for countering the drug threat emanating from Afghanistan. Over the past 25 years, SCO member states' actions against narcotic trafficking have led to seizure of significant amount of heroin and marijuana across Eurasia. Most notable mechanisms here is the International Anti-Drug Operation codenamed WEB. The most recent one was conducted in August last year across the member countries, and as a result, more than 9 tons of narcotic substances and more than 21 tons of precursors were confiscated. Dear participants, today we are modernizing the system of countering challenges and threats with establishment of Universal Center to counter challenges and threats in Tashkent. Furthermore, we are institutionalizing our response to transnational threats through new specialized hubs, Anti-Drug Center in Dushanbe and Center to Combat Transnational Organized Crime in Bishkek, and Center for International Information Security. We are consistently expanding dialogue on defense cooperation. We hold annual meetings of the defense ministers of the SCO member countries, and the most recent one taking place in April this year in Kyrgyzstan. Cooperation in the area of cybersecurity was launched in 2006, and the SCO opposes militarization of the information and communication technologies. My time is running out, so I will try to be shorter. I would like to mention that SCO cannot remain indifferent to conflicts that destabilize the global order. The main instrument of expressing our reaction is political statements. And our leaders expressed deep concern over escalation of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. We advocate for Afghanistan that is independent, neutral, and free from terrorism and drugs. And organization has issued several statements regarding the situation on the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran, particularly calling for resolution of differences exclusively through peaceful means based on consideration of the legitimate interests of all parties. On strategic stability, SCO member states view the unilateral and unrestricted build-up of global anti-missile defense system as a threat to international security. We call for the preservation of outer space as a weapons-free zone. I am finishing my statement, although we have much more to say, but thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Secretary General, thank you very much, and you will have time in our Q&A session to perhaps touch on one or two other items, and I think it might be interesting to talk a little bit more about how the current conflict involving Iran might influence the organization as you're heading towards a summit later this summer. That would be perhaps one of the themes to explore later on. May I invite the Minister from Norway to take the podium, please? Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address this esteemed gathering. We meet today in a world which is becoming increasingly dangerous, fragmented and decoupled. However, I would argue that the world is at the same time growing increasingly interconnected. Threats once considered geographically distant now travel rapidly across oceans, supply chains and strategic dependencies. Geopolitical tensions, the conflict in Ukraine, the Middle East and others have direct implications for our common security, global trade, energy supplies and technological flows. Meanwhile, the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific theaters have become inseparable. North Korean soldiers are fighting on European soil in support of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. Direct and indirect military support to the Russian war machine increases the threat posed by Russia to the Euro-Atlantic region. In my intervention today, I will focus on the maritime domain as a source of global security challenges, but also as a source of opportunity and connectivity. Norway may be located on the other side of the globe, but while vast areas of land separate us, the oceans tie us together. A container ship leaving Asia for Europe sails through the waters that link our economies. Energy and gas produced in the Norwegian Sea contributes to stability far beyond Europe's borders. And Norwegian seafood meets palates across much of this region. Technology developed in Singapore, Seoul or Tokyo is applied on vessels in the Arctic. What happens in the Hormuz Strait, the South China Sea or the Arctic affects us all. Across regions, we observe the same pattern: military modernization and expanded naval activity, pressure on freedom of navigation, illegal and unregulated activities at sea, and the increasing overlap between economic security and national security. Like many of the countries present here today, Norway is a maritime nation, and our history has been fundamentally shaped by the sea. As a canvas for the first Viking voyages, a basis for centuries of trade in fish, through shipbuilding industries to the discovery of vast oil and gas reserves deep down in the Norwegian Sea. Today, the oceans remain an essential part of Norwegian security and economy. The Norwegian merchant fleet is among the largest in the world. Our exclusive economic zone provides energy, fish, and sea lines of communication that are crucial not only to Norway, but to partners across the globe. Our seabed hosts extensive submarine fiber optic cables, oil and gas pipelines, and power cables to continental Europe. Norway bears a substantial responsibility as one of the most important oil and gas providers to Europe. And importantly, our vast Arctic waters anchor our role as NATO's eyes and ears in the high north. This enables us to monitor the world's largest nuclear arsenal, located 100 kilometers from the Norwegian border at the Kola Peninsula. We take this responsibility very seriously. Norway is therefore stepping up our efforts on security and defense. Let me highlight three key pillars of our approach with relevance to the maritime domain. Norway's defense spending is currently at 3.3% of GDP. Norway's defense spending has nearly doubled since 2021, with a plan to double the spending again towards 2035 through a long-term spending plan for the armed forces to protect our critical infrastructure on the sea. Hence, Norway is committed in its efforts to meet a more challenging security situation, support the new transatlantic burden shift, and strengthen the overall European defense capabilities within the maritime domain and beyond. Secondly, Norway continues to strengthen our bilateral cooperation with partners in the Indo-Pacific region. As NATO remains the bedrock of Norwegian security, we are welcoming the deepening cooperation between NATO and its 4 Indo-Pacific partners. Together, we are not only increasing information sharing and political dialogue, but also deepening our practical cooperation. This cooperation has already yielded tangible results, including within cyber defense, countering disinformation, responsible use of AI, and support to Ukraine's legitimate defense against Russian aggression. As Europe is rearming, facing the increased threat from Russia, Norway also looks to Asian markets. Norway procures systems from South Korea, export missile systems to Japan and Australia, and collaborates on missile production in Australia. These exchanges strengthen interoperability, technological innovation, and security across regions. And third, Norway has a strong focus on training, exercising, integrating, and operating with close partners. This was a central motivation for our participation with a frigate throughout the deployment of a UK-led carrier strike group to the Indo-Pacific last year. The 8-month mission spanned over 40,000 nautical miles and integrated with vessels from 11 different countries. The task group conducted exercises, operations, and port visits across the Indo-Pacific region. The deployment produced concrete results in interoperability. The Norwegian participation also demonstrated Norway's strong commitment to international law, open trade routes, and freedom of navigation at sea. These principles apply across all seas, from the Arctic to the Indo-Pacific, ensuring that even the most remote regions are governed by rules, not power. From the cold Arctic waters to the seas of the Indo-Pacific, the oceans form a vital artery of trade, transport, and energy and security. The challenges we face are complex, but the opportunities are equally immense. By safeguarding our oceans, investing in innovation, and deepening cooperation across Europe and Asia, we secure not only our nations, but the stability of a truly interconnected world. Thank you for your attention.
Minister, thank you very much for your remarks. We now have a good 40 minutes or so for debate. There's a long list of people who are now seeking the floor, so we will, like we have before, take a group of questions and then return to the panel for responses. And we'll start this round with Robert Ward from the United Kingdom. Robert.
Thank you, Bastian. A question for National Defence Minister Ahn, if I may. Security relations between the Republic of Korea and Japan have been deepening. Recent high-level bilateral meetings, including between President Lee and Prime Minister Takaichi, suggest momentum. Where do you see the most promising areas for further expanding and deepening ROK-Japan security cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. We'll take a group. Next question, please, from the Young Leaders Group and from Cambodia, Siriot Chen.
My question is addressed to Minister An Gyubek. In your remarks, you mentioned that AI is now part of the process for decision-making in war. And as a Minister of National Defense, you do have a unique academic background in Eastern philosophy. So my question is, what can we learn from Eastern philosophy for global AI leadership in the context of security and defense? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we take from Germany, Tim Arnold de Almeida. Tim.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Secretary General Yamakbayev. Thank you for outlining the noble principles of the SCO. Certainly, especially your own country and the countries of Central Asia can be bridge builders between different geographical and geopolitical influence spheres. You also mentioned your member Iran and your decision to conduct an activity in Iran that was dedicated to the fight against terrorism. What did you learn from Iran about the fight against terrorism, and what could maybe the world learn from Iran?
Thank you very much. And from Malaysia and the Young Leaders Group, Joanna Hanley-Rampas.
This session is titled Addressing Cross-Regional Security Threats, and I want to address this question to all of the panelists. And in this context, I would like to invite some reflection on how our understanding of security continues to evolve in response to challenges facing our region. Now, issues such as supply chain disruption, technological concentration and climate change increasingly transcend national borders in both their causes and consequences. And their effects are felt not only economic resilience, but also in governance and social cohesion and also long-term stability across Southeast Asia. Now, from Sabah, Malaysia, Borneo, one of the security concerns I see most clearly in it is not conventional military threat, but the weakening of economic and social conditions that support the stable communities and effective governance. And my question is this: do our existing regional security architectures, whether ASEAN-led mechanism or broader Indo-Pacific framework, adequately recognize development resilience and economic concerns as core security concerns? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll have from the United Kingdom, Fenella McCurdy.
Thank you, Bastian. My question is for Minister Sandvik. Are you concerned that others across Europe do not have a similar framework to Norway, where there is a long-term plan for defence spending, for the armed forces and for capability development? And without those frameworks across Europe, does that make it difficult for further cooperation and risk that the increased investment that we're seeing across the region isn't coordinated and can potentially be spent inefficiently? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we take from Indonesia and the Young Leaders Group, Rizky Wahyudi.
Thank you, Gerrit. My question is addressed for Secretary General. Many studies evaluate counterterrorism effectiveness primarily in operational terms. However, my research suggests that different governance configurations such as military-led, civilian-led, or multilateral coordination models like the ACOs has regional anti-terrorist structure, produce trade-off across operational performance, legitimacy, and institutional sustainability. My question is, from your perspective, how does the SEO conceptualize counterterrorism success, and how does RATS balance these different dimensions in practice? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take two more in this round from the United States. Ankit Panda. Ankit.
Thank you, Bastian. Minister An, I'd like to ask you a little bit about growing nuclear dynamics in the broader Indo-Pacific region. You, of course, spoke about the Korean Peninsula specifically. I was wondering if you could share with us a little bit about the progress within the U.S.-ROK alliance of the nuclear consultative group that was set up in 2023. What is that group currently looking at? And in more general terms, given that South Korea, Japan, Australia are three major treaty allies of the United States in this region, would South Korea support greater minilateral conversations among the United States and our Indo-Pacific allies on broader questions pertaining to nuclear risks? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, in this round, from China, Jian Zhao.
Thank you. My question towards Minister An of South Korea. You mentioned in your speech about full-scale application of AI in the military domain. As we are seeing more and more incidents caused by AI in warfare, either in Gaza or Ukraine, could you explain more on what South Korea has done and will be doing to ensure the responsible use of AI in the military domain? And also, do you have more plan to push forward the re-aim process after South Korea successfully hosted the re-aim summit in 2024? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we return to the panel. We go in reverse order. So Minister Sandvik, I'll start with you. There are two themes for you, security architecture and European defense plans. If you could engage those and add any other points you'd like.
Well, the questions from UK. Norway has a long-term defense plan going to 2036, and now we are rebalancing it for 2040. It's in the parliament and the discussion is going on right now. We don't see that as a challenge that other parties in Europe don't have the same length of their... A lot of them have long-term pledges, and we are engaged bilaterally with them and multilaterally with them. And all of us are in according to the NATO plan. So we are defending Europe according to NATO plans. And we are in Norway now, we have managed to make 3 bilateral defense agreements with UK, with Germany, and with France just lately. And we are developing this further. What we know is that we have to step up in Europe. And when Europe is spending more money, we have to not only spend more money, but spend it smarter. So we're integrating and we're standardizing and we're building industrial capacity. And as I also mentioned, we are also using the industrial capacity in the Indo-Pacific, buying from South Korea in Norway, but also importing licenses to set up factories in Europe producing. And of course, we will still continue the close cooperation with US in these matters.
Thank you very much. Secretary General, over to you.
Thank you. I see that 3 questions are similar to each other, related nature, touching upon terrorism and counterterrorism activities of the SCO. I would like to say that in the SCO we have a specialized body, as I've said, anti-terrorist structure. It is quite autonomous, similar to specialized institutions of the United Nations. And that's why the main work on this track, anti-terrorist track, is done by a regional anti-terrorist structure. We just, Secretariat of the whole SCO, we provide a general political coordination of these activities. But what is important that member states of the SCO come to common views on how to counter terrorism, and in the SCO we managed to work out a single common definition and understanding what is terrorism, which, as far as we know, no other international organizations has managed to do. And that is a good foundation for cooperation between member states in terms of, first of all, exchange of information, coordination of their efforts and operations, and the anti-terrorist structure maintains a database on the criminal figures and personalities, and those who may be linked to international terrorist groups, and extremism. That enables very operative exchange of information and well-coordinated operations by the member states in their national capacity. Because the major operative and practical work is done by national competent agencies. Also, it is worth mentioning that SCO is cooperating and in maintaining close contact with the United Nations Counterterrorism Department, exchanging views and holding joint events with the United Nations Office for Drugs and Crime, and we regularly hold anti-terrorist exercises, anti-drug exercises, and operations, joint operations. And also, member states noted coming to security, regional security issue, ASEAN, Indo-Pacific. Member states, the heads of member states noted initiatives of some of our member countries to establish a new Eurasian architecture of Eurasian security, which means that the most issues of security in Eurasia should be solved by Eurasian countries. And member states are now working on that and considering this initiative. That means that we are open to cooperation with ASEAN, with ESCAP, other regional institutions and organizations. And the other important thing with counterterrorism is that all these events and structures which are in SCO, they enable quite different countries with different systems to work out common approaches to terrorism, to counterterrorism, and to have personal contacts between the competent agencies, which enable them to be more effective and to enhance their capacity. If I didn't answer all the questions, I can.
We'll take a few more. So there's always another opportunity. Minister Ahn, if I may turn to you, you have received a number of questions directed to you. Please, over to you for your answers.
Yeah, this is the MINDEF of the Republic of Korea, An Gyu-baek. I think I'm popular given that I've been given so many questions. First of all, regarding the issue of the Republic of Korea and Japan's development, I will give you an answer on how the potential of our relationship. With the powerful leadership of President Lee, the Republic of Korea and Japan have been going through a lot of exchanges in various domains, including our culture and others. And that has been that has been also contributive in the fostering the peace and stability in the Korean region. And I believe that the relationship between the two countries will further develop in the future. And regarding the second question on the AI, I would like to answer the two questions on the AI altogether. Regarding the question on philosophy, I believe that philosophy is all about broadening our scope of understanding and our vision and our thoughts. Regarding the utilization of AI, I believe that the value of the dignity of human species, our dignity, our value, must be forethought before we talk about the applications of AI. As a Minister of National Defense, that's the personal thought I have. And the next question from Malaysia. I do not believe that security is limited to a particular country, and I believe that it's an interconnected web, and therefore the friendship and the relationship between each countries and the region are extremely imperative, and therefore no region or country could be separated from one another. now that we are entering the 5th year of the Russian-Ukrainian war, North Korea's participation in the Russian-Ukrainian war have also assisted on the protraction of the war. And quid pro quo, North Korea has been receiving technology transfer and information sharing through Russia. I do not believe that this is not merely restricted to the region of Asia, and this also poses a threat in the European region as well. And therefore, it emerges as a threat that we all need to resolve. And therefore, I believe that it emerges as a problem, interconnected problem that must be solved together. And regarding the question on the nuclear consultative group, the NCG is operating on various domains in order for us to foster the extended deterrence between the ROC and US alliance. And the cooperation between the two countries are consolidating and improving. And through the conventional and nuclear integration of CNI, we are further improving the system and updating it. And through working group consultations, we're also developing improvements.
We will collect a second round, and we'll start with Daniel Salisbury from the United Kingdom. Daniel.
Thank you, Bastian. I have a question for Minister Ahn. You mentioned North Korean troops deployed to the battlefields of Europe. I wondered, could you share some of the most important lessons that the Republic of Korea has learned from observing this deployment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll have from Japan, Wakana Asano.
Thank you, Bastian. My question is to all of the panels, and I have two. One is that I've been hearing that there are a couple threats that all of the panels share. For example, cyber, AI, supply chain disruption, and energy, space, technology. And my first question is that what are the challenges to seek for the cooperation, multilateral cooperation, cross-regional cooperation in these potential threats? And then what needs to be done? And then my second question is about Africa. I see a couple of delegations from African continent this year to this Shangri-La dialogue. And then given that this session is titled as Cross-Regional Security Threats, and then also you mentioned a couple the potential maybe commonalities such as supply chain and whatever. So I'd like to hear that what's your prospect for the relationship or engagement in terms of the security or non-traditional security issues with African region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we take from the Young Leaders Group and from Malaysia, Falina Said.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the enlightening session. The first question I have is actually for Minister Ahn. It's on AI as well, and it's on the value chain. AI value chain is actually based on interdependence. So what is Korea's strategy to address dependence in this space? The second question I actually do have is in regards to terrorism, because there are, this is actually to the minister from SEO, because some parts of the terrorism trend has actually turned into disparate and is shaped by the information age, sometimes named a nihilistic form of terrorism. What are the challenges in collective action for this, and can I actually get your views on the way forward? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. From the Philippines, Dara Ioy.
Thank you, Bastian. For Defense Minister Ahn, sir, this is also a question related to AI. But how does the ROK intend to incorporate the use of AI in your multi-domain capabilities to pursue peace in the Korean Peninsula and the region as a whole? And this is for the SCO. How is the SCO leading in the efforts to make space a weapons-free zone? And what are the challenges that you have encountered so far in pursuit of your ongoing efforts to this goal? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the Netherlands, Maya Nouwens.
Thank you very much, Bastian. I promise that Dara and I didn't coordinate this, but my question is also about space. A lot of talk today has been about gray zone challenges in the maritime domain, but I also wonder whether the three speakers could speak to the challenges in the gray zone challenges rather in the outer space domain. Here, actors are inherently both civilian and state-led and military. Technology is inherently dual use, and this is a domain that all of us increasingly view as strategic and depend on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the Republic of Korea, Dong-Yun Cho.
Thank you, Bastian. My question goes to two ministers. As cyber, artificial intelligence, and quantum capabilities increasingly cut across regions, so from your perspective, what level of practical information and standard sharing between Asian and European partners do you see as a realistic near-term goal? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the Young Leaders Group and from Vietnam, Kak Yang Nguyen.
Thank you, Bastian. I have a question for Secretary General Jeremy Bayev. How does the mechanism of conflict resolution work in practice for the SCO? Do you think that the SCO did enough in solving the conflict between two of its member states, India and Pakistan? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from China, Wanjia Liu.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Deputy Prime Minister. As transatlantic partnerships evolve, the United States has proposed reassessing NATO's role. What does this mean for the alliance? How do you see NATO's future development trends? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll take two more, and then we'll return to the panel. From the United Kingdom, John Rain.
Thank you, Bastian. Given the challenges that all multilateral organizations now face in solving conflicts, could I ask members of the panel to comment whether they welcome the arrival of the Board of Peace, or whether they see that as multilateralism that we don't need?
Thank you very much. And from India, Vipatrap Vikram Singh.
Thank you, Bastian. My question is for the panel. Both South Korea and Norway have faced cyberspace incidents that have been claimed by hacktivist groups. Notably, Norway's critical infrastructure was disrupted by a hacktivist group. With these groups operating across borders, is there an opportunity for cross-regional collaboration to counter and combat them? And what role might international organizations like the SCO play in dealing with these threats? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more from the Young Leaders Group, and from Australia, Vanessa Wong.
Hi, I have a question for the whole panel. If economic coercion and leverage is becoming a regularly used tool for strategic competition, should defence ministries focus and shape economic resilience as a core national security mission? How do you balance that against the growing defence budgets, and are our institutions structured and equipped for that challenge?
Thank you very much. So let's take these and return to the panel. Minister Sandvik, if I can ask you again to kick us off, and then we'll work our way through the panel. You have a bunch of issues that were put in front of you. Over to you.
Well, thank you. A bunch of issues, yes. First of all, let me start from the last speaker. Energy is security policy. Food is security policy. Economics is security policy. So every aspect of society is a part of security policy. And that's why we also are here, because the butterfly effect not only affects weather conditions. We know that a diminishing security situation in the Pacific or in the South Americas or in Africa also affects us. We can see now the closing of the Hormuz Strait is affecting all over the world, both in the food chains, in energy conditions, cost of living, which goes into our societies and destabilizing it, more polarization from it. So all this is a part of discussing security aspects. Therefore, also, we are engaged from the defense sector to stabilize the world order in a way that we can still prosper and have economic growth in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary General, if I can turn to you next. There were a few points for you about how the SCO does conflict resolution, how the mechanisms in practice work. One question was specifically on India and Pakistan and SCO in that context. A second question was on whether the SCO is leading any efforts with regards to space and space as a weapons-free zone, and what challenges the SCO might feel it encounters there. And you were invited to also expand perhaps a little more on the counterterrorism element of your remarks. There were a few more, but maybe there's the Africa angle, and how far does that concern the SCO, and how do you engage? If you have thoughts on the Board of Peace, we're also happy to hear those.
Well, as have been mentioned today and yesterday during bilateral meetings, and today during panel sessions, such challenges as terrorism, as drug trafficking and organized crime have become really transnational. That is the first point which we have agreed upon among member states. That's why multilateral coordination, multilateral cooperation is very important. And that is just what we are doing in the SCO. And one feature of the SCO is that we approach security in general and countering terrorism in particular in complex way. Means that we see it as indispensable from solving social economic issues. That's why today, if we look at the number of events and activities, those in the sphere of economy, in the sphere of investment, transportation, employment, alleviating poverty, they may be even more numerous in numbers than those in counterterrorism sphere. It means complex approach to security, to countering terrorism. We see the threats of so-called non-traditional challenges. That is why, according to the decision of our heads of state, we are modernizing the overall system of countering challenges and threats, and the regional anti-terrorist structure will be a universal center for countering challenges and threats. The decision has been made, and now the procedural work is going on. It means that its mandate will be expanded and embrace not only terrorism, separatism, and extremism, but also border control, also countering countering cybercrimes, countering transnational organized crime, and there is an independent specialized body, anti-drug center, which will be also working within the SCO framework. Regarding Africa, I would like to say that it's also regarding these bilateral conflicts among some countries, or even some issues among member states. I would like to underline that we have a rule in the SCO that bilateral issues are not being discussed at the official meetings of the SCO. That's why such issues are not on the agenda of the SCO, as well as some issues concerning or regarding a relationship between member countries and the third countries, or conflicts of our member countries with the third countries. They are not disputed or discussed at the SCO platform unless there is a proposal by one of the member countries which is supported by all other member countries on the basis of consensus. That's why today African countries cooperate closely with the SCO member countries in bilateral way, but we do not yet cooperate with Africa as an organization. The same I can say about some conflicts which we have cited not only conflicts, but we should say issues, which need solution. I think
so. An SCO, just to clarify that, an SCO member state could raise this issue, bring it to the other member states for discussion. If all of them agree, then it can be discussed, but there's no automatic mechanism to raise it otherwise. That's correct, yeah. Okay.
Regarding the question of space?
There's an outer space question, the challenge of dual-use technology, whether that is something that the SCO grapples with.
Yeah, as I've said in my short statement, we have a declaration and a statement by the heads of state that SCO member countries stand for the outer space free of weapons. It is very important that our member countries, which may have different views on different international issues, they have come to this common view on outer space free of weapons. The further practical actions may be taken at the level of experts. It's subject to discussion, further discussion. We didn't take any practical measures in this direction yet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Ahn, you again got a large number of questions, so please work your way through responses to those questions. Over to you.
Regarding the lessons that the North Koreans have gained from participating from the Russian and Ukrainian war, I believe that they're gaining know-hows from their real combat experience. And I believe that they're also gaining new technologies for their strategy and tactics. And from this real combat experience, I believe that they're modernizing their strategic and weapon systems and developing their weapon systems to a higher level. And so they're getting technology transfer from Russia, and they're also receiving funds and technology, creating and formulating more weapon systems such as drones and submarines, and also gaining know-hows in terms of how to use them. They're also experimenting them in real time, and I believe that they are creating a technology of their own to improve their military strategies. And regarding the multinational cooperation for cyber energy, I believe that the world today is more than interconnected than ever, and the world works as a one. In the Middle East, there's ongoing wars that are continuously developing. And now we are facing an environment in which no country is safe from war, and it's cross-regional. And therefore, the world today is intertwined like a cobweb, and no country is safe. And therefore, the regional cooperation and friendship is absolutely imperative. And regarding the AI from the question from the Philippines, I believe that we're transcending the traditional aspect of the AI, and we're now moving into a warfare in which it is not able to be thought through because of its sophisticated development of AI and cyberspace. And I believe that in such a country that values democracy and freedom, value of freedom, I believe that through mutual cooperation with our allies and partnership countries, we will be able to offset those ways to mitigate them. Regarding the question from India, you mentioned that cyberspace, there's been cross-regional collaboration. I agree with that. I believe that this problem is not restricted to one country, and this must be overcome through mutual cooperation between countries who share the value of free democracy. And through these cooperations, we'll be gathering the power and strength that we need to overcome these weaknesses and problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. That takes us to the end of our session on cross-regional security threats. Thank you very much. I still had a number of people who were seeking the floor, and my apologies that we didn't get to everybody, but I do think we had a wide range of interventions and questions, so thank you very much. Let me invite you to thank our three excellent speakers for such engaging presentations, and after you've done that, I'll invite you to enjoy the coffee break before the special sessions start at 5 p.m. So let me invite you to thank our speakers, please.
an open mind, a keen eye, an understanding of how today lays the groundwork for tomorrow, and the boldness to give form and structure to that vision. This is how federal land was built. A natural progression from its leaders' passion for architecture. Federal land was founded on a commitment to build communities that reflect the character of their location and the energy of the times. GT Tower International stands even taller, with a clear view of what lies ahead. Representing federal land's promise to build places for progress with the expertise, integrity, and care we bring into every venture. Structural integrity and strong engineering are the guiding forces behind each new development. From the time we lay the foundation of every home or tower, we harness technology and expertise to construct well-built spaces that adapt to people's changing lifestyles without compromising our standards of safety, durability, and quality. When we build, beauty and symmetry are key. We strike that elusive balance between remarkable architecture and innovative design. We are creating modern-day structural icons that reflect the country's progress. We are creating living spaces where people's days, routines, and experiences constantly take place. Where they strive to be better every day. Where connections are made and communities are shaped. As we build communities, we create distinct lifestyles that give each resident a sense of belonging. We are becoming part of a larger global community of enterprises, international brands with a reputation for quality and a vision we share. Our alliances with some of the most prestigious companies in the world have placed the Philippines in the global arena, while bringing some of the world's best within every Filipino's reach. We bring the same trust and commitment to our local partnerships with industry leaders in the Philippines. We understand that every home is a space for life, constantly in motion. That's why our presence is felt beyond construction. From a dedicated property manager that takes care of your safety and comfort, and an unparalleled living experience that will let you enjoy life to the fullest. As we build places for progress and spaces for life, our focus is clear: the Filipino. We are reshaping the skyline, one structure at a time. Imagining and building the future. With you.
Kay ganda ng umaga, basta't may kapeng masarap. Matapos ang maghapong trabaho, deserve mong magpasarap. Mula sa unang higop hanggang sa huling patak, tanggal ang pagod. Bakit titipirin ang sarili? Dito ka na sa angat ang lasa. Cafe Gusto. Made from imported premium coffee beans and blended to perfection. To give you the full-bodied coffee flavor you know you deserve. Kaya ako, bigay todo ang hilig. New Cafe Gusto. Angat ang lasa, kapeng-kape talaga.
from the Manila Times, and we're so excited to have you here, and we're so excited also to have this exclusive interview with you. So before anything else, is it okay for the group to introduce yourselves and the group, and maybe share to our viewers where are you from?
Hi, I'm Manato. I'm Shinto. I'm Leo. I'm Ryuhei. I'm Sota. I'm Junon.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We'll be first.
We'll be first.
So we heard that this is your first time in Manila. So may we ask what has been your first impression so far of the Philippines?
めちゃくちゃ暑いなってまず思ったのと、フィリピンはその事務所の仲間であるレイコっていうソロアーティストもこっちにゆかりのある人だったり、地元の友達にも個人的な地元の友達にもこっちにゆかりのある仲いい友達がいたりしたので、前から来るのはすごい楽しみにしてました。
小さい頃ダンスで HHI っていう世界大会出てたんですけど、本当その時に強豪国としてフィリピンずっと表彰台に乗ってたので、本当どの部門でもフィリピンが強豪だったので、ずっとダンスがすごい強い国っていうのは幼い頃から思っていたので、SB19 とかいろんなアーティストに触れ合う機会があって、本当に音楽性のレベルが高いなっていうのを実感しました。
So I'm gonna jump to the next question. Of course, I bet you all heard, or maybe you know that Filipino fans are very loud and very passionate. Maybe you heard other infos from SB19. So what have you heard about the Filipino fans so far, or how would you describe them from the things that you heard?
はい、そうですね。この SB19 さんとのコラボを通して、トイフレンドっていう楽曲をリリースして、すごくもう予想以上に反響いただいてるっていうのももちろん嬉しく思ってますし、これからなんですけど、ライブはもちろんたくさん待ってくれているなっていうふうにも感じますし、ただSB19 さんのファンたち、80の方々もう本当にこの日のためにっていうすごく時間をかけて用意してるだろうなっていうのを感じたので、僕たちはもうとにかくその会場の空気を楽しみに行ったりとか、もちろん自分たちでかっこよくパフォーマンスしたりとかかましたりする部分はできたらいいなとは思うんですけど、初めてマニラに来たので、とにかくマニラの方々に日本の音楽を届けることができたらいいなというふうに思ってます。
So speaking of your upcoming performances, how do you feel about performing in front of such an expressive and vocal crowd, and what kind of experience do you want the fans to walk away with after your performance?
フィリピンの方はなんかちょっと親しいものを感じてて、本当自由に音楽を楽しむっていうその音楽の持ち方が本当にアーティストだけじゃなくてその一般の方とかもすごい豊かだなっていうのはなんか SB19 のスタッフチームとかからも感じてるものがあるので、なんか僕たちも本当に楽しむっていうことを結構一番重要にライブもするので、なんかそこで共鳴っていうか共有がその J-POP と P-POP のなんかちょっとなんていうんだろう共通点というか、なんか国をまたいでもやっぱ音楽は楽しむことが一番っていう空気感をなんか一緒に作れたらすごい幸せだなと思います。
So let's talk about your origin story. So for fans who are just discovering B first, can you take us back to the beginning? How did the group started and how did we all meet together?
B ファーストはオーディションで作られたグループで。っていうのも結構僕たちができた年とかその前の年ぐらいとかすごいオーディションがすごい流行ってたじゃないですけど、他日本のグループっていうならJO1 とか INI とかも同じ時期だったんですけど、なんかすごいグループが生まれてく中でなんか社長の日高さん、スカイハイさんもアーティスト活動されていて、でその彼がその活動されて ってきてる中でも、彼もグループだったりとかソロでも、しかもそれが結構メジャーシーンとかインディーズシーンでいろんなシーンで活躍されてた方なんで、いろいろ活動を経て、その中でこうまだちょっとマイノリティだったこんなにすごい人たちが、なんか才能がある子たちがいるのにだったりとか、もっともっと音楽の可能性だったり音楽性すごい持ってる子たちがもっとスポットライト浴びていいよなっていう考えから、できた、まず会社がそういう思いでできたところあるんですけど、そこの第一弾ボーイズグループとして、僕たちも、日高さんも同じ合宿に臨むっていう、なかなか既存のオーディションであんま見ないような光景がありつつ、でも本当に楽しい雰囲気でできて、なんかオーディションの時から切磋琢磨しながら、はい、そんな感じで生まれました。
So you guys founded around 2021.
2021年とかですね。
Right. So it will be your 5th year this year. So take us back. What do you remember the most about your early days as a group, and what was a challenge before going to this point in your career?
そうですね、事務所がオーディション、僕たちができた1年前にできたので、すごく日々挑戦だったというふうには思ってるんですけども、社長でもある日高さんとの距離も近く、メンバーの仲もすごく良くて、すごくマイナスのことを考えるよりも常にポジティブになりながら、自分たちが掲げた目標に対して日に日に一歩一歩近づけるように楽しくでも真剣に努力してきたなというふうに感じてますね。
That's good to know. So when did it start to feel real that you're getting bigger, or that Be First was becoming something that all the Japanese know of?
なんかあんまり実感は湧かないんですけど、でも日本のドームツアーができた時だったりとか、ワールドツアーができた時はなんか結構大きい一歩を歩いてるんだなっていう自覚は、結構前からはもうあったんですけど、その時に初めて実感が来るような感覚はありました。
Okay, so since you started from zero, auditioning, and now you're having a performance in Manila, so how has your relationship as a group changed over time that really helped you to be where you're at now?
そうですね、変わったものは関係性ではないと思うんですけど、なんだろう、成長していく中でみたいな考え方だと、なんかすごい会話の中で音楽の話をしながら制作につなげるっていうような流れが以前よりも増えてると思うので、そういう面ではなんか仲いいまま楽しく音楽できてるなっていう感じですかね。なんかそういう意味では変わっていったかなと思います。
So following up to that question, let's talk about your music. You just released Be First All Day. So if someone is hearing you or this song for the first time, what do you hope they understand about Be First All Day?
はい、今回の楽曲は特に僕たちが今までインプットしてきたものだったりをそのまま等身大にして歌詞にしている部分がすごく多いので、なんか僕たちは日本のボーイズグループの中でも他がやらないことをチャレンジしたいっていう意思を持ってやってきたんですけど、なんかすごい海外の方の方がやっぱ音楽やってるっていう人口も多いと思いますし、なんか J-POP それこそSB19 さんとのコラボでもそうなんですけど、SB19 さんは こう P-POP の魅力をこう世界に伝えたいみたいな理由と一緒で、やっぱもう僕らも日本で音楽をやってる上ですごくジャパンっていうこう国を大事にしてる一面もありますし、まあそうですね、僕たちにしかできないことみたいなのを日本の中でずっと探ってきて、それでここまで来れたなっていう実感もあったので、最大限引き出した曲になってるかなっていうふうに思います。
So aside from Be First Only, you also have an upcoming single or new track coming in May, if I'm correct. So we heard about Rondo, your new song, which has a darker gothic hip-hop sound. Can you tell us more about it, and what was the recording process like?
そうですね、やっぱ僕たちがヒップホップだったりラップチューンをやる時っていうのはダンスありきの展開だったり、ダンスカルチャーの意識っていうのは結構高くて、その中でやりたいものと、やるべきことにもなってくると思うんですけど、マイクリレーっていうのはなんか BE:FIRST らしさというか、ボーイズグループとして僕たちがアウトプットしたいスタイルでもあったので、ずっとやりたいものではありつつ、このタイミング5周年イヤーの一発目として自分たちでまた本当3年ぶりぐらいにボースティングというか強めの歌詞を自分たちでバースを書くっていうのに再挑戦するっていう、タイミング的にも今何を書けるかっていう楽しさもありましたし、BE:FIRST として、タイミングは今しかないなと思ったのでやらせていただきました。で本当日本を背負うっていう覚悟とBE:FIRST にすべきことっていうのをそれぞれがなんて言うんだろう、それぞれの解釈でそれぞれが綴っているので、そこが魅力かなというふうに思います。
And of course, Filipinos are very excited for your collaboration with SB19. So, how did your collaboration with our P-pop kings, we call them kings of P-pop, SB19 come about, and what was your first impression about them? Also, do you think this is the start of more collaborations of J-pop, Japanese pop to the rest of Asia?
そうですね、きっかけは去年の日本のイベントであるダンクショーケースというイベントにケンが一人で来てくれて、その時に僕がこう TikTok で一緒に撮影したのが上がって、こうファン同士が交流を持ったっていうのが、実際にきっかけみたいなんですけど、なんだっけ、何を聞かれてたんだっけ、第一印象か。第一印象、そうですね、初めて会ったのがケン一人だったので、すごいなんかかっこいいラッパーだなみたいなイメージではあって、でもメンバー全員と会った時はすごいなんだろう、ラフに話してくれて話しやすかったですし、なんか全く壁を感じずにコラボレーションしやすかったなって思いました。実際P-POP と J-POP の可能性みたいなのは一緒にやってて、昨日もインタビューとかで話してた時にSB19 側もトイフレンドみたいな楽曲は初めてやるっていうことを言ってたんですけど、僕らもそんな感じで初めてだったので、なんかこうお互いのグループ合わさることで新しく自分たちの可能性を見出せるっていうのもあって、コラボレーション自体がすごくお互いにとってすごいいいものだったなって思えるので、なんかこれからもたくさんいろんな、自分たちじゃなくてもいろんなグループのコラボレーションを見てみたいなって思いました。
Exciting times for you. So for my last question, looking ahead, what kind of global artist do you want BE:FIRST to become?
そうですね、でもなんか本当に最近で言うとその SB19 のみんなとコラボさせていただいて、やっ っぱ彼らはもちろん音楽もすごいかっこいいし、でも音楽だけじゃなくてなんか周りの人がこうめっちゃ周りの人に愛されてて、で彼ら自身も周りの人をすごい愛しているから、なんかそのチームとしてすごい力が強いなって思ってて、でそれがこう、まあ、今こう P-POP って聞いて SB19 のこう名前と顔が本当に浮かぶぐらいすごい大きな方たちだと思うんですけど、なんかそうやって自分たちもなんかもちろん音楽で先行したい部分と、でもこう音楽から自分たちの BE:FIRST の音楽から入ってなんかすごい音楽もいいしみたいな、でチームも良くてっていう、どんどん音楽だけじゃない魅力を分かってもらえるそのレベルみたいなとこにもちゃんと目を向けていきたいし、なんか今回は本当にその言語とかも超えてすごい人対人みたいな感じで仲良くなれたのが SB19 だと思うので、でもそれって本当にどこの国に行ってもなんかまあ僕らはなんかそのまあ J-POP って聞いて自分たちの顔が浮かぶか分かんないんですけど、でもどこの国に行ってどんなことをしても必ずなんか日本から来たグループなんだとか、僕たちの背にこう日本とかジャパンという言葉がついて回るのは確実にあると思うので、やっぱそこをいい意味でも悪い意味でも多分日本のイメージを左右するのは結構僕たちのパフォーマンス次第のとこもあるんで、実際そこをエンジンにしてパフォーマンスすることも個人的にあるので、なんかそうやって僕らだけじゃなくてもっとじゃあ日本ってすごいアーティストいるのかなとか、なんかなんならこう日本に行ってみたいなみたいな思ってもらえるところまでこの日本の音楽シーンを盛り上げるっていうかのレベルを上げることができるグループになっていきたいなっていうのがあります。
That's it for my questions. Thank you so much. Looking forward for your performance.
Thank you.
In the concert.
コンサート楽しみにしてます。ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
If we have a girl, what will we name her?
Her name should be Ganima. She would need to be strong, like her mother. What if it's a boy?
I would name him Leto. So he would have the wisdom of his grandfather.
War feeds on itself. The more I fight, the more our enemies fight back. I'm doing the best I can to protect my family. How did Father do it?
Your father never started a war.
I'm not afraid to die. But I must not die. Yet.
What's wrong? What happened?
We found you. William, my sweet boy. I would give anything for us to be together again. Our grandfather believed the devil would return if anyone read from the Book of the Dead. Cool down. The whole family can be reunited. Cheers to your perfect family.
Don't worry. I test all the potential new family members with this machine. Is your name Olivia Jones?
Yes,
You love Henry Fokker?
very much.
Do you have a positive impression of Henry's family so far?
Yes.
Hello. Hey, the old machine. It's funny to be on the outside. Used to being in the hot seat.
Would you like to ask me some questions, Greg?
Okay, Olivia, do you think I hold Henry emotionally hostage?
I mean, yeah. You call him Wee Wee?
Wee Wee?
What is that, like a joke about his Wee Wee?
Oh, nope, no jokes about Henry's little penis. I mean, not little. You probably have more up-to-date info on it. I haven't seen it for a while, so. Dad, please stop talking. All right. What do you think of Olivia?
She's adorable, so smart. Good boy.
He likes you. With one sniff, dogs can tell more about a person's character than a human could. I don't know if you were aware, Greg, but when we first met, I didn't think you were good enough for my pancake.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
But Olivia's a powerhouse.
People underestimate me, but actually, I was an FBI hostage negotiator. Oh, badass.
Here comes the airplane.
I pulled the strings of the hostage takers, like strategic, emotional puppetry. That's how I'm gonna free Henry from you, Greg. Oh my God.
What do we do? Oh my God, you baby birdie, Grandpa Jay. I'm gonna ask Olivia to marry me.
What?
Hey, you sure she's the one?
Dad, why?
I'm a little worried about Henry. He's so innocent, and she's trained to manipulate people.
I love the lengths that you go to for your mishpucha.
Mishpucha.
That means family in Yiddish.
I know.
I'm not that easy to tame.
I'm considering inviting Olivia into the circle of trust.
Look at the guns on this guy.
Well, thank you for noticing.
She can't just waltz in there. I worked my ass off to get in there.
Should be an interesting weekend.
Are you not entertained? Race to the end?
Let's do it.
Oh, gas, no brakes, yeah. Got him going insane. I thought this would be an opportunity to get to know me, to bond.
How do you bond with an emotional puppeteer? I won't be your little Pinocchio, Geppetto, evil Geppetto. I'm a real boy.
What the hell's the matter with you, Fokker?
Hang on. It's about to get weird.
Where I come from, talking tigers, spaceships, and magic swords that can make a man as mighty as a god. That stuff is real.
Adam, you don't know how bad it's been.
What am I supposed to do? Take the sword. You protect them.
Ang pagbuburda ay isang sining ng paglikha ng disenyo sa tela sa pamamagitan ng karayom at sinulid. Sa ating kultura, kadalasang ginagawang palamuti ang burda sa kasuotan at mga kagamitang pambahay. Para sa karamihang katutubong Pilipino, malalim ang kahulugan ng burda bilang disenyo. Bukod sa palamuti, karaniwan itong sumasagisag sa kanilang kultura at tradisyonal na mga paniniwala. Burda, sagisag kultura ng Pilipinas.
Kay ganda ng umaga, basta't may kapeng masarap. Matapos ang maghapong trabaho, deserve mong magpasarap. Mula sa unang higop hanggang sa huling patak, tanggal ang pagod. Bakit titipirin ng sarili? Dito ka na sa angat ang lasa. Cafe Gusto. Made from imported premium coffee beans and blended to perfection to give you the full-bodied coffee flavor you know you deserve. Kaya ako, bigay todo ang hilig. New Cafe Gusto. Angat ang lasa, kapeng-kape talaga.
Elevate your refreshment to a whole new level. Introducing the ultimate quench for your thirst. Taters All Original Signature House Blend Iced Tea. Available on select Taters outlets nationwide. Chika chika. Chika chika. Chika chika. Chika chika. The Chika Chika sandwich of taters. Twice the chicken, twice the fun. Chika chika.
Luscious caramel, smooth butter, topped with white chocolate pretzels.
Yum, yum, yum!
Elevate your popcorn experience with the newest Taters Premium Super Pop. Buttered caramel, oh, buttery sweetness in every bite. Only here at Taters.
serves as the president and CEO of Rich Well Trading Corporation and Rich Prime Global Incorporated, the exclusive distributor and licensing agent of Mattel brands such as Barbie, Hot Wheels, Fisher-Price, and Thomas & Friends, as well as shoes and baby products. She is a multi-awarded advocate of women's economic empowerment and has advanced landmark initiatives such as the Magna Carta of Women and the Great Women Project. She is the Commissioner of the Philippine Commission on Women, or PCW. Please welcome Mirna Yao.
Don't worry, it will only less than 15 minutes. Since I'm the only woman speaker, I hope that you will listen because I don't have my PowerPoint. Thank you. And of course, to Miss Anna Marie Ang Thompson, to Bianca Mercado, to Honorable Alan Getty, and to the fellow plenary speakers and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the Development Bank of Asia, BDO Capital and Investment Corporation, the Philippine Export Confederation, Asian Macroeconomics Research from Singapore, the Women Business Council, and the BPW Philippines. A pleasant morning. Today, we speak of economic outlook, of projections of GDP growth curves, of fiscal positioning, of trade corridors and capital flows. But let us be honest, no economic forecast is complete if half of our economic power, the women, remains structurally constrained. No regional leadership is credible if it does not unlock the full capacity of the people. And no ASEAN future will be truly competitive if women are not part of it. So allow me to give emphasis on gender equality and women empowerment as an economic strategy. ASEAN's most underprivileged or underleveraged economic multiplier are women. Across ASEAN, women serve as the primary engines of economic growth. They run microenterprises in rural communities. They anchor global supply chain in manufacturing hubs. They dominate service industries. They are entering digital platforms at accelerating rates. And yet, their labor force participation remains uneven. Their access to finance is restricted. Their leadership in high-growth sectors are limited, and their unpaid care burden is invisible in national accounts. If we are serious about enhancing ASEAN partnerships, then we must confront the reality. The greatest untapped growth multiplier in Southeast Asia is women's full economic leadership. Closing gender gaps in employment and entrepreneurship does not merely improve social indicators. It increases productivity, expands consumer markets, strengthens supply chains, and stabilizes authorities and economies during crisis. In a region projected to become one of the world's top economic blocs, leaving women behind is not just unjust, it is economically irrational. The Philippines stand before ASEAN with a strong foundation. For years, our country has ranked among the best performers globally in gender equality indicators. In the 2025 report, the Philippines placed 20th out of 148 countries. But for 13 consecutive years, from 2006 to 2018, we had been consistently in the top 10 of the world's gender parity ranking. That standing gives us credibility, but it also gives us responsibility. The Philippines has been designated ASEAN's vision leader for gender mainstreaming, a recognition of our substantive excellence and leadership in advancing women's empowerment in the region. Through institutionalized gender and development budgeting, we embedded inclusion into public finance. We required agencies to move from rhetoric to resource allocation. This is the leadership that demands more than inclusion. It demands direction. The Philippines must champion a new standard where gender-responsive economic policy making becomes synonymous with modern economic governance. Though and through our engagement in the ASEAN Committee on Women, we continue to push to gender mainstreaming scores regional mechanism. But we must not ensure that it that women's economic engagement or empowerment is not siloed in social discussions. It must sit at the center of trade, digital economy, infrastructure, and recovery dialogues. Leadership is not about attending tables. Leadership is about reshaping them. Enhancing ASEAN partnership means building growth ecosystems that are inclusive by design. Women-led MSMEs from the backbone of our domestic economies. Yet too many remain outside formal trade networks and regional value chains. If ASEAN only and truly aims for integration, then women entrepreneurs must be integrated into cross-border inside systems. Digital marketplace, regional procurement framework and innovation, and technology ecosystems. Access to finance must move beyond traditional collateral systems that disadvantage women. Digital platforms must close, not widen, gender gaps to access and literacy. Procurement systems must recognize women-owned enterprise as growth drivers, not niche suppliers. Imagine an ASEAN where a woman entrepreneur in Mindanao can seamlessly sell to markets in Hanoi, Jakarta, Bangkok, and other countries, and supported by harmonized policies, interoperable systems, and inclusive financing tools. This is not a gender agenda. That is a competitive agenda. Inclusive supply chains are more resilient. Diverse leadership drives innovation, balanced labor participation, increases consumption, and savings rates. This is how partnerships become accelerators. Let us speak candidly, and credibility in economic leadership today, which is measured not only by macroeconomic stability but by institutional integrity, accountability, and inclusion. When we integrate gender perspectives into infrastructure, we believe transport system safer for women workers. When we integrate gender trade into policies, we women widen participation in export sectors. When we measure disaggregated data, we sharpen decision making. And when we invest in care infrastructure, child care systems, elder care services, we must convert unpaid labor into economic participation. Unpaid care work remains one of the most significant structural barriers to women's full engagement in the economy. It limits time, mobility, and opportunity. Recognizing care as economic infrastructure is rational. If Asian economies want or of higher labor force participation and sustained productivity growth, then investment in care systems must be part of economic planning, not treated as welfare. That is modern governance. That is future-ready leadership. The global economic environment is shifting. Supply chains are reorganizing. Digital economies are redefining value and sustainability metrics influences investment flows. In this environment, inclusive governance becomes a strategic advantage. The Philippines can lead ASEAN by institutionalizing gender metrics into competitiveness indicators, by demonstrating that inclusive policy diverse or drives investor confidence, by growing that equitable growth is above resilient growth. We must not simply participate in ASEAN's rise. We must help define the character of that rise. Will it be extractive or inclusive? Concentrated or distributed? Short-term or sustainable? To our economic partners, legislators, business leaders, and development partners, please ask yourself, designing industrial policy, where are we women positioned in emerging value chains? On negotiating trade, who benefits from tariff reduction and who remains excluded? On funding innovations, are women entrepreneurs scaling at the same rate as their male counterparts? On building digital infrastructure, are women equally connected? Therefore, economic transformation reflects the priorities we embed within it, and history will judge our leadership not only by growth rates, but by the first women growth empowered. As closing, ASEAN stands at the pivotal crossroads. The Philippines stands at a defining moment of leadership. We can choose incremental changes, or we can choose standard structural acceleration. We can maintain women's participation, or we can unlock women's power. When women move from the margins of markets to the center of decision-making economies, it can really make us grow stronger, smarter, and more resilient. To enhance ASEAN as to align our goals in improved Philippine leadership is to model the way forward. Let us lead by demonstrating that inclusive growth is competitive growth. Let us show that gender-responsive governance is not a moral aspiration. It is a strategic imperative. Let us position the Philippines as a champion of ASEAN that's not only prosperous and equitable. And let us remember, the future of ASEAN will not be determined solely by trade volumes or investment flows. It will be determined by whether we had the courage to unleash the full economic force of our people. And that includes unequivocally the leadership of women. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat. Thank you.
I'm Arnold Belleza, and you're watching the Manila Times streaming channel.
The new stars at the silver screen changed the face of the motion picture industry forever. The Minions are back with a touch of mystery.
Baby. Oh, Humphrey. Piñata. Carbonara. Lasagna.
Now in Minion Vision.
Toot!
James, you have a real gift for filmmaking.
Eureka! Gloria, hallelujah! Makan movie! Un movie de minions con monstras! Yachi, unigiri, Okay. I'm Gary Orcam Oliver Magma Ichabod the Deceiver. But my friends just call me Goombie for short. I know the perfect monster for your movie. Let's go. Whoopsie. Behold! The all-powerful Irene! She is gonna destroy everything on the planet!
James, you're going to do great things.
Sister Deborah.
This doesn't make any sense. There's no island on the map.
All right, pups. Whatever this jungle throws at us, we'll be prepared.
We are so not prepared! Run! I am running! I'm a bulldog! This is as fast as I can go!
Dino Island is the greatest discovery in the world.
This is amazing.
Look out! Come on, pups! We've got an island to save.
No fair! I want a dinosaur BFF. Best friends forever. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Okay, stop, never mind.
I'm sure you've heard of the Owens family. The ones from Massachusetts. The ones their neighbors whisper are witches.
You're the Owen sisters.
Yeah, everyone we love dies.
Oh, right.
A really horrible death. But, I mean, it's not great for the Tinder bio. I've waited such a long time for this. She has.
You put the line in the coconut, you drink 'em bold up. Put the line in the coconut, you drink 'em bold up. Blood line in the coconut, you drink 'em bold up. Put the line in the coconut, then you feel better. Put the line in the coconut, you drink 'em both together. Put the line in the coconut, then you feel better. Put the line in the coconut, drink 'em bold up. Put the line in the coconut, call me in the morning.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Everything's gonna be okay? Just like it was when we had to bury a corpse under a rose bush? That kind of fine or different? Different or same?
Put the lime in the coconut, you drink 'em both together. Put the lime in the coconut and you feel better.
I can't believe our first hit MIT! MJ, come on, pretend like you're not the happiest you've ever been in your entire life.
I can't.
I knew it!
Hi, my name is Peter Parker. You don't remember me, but we used to know each other. Something bad was going to happen, and the only way to stop it was to make everyone forget about me. Because I'm not just Peter Parker. I'm Spider-Man.
The hell, Frank? You just hit me with a van!
Quit your whimpering. Suit yourself. Mother.
Go home! And sometimes Spider-Man has to do the hard thing, even if it breaks Peter Parker's heart. What is happening to me? Oh, God. Excuse me, Dr. Banner. I need your help.
What did you say your name was? If DNA is mutating, it would be enormously dangerous.
Spiders have 3 life cycles. When between cycles, it can leave the spider vulnerable to threats.
We are faced with a danger that we can't control. One we can't even see.
Stay out of my way.
You're losing it, kid.
And for those spiders who make it through, it amounts to a kind of rebirth.
Nice flowers.
Oh, they're a housewarming gift.
I'm MJ.
I'm just a neighbor from across the hall.
Friendly neighbor.
You managed to get most of it on the paper this time. Good job, buddy. Hi, cars are out. Your ride is clear. The 23 will be the best year yet. Let's be honest, babe, it's not a very high bar to clear.
I didn't know any of you were still alive. What was it like to lose everything in a day?
Proton didn't die in a day. The gods are not that kind. Okay, this does not look like this is gonna end well.
For you guys.
Do others on your planet have powers like you?
No, it's a pretty small group of two.
What's Superman like?
He sees the good in everyone. And I see the truth.
Vibe that you probably shouldn't be opening this.
What makes you say that?
That. Do not open.
Come on, that's just a suggestion.
Stop. Stop it. No. Don't!
Welcome back to the Institute for the Institution of Imagination and Inspiration, LLC.
Hey, giraffe with a crab. Pig in a wig. Hi, bug in a mug. Yak with a pack. Ron.
I heard the cat lost 3 giraffes on his last mission.
Popcorn!
Actually, it was 5.
Today is gonna be the best day ever!
Go to the montage.
Let's light it up.
Cat?
Cat!
Cat in the Hat, you have gone too far.
Did you say toot fart?
I did not. I said too far.
Toot fart?
Too far.
I heard toot fart again. So, I'm just gonna leave some things here. Okay, bye.
Babies.
And I would request someone who is on stage to collect.
Tao là ngắm kia cả phòng trước xem một tao là mình tả mình nhớ mình tả mấy ở dình mình tả
I stand before you as living proof. See it at our Judeo Christian Foundation. Joy at times of amazing adversity. On her knees before it was acted upon from the pulpit. His dream was not a political speech. Here's what he said. The principles contained in the
Convict Sara now!
ma'am, base po sa resulta po ng SOCO, nag-positive po ito sa nitrates po. Chine-check po, sa paraffin test po, chine-check po kung may presence po ng mga nitrate particles po na karaniwang associated po sa gunpowder. Sa ngayon po, ma'am, hindi pa po tayo makakapagbigay ng conclusive details po dahil ongoing pa po yung sinasabi ko investigation. Base po sa ating informasyon, ito po ay alleged NBI driver na ando po sa area po na sila.
Hanggang ngayon po ba nandun pa nakadetain pa rin yung
As of now po, nasa kustudiya pa rin po ito ng Pasay City Police Station.
Ma'am, kinasuhan ba siya?
Na-impress na po itong alleged driver na ito last week. Ang naisambag po sa kanya is RA10591, alarming scandal, tumults and heard disturbances of public order, resistance and disobedience to a person in authority or his agent, disturbance of proceedings, trespass to property, and violation of scenic security and direct assault.
Alam ko, mas gusto nyo siguro mapakinggan yung pangalawang yugto ng ating press conference today. But for now, the primary reason why we are here is for the 6th Awards for the Promotion of Philippines-China Understanding. This is a project of the Association for Philippines-China Understanding in coordination also with the Chinese Embassy of Manila. And pang-anim na taon na po ito, yung ABPCU Awards. Yung mga prominent awardees in previous years, we had former First Lady Imelda Romualdez Marcos, siya ang kauna-unahang awardee, former Ambassador Francis Chua, and sumunod na taon, we had former President Joseph Estrada, Ambassador Benedicto, and then we had also Mr. Carlos Chan, we had Mr. Larry Villarreal, we had Mr. Gabi Lopez, we had Senator Nikki Cusiteng. Sila yung prominent awardees in previous years. And we have also here today two prominent members of APCO, Camilo Laurel, who is also member of the Board of Trustees, who is here, was also one of our awardees in previous years. And Professor Romel Banlawin was also one of our awardees in previous years. In this year's award, which is the 6th APPCU, we are going to award only three to only three individuals coming from different categories. Mamaya i-explain ni Vice Chair Sixto yung mga reasons why these are the chosen as the awardees. There are only three, I can name their names. One is Mr. Peter Nam, who is a very prominent businessman in Baguio City, very active in so many activities in Baguio that promotes understanding between the Chinese community in Baguio and the people of Baguio, not just only those residents of Baguio, but even yung mga tourists or travelers that go to Baguio. Mr. Peter Nang is very, very supportive of promoting Baguio as a friendly city for visitors and a very peaceful city where people can live in, and daming na itulong ni Peter Nang sa Baguio. No, he will explain that further later. The other awardee is we have Professor Dr. Clarita Carlos. She was a professor at the University of the Philippines. I don't know if she's still teaching until now. She used to be with the National Defense College's president, and she was also former National Security Advisor of President Marcos at the outset of his term. And the third, for the first time, we are going to give an award to a non-Filipino. Lahat ng mga awardees ng ABCO before were Filipinos. But this time, the third awardee will get an honorary award for his contribution to many years in enhancing productivity in agriculture dito sa Pilipinas. Matagal po siyang nanirahan dito at dito niya halos lahat binuhos ang kanyang kaalaman sa teknolohiya, lalong-lalo na sa pagpapalago ng rice production dito sa Pilipinas. Maraming mga Filipino farmers ang mga natuto at nakinabang sa bagong teknolohiya ng rice farming. Noy also will mention about the achievements of Mr. Chang Chaogong. Ibigyan namin yung exact spelling dito. So we are only going to have 3 awardees. I repeat, Mr. Peter Nang, Filipino citizen na very successful na businessman at saka philanthropist in Baguio. And then we have Dr. Clarita Carlos and Mr. Jean Xiaodong. So, yan po yung aming adhikain sa APCO na mabigyan naman ng atensyon itong mga tao na nakapagbigay ng malaking
partial na impeachment. We're the last line of defense sa budget. We're the last line of defense sa charter change. We're the last line of defense sa kung meron gustong yumura o sumira sa ating democracy. I'm not saying we, the Senate, but leadership matters. Diba? So, dun sa nagsasabing take responsibility, kayo pumasok dito, kayo na maril eh. Tapos kami pagre-resign ninyo. Dapat kayo mag-resign. Diba? Pati yung mga ibang nagsasabing take responsibility for the shooting. I take responsibility for my reaction. Diba? So, kung mamato ako dito, batuhin niyo ako pabalik, kayo magre-resign. Ako na mato eh. The one who takes, you take responsibility for your action. So I will take responsibility for my reaction, how I handled everything. But I cannot take responsibility for them shooting at us. Confirmed na, may gunpowder yung hinuli. Sa loob ng Senado hinuli yun. Until this time, may nagsasabi sa Pangulo na ang NBI daw nasa GSIS, wala daw dito sa loob. At hindi daw nagpaputok. So makikita mo, there's lying all over, going around. If they can lie with that simple thing, diba? So sabi ko nga sa grupo namin, guys, hindi pwedeng maging general rule yung ginawa ng NBI. Tinetesting nila yung Senado. Unfortunately, dati, maraming nag-i-invoke sa spirit ni Salonga, Recto, Tanyada, Osmeña, Rojas, yung ating mga greats, diba? In the past, pagka inatak ang Senate, nagka-come together lahat ng senador. Ngayon, algorithm at political bias na. That's what's sad about it. All the evidence is there. I mean, it's beyond our control na, like sa inyo, di ba? Pag dumating na sa editor, dumating na sa final, dumating sa live interviews, hindi nyo kontrolado lahat yun. Pero yung personal experience nyo at personal testimony nyo, meaning, pag tinanong kayo ng kapatid nyo, anak nyo, pag-uwi nyo, ano ba talaga nangyari? Eyewitness din kayo. Diba? So, yun din ang ko sa inyo. Kung eyewitness kayo and you think I did wrong, I won't take it against you for calling for the resignation. But if you're telling me na kontrolado ko yung NBI, so dun sa nagsabing scripted, diba? Ang galing ko naman na pati NBI is under my command pala.
So you won't resign, sir, unless magka-who you will
There's no reason to it. Diba? Many of those who are calling for my resignation are political operators. Dati na silang may meaning, nung nasa DFA ako, resign Alan. Nung nasa Speaker's Office ako, resign Alan. Nung minority leader ako, resign Alan. Nag-ano lang ngayon, nag-echo lang ngayon dahil nga sa mga pangyayari. But for me, it's concerted effort from day one to get me out because they want someone they can control. The only thing I want to take the minority because they're statesman and professional enough, nagkausap-usap kami na while they don't have the numbers, yung usual na proseso sa Senado, wag natin i-delay.
So, Senate President Cayetano, if we reverse engineer what happened nung Wednesday, parang tama ho ba na kulang ng communication between the GSIS and the Senate?
Hindi kulang.
They were not informed, you were not informed na nagbare na
hindi
sila.
Hindi kulang, sinadya nila. Sinadya nila. Never, ang GSIS never nagpapasok ng NBI kung may problema sa peace and order. Police parati yun. Okay. Number 2, ibabarena mo yung pinto na lalabas yung mga senador. Isasara mo yung gate sa likod kung kailan lalabas yung mga senador. Tapos nung tinanong namin, wala daw NBI sa loob. O, bakit yung ngayon yung may pulbura sa kamay at dito sa loob ng Senate na huli? Diba? So,
would it have been simpler kung in-inform kayo ng GSIS na magbabarena kayo to secure
yes,
the
pero
door?
masisira plano nila.
So you're
malalaman
saying...
namin eh. Malalaman kasi, ito kayo, malalaman kasi namin. Malalaman namin.
So you're saying po
at
deliberate?
At this point in time, the burden is on them to prove to us that it's a series of coincidences.
Okay.
Kasi pag ni-reverse engineer namin, plinano talaga nila na pakita sa Senate na ganyan ha. Sige, may numero kayo, nandyan si Bato ganyan ha. Papaligiran naman namin kayo ng mga armado. Senator Gringo Nasan said it best. Diba? If you are where you're not supposed to be at armado ka, what do you expect will happen?
SP, sabi po ng DOJ, sabi ni Justice Secretary, coordinated daw yung move ng NBI, yung mga car. Inamin niya na coordinated sa
and then he wants to investigate. Gusto ni Secretary Viva mag-imbestiga ang NBI DOJ, pero sila ang dapat imbestigahan eh. Kaya nga ang message ko sa kanya, hindi ka pwedeng bida kung kontrabida ka. Okay? So kung gusto mo mag-imbestiga, kailangan neutral ka. Si Secretary John Vic, hindi ko kasama sa politika. Si Secretary John Vic, maraming policies namin, hindi niya gusto. Pero nung pumunta siya dito, malinaw. Impartial, sabay tayo, ano kailangan mo sir? Kailangan ko CCTV, sinabit namin. So basta patas, payag kami. Pero wag naman yung gagawa ng storya tapos kami pa ang kontrabida sa ulit.
Sana lang po, SP, yung inaabangan ng iba yung chairmanship ng Tuloy Committee, bakit po?
Because nga, we wanted a bigger majority and we want to move forward na hindi confrontational pero lumabas lahat ng totoo. So we're considering everyone. We're considering Senator Marcoleta but we're also considering someone else. O sabihin ko na, we're considering Senator Pia. Diba? And then, dati, flood control lang. Now we have to investigate yung ginawa ng NBI. So, sa rules pa namin bibigay yan sa Blue Ribbon. Diba? So, it's getting more complicated because nga of the events last week. Having said that, kung panay ganyan yung issues, kawawa ekonomiya natin, kawawa si Juan de la Cruz. So,
Sir, bakit po SP hindi si Senator Marcoleta sa Blue Ribbon Committee?
Because all of us agree na sabay-sabay ang problema sa bansa. So, unahin ko muna.
Pwedeng devised because
No. Yung sinabi mong bakit hindi siya, we haven't decided na hindi siya. Kung ang tanong, why are we considering others? Because from the start, nung nilagay nila ako, sinabi nilang lahat, walang magdidemand ng kahit anong committee, mag-usap-usap tayo. So, meron din mga nagsasuggest na we will prioritize the flood control together with other economic and other issues. For example, yung agriculture, yung mga smuggling, etc. na nakakabaksak sa atin. So I haven't talked to them, but all of them, Senator Pia, Senator Marcoleta, all of them said, SP, discuss lang, but we're all open. So that's why we're going to go on caucus ngayon. So it may be, it may not be. So we haven't decided the wag to o siya ilagay. So karamihan ng binasa natin today ay yung mga dati na, except for a few.
Sir, kailangan ba yung suspension order ng ombudsman?
We're going to discuss it. Kasi pupunta, after the senators, i-meet ko yung bagong SecGen tapos yung legal.
And then, sir, Senator Bato, sir. Hindi ba siya nag-clearance sa inyo na mag-warning siya?
Wala na siyang time. Pag sinusugod ka na, hindi ka na makakapaan.
Okay, so sarili niyang decision.
Sir, Mr. President, sir, may we get your thoughts on the goings-on at the Senate?
Sorry?
The goings-on at the Senate.
Well, I saw what happened last week. Yeah.
But today, it appears that there might be a new leadership at the Senate.
guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Thank you.
I got good news, y'all. Gathered here are the world's best fighters.
I won't deny it, I'm a street fighter.
But only one of which will be crowned the world champion of street fighting! You win! Perfect.
You're not a warrior anymore, you're a sideshow.
What's up, MTV? I'm Ken Masters.
This is your shot at redemption.
Who are you gonna show?
The path I'm on now is not one of combat.
Maybe it's Ken's turn to be champion.
How did you find me?
I'm paid to find champions. Even if they're lost.
Good to see you, old friend. Still reckless. Sit down. This tournament is not what it seems. We have to be ready.
Everyone keeps going on about your thighs. I don't see what the big deal is. Bitch, please!
That was some abracadabra shit.
Oh, what's going on?
I'm positive that a fireball came out of Ryu.
Do it, Ryu!
Perfect.
Even with my generous warning, you're going to continue to ingest my words. But know one thing. There is no light where we're going. Darkness ahead.
Noon pa man, kinikilala na pambansang tahanan ng bahay kubo at sinasabing kinatawan ng katatagan ng mga Pilipino dahil nakakatindig ito kahit magdaan ng bagyo, lindol at iba pang mga kalamidad. Ang bahay kubo ay madalas tanda rin ng bayanihan na malimit ipinapakita sa mga larawan kung saan pinagtutulungang pasanin ng magkakapit-bahay at magkakanayon kapag kailangan itong ilipat ng pook. Bahay kubo, simbolo ng kultura at kaugaliang Pilipino sa gisag kultura ng Pilipinas.
Kay ganda ng umaga, basta't may kapeng masarap. Matapos ang maghapong trabaho, deserve mong magpasarap. Mula sa unang higop hanggang sa huling patak, tanggal ang pagod. Bakit titipirin ang sarili? Dito ka na sa Angat ang Lasa. Cafe Gusto. Made from imported premium coffee beans and blended to perfection. To give you the full-bodied coffee flavor you know you deserve. Kaya ako, bigay todo ang hilig. New Cafe Gusto. Angat ang lasa, kapeng-kape talaga. Chika-chika. 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 Chika-chika.
The Chica Chica sandwich of taters. Twice the chicken, twice the fun. Chica Chica.
He heads the investment banking group of BDO Unibank Incorporated and holds
several positions in BDO. He is the chairman of Averon Holdings Corporation and is a board advisor of BDO Securities. He is also the president of BDO Capital and Investment Corporation. Please do help me in welcoming a friend of the times, Eduardo Ed Francisco.
It's hard to talk after Mirna, who has a host of fellow friends, but I just want, of course, I will not acknowledge the guests anymore because that will eat up my time. I just want to go straight to my presentation. Can we show my presentation? Okay. I was originally supposed to speak after Mr. Gonzalo here from, and of course from ADB and the World Bank, because I am not an economist, right? I'm a banker, but I talk to the clients a lot, and I talk to both investors and issuers. So my view is more from a practitioner's perspective, rather than just sifting through the numbers. But anyway, when Mirna was talking, it also touched on me because the key really is women are so integral in our economy, so I support what she's doing. In fact, in BDO, UN SDG goals, majority, I think 70% of our workforce are women, and we have a woman chairperson, and we have several women on the board, more than the other board conglomerates, in fact. No? So I have no problem with that. In fact, I was just teasing, but it's true. I'm a member of the TACUSA. Francis Lim, chairman of SEC, and I are co-members of that. TACUSA stands for Takot sa mga asawa, or in English, it means we're afraid of our wives. But anyway, and then going back to the serious side, even in BDO, we just raised, I think last year or 2 years ago, 5 billion for a gender bond, pink bond, because we're very, giving livelihood to women especially is critical. So I think we raised it for ASA Foundation, who are employing mainly women. So that is very, very important. Now, going to my quick presentation. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. This is supposed to be just a snapshot of what the World Bank and ADB will probably present later. So I won't even delve into it. My point is this. I was really shocked and very disappointed when I saw the numbers that were reported for the last quarter's GDP, right? It was supposed to be December, or the Christmas season is supposed to be seasonally the strongest, and then the numbers were so low. It was 4.4, right? It was not excusable. From the people's perspective, because you're expecting Noche Buena, all the remittances, why were the numbers so low? So let's accept that already. The numbers are low, so my perspective is now, what can we do, or what is the government at least announcing they can do, and what can the private sector do so that we can catch up? Okay, I totally agree with Alan. Yes, we are the third fastest growing. Sure, we can say that whether we grow at 4.5% or 5%, is still very strong, still one of the fastest. But then if we were announcing 7% growth, and then we keep on always missing our targets by 1 or 2%, it doesn't show that we're very good managers. Because why are we always below our targets, right? Then maybe we should realistically set our targets are 4 or 5 if that's what we can only achieve. Okay, having said that, because of the flood control, I was there in an MAP seminar MAP general meeting last week when Governor Eli spoke. At least one of the important slides he showed was that 4.4 wasn't really a true number anyway. Because if you looked at the previous month, or I think it was 5.7, if you really sifted out the flood control, which was probably overstated investments anyway, the growth was probably 5.4 instead of 5.7. And then the 4.4 number December, if you also normalize it, it should have been 4.7. I think what Governor Eli was trying to say, and I believe anyway, is that yes, there was a drop, but instead of a drop of 5.7 to 4.4, 1.3%, it was something like 5.4 to 4.7, 0.7. So it was less. Because anyway, if you think about it, the real, and maybe, of course, I will defer to Gonzalo here later when he speaks as the economist, but The GDP numbers, of course, because the government is a big part of our GDP, if a lot of it was overstated because of the flood control, so even if it is slower this next few months, which we expect it to be because people are more afraid to sign, to disburse, right? But even if it is slower, but if it's actually used correctly, then the effective number, the real GDP growth might still be the same. So that's what I'm hoping for. Okay. Anyway, so we know these points anyway, and they'll be discussed by our esteemed speakers this afternoon. Next slide. So from the government's perspective, what are the, I guess, steps? Oh, I have a slide here pala in front, so I don't have to look. I guess what we're seeing, what we like, because I'm a member of several organizations. So I have the pulse also. Aside from being, I'm also a board member of PPCRV, which is for the Pastoral Council for Elections. We want fair elections. I'm also a board member of Sharefield, and then I'm on Phoenix. So I have so many organizations, but our objective really is at least to make sure that we see growth, we see transparency. We like what's happening with the anti-dynasty bill. Of course, we had a preference for up to 4th degree, but realistically, we don't know if that's going to be passed up to the 4th degree of consanguinity. But at least that's a good move. And then, of course, this Cadena bill, which with Senator Bam is pushing, we're supportive of that, and we like the idea of having full transparency and the people here being able to monitor what's happening. We love what's happening there. And then, of course, personally, we hope that some people go to jail, not just the small fry, for flood control. And then this was one of the wishes we had wanted. We don't know if it'll happen, because in Hong Kong, you have the ICAC, our ICC here with Babe Singson and the rest didn't have any money, right? They weren't even given any budget until a few weeks, so they were abonado. We hope that something can push through, but we're looking forward to, I guess, Secretary Remulla anyway, putting to jail some of these big fish. And then we're working a lot with ARTA because that's one of the things we really have a problem with. At least from the MAP, the concerns of the MAP are really ease of doing business and LGUs. This is coming from the Conglos and the members we have who are also in the SME. Those seem to be the biggest headaches. And I don't know if the multilateral agencies will echo that, but the government at the high level, we seem to be doing very well at the national level. But when we get to the implementation, that's where it bogs down. Even if we have honest people like Alan here of Department of Trade, they have this green door where investors are shepherded. But when there are roadblocks at the mayor level, unnecessary permits, that's when the problem happens. Because, for example, I was called to the Senate to testify because we were talking about permitting for energy projects. Senator Angara was shocked when I mentioned that you need 100. There's an improvement. To get an energy permit now, it's down to 160 signatures. You shocked, 160 signatures. That's already an improvement. Yes, because Shell had 270 permits or signatures required, I think 10 years ago. But still, 160 is still too much. So there's still a lot of improvement to go, and a lot of it is at the LGU level. And then, of course, we hope that we can maximize it. No, of course, we value the friendship of the U.S. We also value what we can do with China, and we value what's happening with Australia and Japan. But we'd like to have, I guess, a fruitful relationship with everybody. We can't really just, at least I personally think we can't just lean on somebody. We have to be friends to everybody, and hopefully it will be good for the country. No? Next slide. So that's from the government side. Now, from the private sector side, this is where at least I'm there day in and day out, really. The private sector, anyway, is really always there. In fact, as my favorite quote from one of the Taipans is that the conglomerates, and then I guess I see here Ms. Rafael of Airspeed, the president, nodding, because the conglomerates, anyway, are here to survive the governments, right? we really should function regardless of whoever is running the government. We should be able to function day in and day out and outperform the economy. That's always been the goal. Okay? But ideally, the government should be leading it. But sometimes what's happening is now the private sector is pushing the government to act faster. Of course, the president is very open. He has an economic team, but somewhere in the middle or whatever, there are these snags, and we want more stuff to happen. But anyway, we're continuing to talk to investors coming in. For the chambers, in fact, we continue to work with them. There are many people arriving. We want more jobs, but the challenge, I guess, is really the quality also of the graduates. So I guess us from the private sector, we have to tell the Department of Education what they really need. Because even if there's AI, I think AI is a risk. I think there was a good article today by Donald Lim. Even if there's an AI, but if our graduates cannot even read and write well or know how to do basic math, what use is tapping AI, Gemini, or ChatGPT if our kids are stupid anyway, no? So they have to be more educated. And then there was another also great article, I think it was Winnie Monson the other day also. I was just reading because it's part of my other chats. They're experiencing or they're noticing some problems, even if we have good institutions like UP, where I come from. We can come up with good technocrats. Okay, so that's on one side, one extreme. But if you're very intelligent, but you don't have any values, right? Because some of these problems anyway with some of our secretaries or undersecretaries were from UP also, but they're now mired in all these scandals. What use is a good education? So it also boils down really, okay, to the mothers. Because the women, I have to say, are the crux, no? If my mother wasn't there to push me, to remind me, huy, mag-aral ka, huy, do the right thing. At the end of the day, corporate governance and all that stuff, it becomes natural. Because if you have the correct values, if your mother is there pushing you, then you will come out to be a right person. And then governments will follow. But if you have no values at home, no matter what they teach you in governance, you will justify stealing from your fellow men, doing all this side, these side trips and whatever. And that's why this table here, and with Myrna representing the women, are important, no? So Myrna, I'm supportive of you. Okay. Anyway, so we have to work with the government, but we have to translate it into real economic activity. And that's why I think there were recent changes. Even the PPP head was changed, no? So we hope to work with them, but we're not seeing any new activity. I'm actually disappointed there because I finance a lot of the PPP, but there's been no new projects. The banks, as presented earlier, the financial strength, and from the BSP, we have so much capital, but we don't have projects. So I was a speaker in the DOE the other day. I was telling them, give me bankable projects because we have so much we can lend to, except we don't see enough. So we need more of these JAPs so that we can structure it. But then unless you get it through that screen for us to look at, we won't be able to help you. But the banks are ready. In fact, there's so much competition, but it's good for the sponsors, good for the projects, no? Because we want to help develop the private sector further. Next slide. So in here, just to add on, the fact that we are part of the ASEAN is important. So I guess part of the politics, let's make use of being the ASEAN. No? I mean, I was with the SEC chairs or the commissioners. They entertain a lot of the visitors, but it's important so they see the beauty of the country. So we just want to leverage that and make sure that we can get a lot so that we can develop develop more relationships so that we're not dependent on just China and the US. Next slide. Okay, so this is the summary. We have many challenges, we have many headwinds, but then I guess the government anyway has its heart in the right place. But then of course there's this muddle or this cloud because of the flood control. I hope it's fixed. I hope people go to jail and stay in jail, no? Because I just don't like going them to jail and then suddenly 1 year later on they're released or their cases are thrown away. And then we need to work together, especially at the LGU, at the local levels, so that there's more ease of doing business, because that's a constant bottleneck and complaints. No? And then, of course, we collaborate with the regulators. There are some regulators like the SEC and the PSE who've been so open. So we love working with them. Capital markets is easy, but then it's really the sentiment in the Philippines that's been the challenge. Eh. It's not the companies. Eh. And then, of course, with the ASEAN there, we have a big potential. So with that, I think that is my last slide, and I just look forward to joining the discussion panel. But again, respect the women and love your mothers. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you all for some interesting presentations. Now comes the maybe the hard part. I have a number of questions for all of you, but our time is limited, so I'm gonna skip around a bit. Undersecretary, I'm going to start with you first. One thing that I'm curious about, and you didn't bring it up too much, is in the news recently in the context of the ASEAN chairship and ASEAN integration in general. We've heard some about efforts to integrate Philippine enterprises more into the RCEP and to make better use of the ASEAN FTA. So what kind of specific initiatives might the government be pursuing to kind of help Philippine enterprises, take advantage of these, opportunities?
Well, thank you for that question. Well, number one in the list of priorities actually is to strengthen our trade and investment linkages. And for us to strengthen the linkages for trade and investments, one potent, and I would say the best platform, is to come up with a stable and predictable trade arrangement, and that is through free trade agreements. Now, in the case of ASEAN, we have a lot of regional trade agreements. More than the usual ASEAN free trade agreements that we have on goods, services, and investment, we have what we call the ASEAN +1, ASEAN +3, ASEAN +5. So that's why, just to give you a snapshot, we have a regional agreement with Australia and New Zealand. We have a regional trade agreement with China, regional trade agreement with Japan, South Korea, India, Hong Kong. And also, we have this largest free trade area, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which presents huge opportunities, not only for big businesses, but also micro, small, and medium enterprises. Allow me to explain this further. If you will take into account all these trade agreements, you could just imagine that ASEAN provides preferential market access for our exporters and our investors. You can just imagine that's around 1/3 of the global trade. And when you're talking about manufacturing output, you're basically talking about 50% of the global output coming from the region, including the ASEAN +1 partners. And these are the things that I think every MSME and investor should know. The only challenge is, of course, how to make use and utilize these FTAs. And I think it was mentioned earlier, because these trade agreements are just on paper. Unless and until you utilize the same, you cannot generate the value of it. So that's one. Of course, the RCEP is now in the process of expanding its membership. We are done with the accession procedure, so we are hoping that the same will also materialize in the near future. But another important deliverable that we would like to achieve in this chairship is the signing of what we call the Digital Economy Framework Agreement. So the Digital Economy Framework Agreement basically set the rules and principles on conducting trade and also transactions online. So that basically provides stability also and predictability for those who are into the services sector in particular like IT, BPM, wherein Philippines is very strong at. So that is a big milestone. And of course, another agreement that we are looking forward into is the conclusion of the ASEAN-Canada FTA. So if you will look at it, you will see really that all the economic activities, the market, and I would say even the R&D, the innovation, creativity are gravitating towards the region. And I think this is one good opportunity that every ASEAN member state should seize.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you in a few minutes, but you had one slide in your presentation that caught me by surprise. You were talking about the increase in the number of people that have deposit accounts, and we've done very well over the past few years. However, what I noticed on that slide was whereas the Philippines is picked up by, I think it was about 16%, in the same period of time, Vietnam went from 30 to 70. So what did they do? And is there anything that you could take from that to boost it even further here?
Well, if you see the trend, the more developed a country is, the higher is the level of inclusion. Actually, the main challenge in the Philippines why inclusion is still a problem, it's an income problem. And some economists might argue that we first need to address that income problem and inclusion will follow. Now, in the case of Vietnam, we're also very interested because I think, of course, Vietnam has a different context than the Philippines, where in the Philippines is more a market-driven approach, but it's also highly driven by digitalization. So digitalization, supposedly it's not a problem in the Philippines because we've been the tech capital of the world, social media capital of the world. I think the challenge is on trust, especially with the rising concerns on fraud and scams with the increasing digital financial services. So aside from income, trust, and then of course, since we are archipelagic, in the remote areas, you still have that connectivity problem. And then another issue would be the fees, because some are saying that especially the lower income population, they're not using digital financial services because cash is more affordable for them because there are fees in digital payment. So it's really a range of factors for affecting inclusion in the Philippines.
You mentioned trust, and that I think is a big concern, and is going to get bigger, with as AI becomes better. And that also goes along with the connectivity. What we're doing now is the kind of connectivity which also happens to be the most at risk for security. So how are you working with like the DICT to address online security, particularly for financial accounts, which is that's the most sensitive thing you can have. But still getting the connectivity to people.
Yes, so on the inclusion side, our partnership now with the ICT is focused on expanding connectivity, especially in remote areas. That's why we're tapping satellite technology. Now, on the issue of cybersecurity, that's the reason why we passed the Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act, or AFASA. And the motivation there is to prevent frauds, scams, social engineering schemes, and even money muling.
Okay, but that bill, that's a criminal a criminal penalty bill. And the thing that I noticed is that the free Wi-Fi, and every place you go, every app you use tells you if you're using a free public network, do not put your sensitive information on here. So, yeah, the Anti-Financial Scamming Act is fine, but that comes into play once the ship has already sailed. And I'm sure it will deter some, but it's not going to deter everything. So, is there a certain, and I'm hoping your answer to this question is yes, is there a certain focus that's going to continue on keeping up, with the cybersecurity as it pertains to, financial accounts.
Yes. So cybersecurity and consumer protection is a shared responsibility among BSP as the regulator, the financial institutions, and the financial consumers themselves. On the part of the regulator, we have issued the relevant regulations on IT risk management, on security management. And then, of course, the banks, they need to comply with those regulations, not just for regulatory compliance, but because it's for their consumers. And of course, we're also been reminding the consumers that you should also practice cyber hygiene. So it's a really a whole of society approach in addressing that frauds and scams in cybersecurity.
Okay. All right, Marna, I want to ask you something. You did mention, and it's true, and I think it's something that people have known for years, is that even though there are still gaps, the Philippines has generally been regarded as a leader in, gender equality and integration. But what can the country still learn, from other, our regional neighbors or other people in the world, to make that even better?
Well, one thing is that the support of the government when it's come to the Philippine Commission of Women is much lesser compared to other country. In fact, Vietnam, and other country, Cambodia, and even Malaysia, learned from us. We were very strong before, but they are given funds by the government in a big amount. So I remember when Vietnam opened up, they were already given $100 million to put up a building for women, while we are up to now, we're still in a small place. And the funds normally just cater to the salaries and a little improvement, and we need to get funds from other countries, like proposing a project, and that we have to keep on asking from other countries. So that is really something that slow down the strength. Imagine before, when I was the chair of the commission, we were number 10, top 10. Now we are in the 20th.
Okay, well, maybe that's something you could ask our friends from World Bank and ADB to help with. I know that they are both very active, in gender concerns. And while we're on the topic of gender, Ed, I thought it was very nice of you to point out the positive impact of mothers, and I certainly have a wonderful one. But let's not sleep on the single dads, huh? Yeah, we do our best. But maybe I can say I learned it from my mother. So I was a little bit confused though with the part you were talking about in the beginning, with the real and apparent GDP figures. Was that what the differences that you were talking about? Was that like a year-on-year basis or like a quarter-to-quarter?
It was quarter to quarter. It was a slide that Governor Eli presented in the MAP. So 5 points, the original or the announced NEDA GDP numbers for third quarter, I think last year was 5.7, and then it went down to 4.4 fourth quarter. And then BSP normalized it because of flood control. Then it went down to 5.4 to 4.7. So quarter to quarter. I can send you a picture of that slide.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That was
refreshing.
That I was trying to work out. But isn't the 4.4% or 4.7? That's a year-on-year growth rate. So that's still
it's still bad.
a concern.
Yeah. I agree. It's still bad. It's still much below what we were hoping for, right? And the fact that from a seasonal perspective, you expect Christmas to be the strongest, and yet it went down from the previous quarter, right? And then I guess what I did is I talked to a lot of our customers. For example, especially for the non-durables, the ones who are making clothes, for example, or maybe even toys. Maybe Mirna can share experience. Sales were not as strong for shoes, but then it's a good thing for food. At least my food customers were continue to exhibit growth. So I guess it also shows why, for example, why some of the malls have pivoted. If you notice, before malls were maybe 50-50 of durables and food. But if you see the mix now of the tenants, right? A lot of the tenants are more food. They're shifting it towards the food because that's we're seeing where the spendings are. So in a way, it's adjusting, but it's harder now for the non-food SMEs to do business, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's maybe you could shed some light on that. Although I know it's not your primary area, but generally, businesses will build up their inventories and their production during the third quarter in anticipation of the Christmas season. So third quarter usually is pretty good, and then fourth quarter you'd expect to be higher. So was there a real drop off? For like across the board for business, are there a lot of leftover inventories?
Correct. Yeah, effectively, right?
What's
Because
the problem?
we have before the BSP sees the numbers, the banks already see the information because the importers open LCs with us, so we will know. And then maybe Mr. Rafael of Airspeed also is another good indicator because they will course the shipments through them. We know before the government knows it because we know if it's strong or not. But then on one hand, we saw that there were still importations. That's why I was still optimistic. And then why were the numbers so disappointing? So you're right. It means that they had stocked up, they put in inventory, and then the sales did not happen. Right? So what does that mean? It probably means that the consumers also, because had second thoughts, they decided to keep the money that they were supposed to spend because they were afraid of the scandals and what was happening. They were afraid that the economy would get worse. So rather than have a bigger, sumptuous gathering or more expensive gifts, they decided to downscale a bit. So that's what I think what happened.
Okay. Yusek, you highlighted the free trade agreement talks that are going on with Canada, both for the Philippines and with the ASEAN. I'm curious, how does a Philippine-Canada FTA and an ASEAN-Canada FTA, how do you avoid those two things clashing? I mean, what do you have to do to, so you're not, because we're the ASEAN, so we'd be covered by two things. So how do you coordinate that?
Well, not because we have the ASEAN-Canada FTA means that a bilateral FTA with Canada would be redundancy. I mean, number one, it has different contexts. Number two, when it comes to the levels of ambition, that also varies. For example, if you go into bilateral FTAs, chances are is that your market access, meaning the tariff rates that will be eliminated or reduced, will be more expansive compared to a regional FTA. Because in ASEAN, for example, take note that we always negotiate on the basis of consensus, meaning you have to get first the concurrence of the other ASEAN member state. So we negotiate as a bloc. But again, that's quite challenging because the levels of development in ASEAN varies. So you have, for example, the Laos, Myanmar, now the Timor-Leste, and you have Singapore. So there is a lot of balancing that you have to do. But on the bilateral front, I mean, the negotiation is more straightforward. You know your respective offensive interests. And when it comes to making commitment, the one that decides basically is, of course, only the two of you. So that's one plus factor. One advantage also of a regional trade agreement or a free trade agreement with many parties is that you have a wider cumulation, which is very advantageous if you're into manufacturing, because you get to source your raw materials, intermediate goods from a lot of economies under a preferential arrangement and enjoy also preferential market to your trading partner. But in the case of bilateral FTA, your source of the preferential, what do you call this, the originating materials would be limited,
Right.
So that's one aspect. That's why you will note that if an economy or a country has a lot of free trade agreements, so that's an advantage as far as not just exporters are concerned, but also foreign investors. Because a foreign investor who will locate in your country will also have the benefit of accessing your free trade area. So that's the advantage. So in other words, these are complementary with each other. And as far as the exporter or the investor is concerned, you just have to be strategic. Which FTA will benefit you more in terms of exporting to a particular country? Because there's no one size fits all FTA. So it could be that, let's say, if you export, let's say in China, for example, or South Korea, maybe ASEAN-China will be the appropriate FTA. Or there are instances that certain products, it would be appropriate for you to use the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. So that the same situation will also apply in the case of Canada and ASEAN-Canada FTA.
I see. Okay, good. That's very good. Ed, you talked about the PPPs and how that is seriously underperforming, and I agree with you. We haven't heard much about that. So where's the big obstacle lie? Is it in government? Not being open-minded and putting projects out there for PPP, or is it on the business side, not proposing them?
Perhaps, Ben, this could be our last question.
Yeah, sorry. No, quick answer is that there's demand. The Conglos, the foreign investors are looking for projects to invest in. So we were very surprised that there are no projects being bidded out. When I last spoke to the PPP Center, they even go to me to sound out. I think it was the Quezon City Hospital in UP that they were sounding out if it's bankable. I even gave suggestions, but that was 2 years ago. Then I didn't hear anything from them. I've been attending conferences where I think it's nice that they even simplified the code and everything to streamline, but then in actual projects, nothing. So there was a very long book before, a big book of 90 or so projects.
Right.
I'm even hearing that a lot of them are stalled when Vince Dizon was moved because he's a good proponent. And then the projects in that department stalled also. So there's not enough supply coming out.
So the simple answer is that government needs to get off their duff and do something. Okay, I will leave it at that. Thank everybody for your presentations and for taking a few minutes to expand on some things. And let's enjoy lunch.
Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. A leading voice for micro, small, and medium enterprises, he is renowned as the founder of the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship, or Go Negosyo. He is also the chairman of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, or BAC, for 2026. So without further ado, please do welcome Mr. Jose Maria Joey Concepcion III.
This is more or less the hardest time to talk when everybody has to have lunch. But I'll make it quick. This year, as you all know, we are the host of the ASEAN, this 2026. It's not my first time to be the chair in ASEAN. Started with PGMA back then, and then with President Duterte, and now with President Marcos. Why is this very important for us, hosting the ASEAN this year? The reason is that, as you can see, there has been quite some turmoil in our Congress for quite some time. If you go around and talk to other ASEAN colleagues in Thailand, Malaysia, the first question they will always ask us is what is happening to the Philippines. So this comes at the wrong time. No? Our image somehow is affected because the Philippines was never known to be that corrupt. But then again, we have to move forward, and hopefully, under the leadership of President Marcos, things will have to be straightened up. Those guilty have to suffer the penalty, whether jail time or whatever. What's important is that we cannot make the same mistake again. Of course, this is not within the control of the private sector. For us, having a good image in ASEAN, especially chairing the ASEAN this year, is very important. If you have loans with a bank, like assuming a corporation that you own, and you don't handle the money lent to you properly, will that bank ever lend you again? Of course not. So we really have to straighten things out. I think many in Congress have realized the mistake they have done. It's not too late to repair our image. But moving forward, we really have to fight corruption in this country. And that is the biggest challenge we have. So today, whenever I meet fellow ASEAN members from other countries, the same question is asked all the time. So we have now that opportunity to change the way people think about our country. And this is the best time as we host the ASEAN. Basically, we have held our first council meeting during the turnover a couple weeks ago in Malacanang between Malaysia and the Philippines. It was Tony Fernandez who handed over the flag to me during that event. And that was a signal that now the Philippines, the private sector, will play a huge role. And this time, we are going to make it inclusive. In the past, especially during the time of President Duterte, the events were held in PACC, folk arts, basically all in that area for security purposes. And I'm sure it will happen again just to maintain the security of the leaders who will be coming. And we want as many leaders as we can bring to the Philippines. To me, that is the scorecard. That was the scorecard way back during President Duterte's time and even during PGM's time. Of course, during President Duterte's time, President Trump attended the Leaders Summit. I hope he will attend because that is a very important scorecard. If Trump doesn't attend the Philippines, then something is wrong. So, moving forward, the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, composed basically of myself, George Barcelon, and Michael Tan. And of course, we have now close to 60 employees just to help us prepare for this summit. Not only the ASEAN Business Investment Summit, but the Leaders Summit as well. The President has requested us that all the meetings will be held in different areas of the country. So we started with Batangas, Punta Fuego, a couple of weeks back. And all the delegates were awed at the Filipino hospitality, the beautiful beaches that we have in Batangas, and the great food that we served. And of course, in all these events, there is always a golf tournament. So the next stop is going to be in Puerto Galera. We want them to see how beautiful the islands of the Philippines is. And that will be the next council meeting. And from there, the next council meeting will be in Boracay. So that, we really want to show all of these delegates how beautiful our islands are. And moving forward, we'll bring them to Cebu when the leaders will be meeting also in Cebu, and we will show them Oslob. I don't know if some of you have been there. We want them to see the whale sharks. Why? Because it's so unique. I've not seen anything like that in the world where people are able to swim with whale sharks. So that is, our motive is meetings will be held in areas that will help develop the tourism in our country. So a lot of preparation is being done right now, especially on our side, the private sector. We're pleased that we are finally getting sponsors because this is a very expensive event to host. And many of the big corporations today have supported us, and hopefully it will lead to a very successful ASEAN event. So how will the rest participate? We are already anticipating number of people that may march on the streets. Why? Because they'll say, pangmayaman lang to. This is just for the rich, the wealthy, and the powerful businessmen. But that is not so. Because our goal is to make this country as inclusive. My goal is to make sure that this ASEAN event will be inclusive. And how will we do that? So we will launch Trabaho at Negosyo. Simultaneously, as we launch the ASEAN, Trabaho at Negosyo will be in all the malls. SM, Ayala, Gokongwei, all of them will participate. And how? It will be through jobs and negosyo. Basically those two. And why? How can we make this country more prosperous? How can we uplift the lives of our micro, small, and medium-sized entrepreneurs? There is no other way. Give them access to jobs and help them grow their business. This is what I've been doing the last 20 years, and this is very important. ASEAN, to many will say, this is pangmayaman lang to. So what we will also do in the malls, when we reach sometime the last week of October, which is the ASEAN Business Investment Summit, that's the finale event, we want to beam the event because these people will not be able to go to that sector in the Manila area, especially along the Okada, Soler, that area. That will be completely locked down from what I've experienced in the past. So people will say, oh, bakit sila lang? Wala kami. And that is why we will beam the events in all the malls, in LED, as they do and participate in Trabaho at Negosyo. That is the only way I see that how we can make this a very inclusive event. Getting them to watch, because in television they will not be able to see it, but hopefully once they go to the malls then they will be able to see it. So we want to make it inclusive. We don't want them to say, that's a waste of taxpayers' money and all of this. And it's something that we've done even today in all the malls. On the weekend, we have people, many of the mentors are here. Most of these women are mentors. And of course, they're a part of the ASEAN because women will play a huge role. And I think all of you guys have smoked a peace pipe, no? Wala nang away, which is good. So one solid women organization and one huge event for women. Most of our micro entrepreneurs are women. And that's why it's very important for us to really make it a inclusive event. It has to be inclusive and not exclusive. And that is when I think we mean our theme actually is prosperity for all. That was the theme way back during President Terry's time and even President PGMA's time. But it's so important to have what I call shared prosperity. Not for us just here in nice hotels and having a great lunch. These people they cannot just keep hoping. they have to see something happen. And it does. It is basically us in the private sector that can do that. And I'm glad that many in the women groups are really supportive. We also have the Youthpreneur, a young group. So, yes, it's going to be challenging, tiring, name it. But let's do it for a country, because I think under the leadership of President Marcos, and especially the First Lady, who has been so supportive of all our efforts, we have rolled out our programs all over the Philippines. All the gyms are being used for our mentoring, helping many of these MSMEs scale up. Many of our mentors go out on a weekend just to help these MSMEs. So the only way that we can solve poverty in this country is to make our economy inclusive. And that is our goal. Hopefully, we succeed in the ASEAN hosting, because the focus is really towards inclusivity. And with the support of many of you, especially our women group here, I expect this to be a great success. Way back during the 30th time, I was awarded the Padma Shri Award for delivering one of the best ASEAN hostings that we ever had. Today, I hope my award will be helping our MSMEs scale up, we need them to be part of this economy. They cannot be excluded, or else this country will never grow. Thank you.
Hi, this is Blanca Mercado, and you are watching the Manila Times streaming channel.
Hi everyone, I'm Jericho Linaw, COO of Lobian Realty Group. So we just finished our media briefing for this year, and I'm very happy that many of our friends and partners have joined us in spite of the weather. We're very happy to inform them and update them about the real estate market. I hope that they got a lot of learnings from us. And from here, we see that many opportunities are still to come for the entire year. So we're very excited for all these things to come.
Who's behind the airlines that connect new business partners and reunite generations of families? The wireless carriers and manufacturers that keep North America intertwined and entertained. And the city water utilities that turn on every refreshing splash, shower, and sip. Who's behind the retailers that sell products that fix millions of kitchen sinks, scraped knees, and teenage fashion emergencies? The banks that offer credit cards points that fuel new experiences. And the car manufacturers that innovate new ways for you to feel the wind in your hair. Who's behind the pharmaceutical trailblazers, developing new medical innovations? The shipping companies that deliver packages from Tucson to Toronto on time for the holiday season. And even the marathon makers who give millions a path to achieve their dreams. Who's behind them all? Tata Consultancy Services, helping businesses harness technology to make every day better.
SunSmart is an all-renewable energy company that focuses in bringing knowledge-based innovation to provide accessibility and fast-track timely delivery of last-mile clean energy, potable water, and AIoT system and solution for smart city development, making the company the first to viably prove that living off the grid is possible. We are beyond solar. We are SunSmart.
Bawat bagay ay may kani-kaniyang kwento. Mga pang-araw-araw na gamit, o gamit na bahagi ng mahalagang okasyon o selebrasyon. Mga bagay na kasama mula pagkabata hanggang sa paglaki. Mga bagay na dahil sa tibay, kwento ay binabalik-balikan. Here at Wilcon, we value your story. Each product is chosen to be a special part of your life's moments and milestones. From flooring to fixtures, top to bottom, room to room, each item breathing life into your vibrant story. Accessibility, premium quality, impeccable service. Wilcon makes your dreams within reach. Ganyan ang Wilcon. Bawat detalye ng iyong pangarap ay mahalaga. Do it with Wilcon at simulan ng kwento ng bawat tahanan.
Good evening. You're watching the season finale of the Chairman's Report. This program is brought to you by IBC 13 and the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, an agency under the Office of the President mandated to connect the Filipino diaspora with their home country. I'm Dante Klinkang II, chairperson of the CFO and your program host. Tonight's guest is a longtime overseas Filipino leader known for his work in community organizing and migrant welfare. Mr. Fidel Manzo Escurel has spent decades supporting Filipino communities abroad while maintaining a strong commitment to service. In 2015, he founded the Middle East and African Network of Filipino Diaspora, or MINFID, a non-profit and dynamic international networking association of Filipinos in the Middle East and Africa. The organization plays a pivotal role in bringing together Filipinos in the region, providing a community with shared experiences, advocacies, and hope for the Philippines. He's also one of the co-founders of the Foundation of Filipino Workers Worldwide, which provides medical, financial, and social assistance to overseas Filipinos and their families. For his exemplary service to the Filipino diaspora, Mr. Escurel has received numerous recognitions, including the 2016 Bagong Bayani Award for Community and Social Service and the 2016 Presidential Award for Filipino Individuals and Organizations Overseas, or PAFIO, under the Banaag category. Mr. Escurel is also a devout Christian featured in the 700 Club Asia for his inspiring testimony. For this, he was conferred the Huwarang OFW Award by the Christian Broadcasting Networks Asia. Through his work, he continues to demonstrate how migration, when coupled with compassion and leadership, can become a powerful force for community development and national progress. Mr. Fidel Escurel, if I can call you just Mr. Fidel.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the Chairman's Report. Magandang gabi po.
Thank you.
Sir, before anything else, because people are following the developments in the Middle East, I know you're now based in Manila, but your family is still in the Gulf region. Kamusta na po sila? How are they?
Okay naman sila, sir. They are well and professional, and they are working well sa their big companies sa Doha, Qatar.
Yes.
Yeah.
So your children are in Qatar?
My three children, yeah, nasa Qatar. My family itself, we are here.
Yes.
Yeah, sa Manila. So kasi malalaki na yung mga professional na eh. So doon sila pinanganak. Halos lahat sila doon pinanganak.
Right.
And yeah, nagtatrabaho doon.
So when you reach out to them, what is ordinary life like these days? Are they able to go out? Are they working from home, or just for the situation for your children?
Yeah, nung first day of the crisis talaga, nung surprise attacks ng talagang everybody there talaga nagpanic sila. Talagang they advised by their company na stay at home, pero tuloy-tuloy yung salary nila.
Sure.
Pero as of now, life's back to normal.
I see. So the government spent a lot of effort and resources to repatriate a number of Filipinos in the region. But we hear people, many of them want to stay. You know, you're from there. Try to maybe reconcile that for us. Why do people insist on staying when there are situations like this?
Basically talaga, yung mga nasa good companies, they are not willing to repatriate or bumalik sa bansa.
Kumbaga hindi sila nanganganib talaga.
Hindi talaga. Kasi alam nila mangyayari once sila umuwi ng Pilipinas, talagang alam nila na mahirap.
Disruption din po sa career, sa trabaho nila. Yeah.
Based sa experience ko nung ako nasa Doha, Qatar,
yes, sir.
In fact, na-experience ko yung mga pangyayari doon since 1995 nung nagkaroon ng local conflict doon noon between the Emir and the Sun. Talagang nagkaroon ng takeover, nagkaroon ng mga military vehicles.
Civil unrest talaga, yeah.
Yeah, and then bumabalik din sa normal.
I see.
Bumabalik din sa normal kasi very well disciplined talaga ang people of Qatar talaga.
And you've been there in the region 30 years, so you've also seen yung una pang nababalaya, yung Persian Gulf, Desert Storm, Desert Shield.
Yes.
Well, that had to do with the invasion ng Iraq at ng Kuwait, di ba po na? What can we learn from that experience po ba? And if you're looking back at that, and how should the Philippine government move in those kinds of situation po? Paano po ba, did we learn, or meron po bang dapat na gawin pang iba?
Ang kagandahan naman natin sa mga embahada natin dun sa bansang yon, halimbawa sa Doha, Qatar, they're all prepared talaga. Oo. Beforehand, talaga nagkakaroon na sila ng community. Nagkakaroon na sila mga planning, mga ganon. Yung experience ko noong 1995, nung nagkaroon ng gera talaga, syempre shock ka dahil nakikita mo yung mga military equipments, talagang bakit mayroong ganon? So, on the streets, talagang heavy equipments na mga pang-war na talaga. So, but the Philippine Embassy, they're all prepared talaga sa mga ganon. So,
they were active, kinakamusta kayo?
Oo, kinakamusta kami. Lalo kami mga leaders, kami yung unang-una nilang kino-coordinate. Kasi kami naman ngayon, katulad ng mga pangyayari doon sa ibang kagirahan sa ibang bansa, nagkakaroon din kami ng advanced planning. So, in fact, nung nauso na yung mga goggles na yun, yung mga Google Map locator, libre naman ng application yun, nalalaman namin kung saan ang location ng mga kung saan located ang mga Pilipinos sa na yun. So, if in case na magkaroon ng evacuation or whatever, alam namin kung saan sila pupuntahan. Oo, nagkakaroon kami ng mga focal points sa mga lugar na yun. So, ang lesson learned talaga namin doon, talagang huwag ka mag-panic. Huwag mag-panic. Kasi sa hirap din ng buhay dito sa ating bansa, sorry to say that, pero nandun kasi ang opportunity talaga. Nandun talaga. Gumagawa naman ang local government na mapapaayos talaga ang lahat. So maganda rin ang situation doon as of now na.
Right. So right now, your children tell you that life is back to normal.
Yeah, we are okay, Dad. Don't worry. Sinasabi yun. So, every day, they go out, go to the malls, kumakain sa labas. Walang restrictions. Yung first day or first week of that situation, talagang everybody nagpanic talaga. In fact, hindi lang yung kundi nagkaroon ng panic buying din. So sa mga groceries, pila-pila ka dyan sa pag-grocery mo. Pero everything back to normal. Yeah.
So again, going back lang to your experience, so when you see those things happening on the news, it seems much worse po talaga compared to the reality on the ground. Yung po sinasabi niyo, di ba? Parang, kumbaga, pagdating naman doon sa sitwasyon, at least for your children, nalalampasan naman yung pagsubok. So, how do we assess those things? Kasi pag nakita dito from Manila, parang I'm sure like as a father, nag-aalala ka, no? But in terms of parang paano ba kikilos yung government, meron ba dapat iba pang gawin? No?
Kasi nung base sa experience ko, kung mag-stick ka doon sa pangyayari na sa panonood mo sa television o sa social media, matatakot ka. Pero in realidad, hindi ganun eh. Na sa news talagang grabe. Ito na, bombahan na, nakikita mo yung mga airstrike ngayon kasi iba ng technology ngayon eh. Kumpara noon, ground to ground. Ngayon, iba na, talagang by air na. Ganun. So nakikita mo, talagang umuulan yung mga missiles. Pero doon sa situation doon, parang isolated lang yung lugar.
Right.
Kung saan lang yun, halimbawa,
military
sa mga
area
military area lang. Kung halimbawa, kung nandito tayo sa Metro Manila, ang nangyari yun siguro sa Mindanao. So malayo. Kumbaga,
I see.
Ganun ang nangyayari doon.
I see. And then, in your discussions with your children and your friends in the region, are they optimistic or medyo cautious pa sila? Ano ba ang outlook nila?
Kasi may network ako doon eh.
Opo.
Yung main feed, yung Qatar main feed doon, kino-coordinate ko na kagad anong mga situation dyan.
Yes.
Oo. So, syempre, everything should be coordinated with the Philippine Embassy kung ano yung plano talaga. O kung magkakaroon na ba ng mandatory repatriation, mga ganon. So, ayon sa feedback nila, parang as it lang, normal lang, kalma lang, parang ganon. Not to panic, mga ganon.
Okay.
So, yun ang nagiging situation na iba ang realidad doon sa mismo sa lugar hindi doon sa TV na talagang grabe.
Right. So, the outlook right now is not to brace for the worst, but just live life as normal. Is that how you read it? Tama
Yeah,
po?
that's right. Live as normal. Ganun ng sa Qatar ngayon.
Oh, that's reassuring news for...
Kasi ang government man natin, katulad ng Department of Migrant
Nakatutok
Workers,
talaga.
nakatutok sila. Talagang kilala ko sila eh. Tsaka every time nandun din ako sa department noon, pinapatawag kami ni Sec Hans Kagak, nagkakaroon kami ng mga meeting doon.
Hindi na po yata natutulog si Sec Hans at si Admin PY. Napakasipag po ng mga tao.
So, lalo na si Sec Hans talaga. Grabe.
So, yeah, that's reassuring for all of the Filipinos with family in the Gulf region. Please stay with us. You're watching the Chairman's Report. We'll be right back.
Kay ganda ng umaga, basta't may kapeng masarap. Matapos ang maghapong trabaho, deserve mong magpasarap. Mula sa unang higop hanggang sa huling patak, tanggal ang pagod. Bakit titipirin ng sarili? Dito ka na sa angat ang lasa. Cafe Gusto. Made from imported premium coffee beans and blended to perfection. To give you the full-bodied coffee flavor you know you deserve. Kaya ako, bigay todo ang hilig. New Cafe Gusto. Angat ang lasa, kapeng-kape talaga. Chika chika. Chika chika. Chika chika. Chika chika.
The Chica Chica sandwich of taters. Twice the chicken, twice the fun. Chica Chica.
Welcome back to the Chairman's Report. I'm Dante Klinkang. We're talking to Mr. Fidel Escurel. Sir, let me take a step back. Maybe you can tell us about MeanFed. Paano po ba nabuo? What drove you to put it together? I understand this was during the term of my predecessor, Sec Meli Nicolas.
Yes.
Tama po ba?
Tama po.
So, give us the rest of the story.
Okay. That was year 2014.
Okay.
We are very active Filipino community activities doon. And
This was Qatar already?
This is Qatar.
Okay.
And then dumating ang department nyo, yung CFO. Nagkaroon kayo ng ugnayan sa gitnang silangan.
Yeah.
Isa ko sa naging produkto ng yung tour niyo doon, yung mission nyo, kasama yung founder ng INFID sa Europe, si Mr. Jean Alcantara, if I mention that his name. At nag-meet kami doon, nagpulong kami, doon nabuo ang MenFeed. Dati, hindi kasama ang Africa. Bali, MenFeed or Middle East Network Filipino Diaspora. Wala pang letter A. So ngayon, with letter A na, with Africa.
North Africa.
Oh, so, nung nabuo yun, naging challenge sa akin yun kung paano ko makonek yung mga lahat ng bansa ng Middle East, at least yung mga ano na yun, tsaka yung Africa countries. So nang nagkaroon kami officially ng third Global Summit 2015 dito sa Manila Hotel, lahat kami ng mga leaders ng diaspora sa US, sa Europe, sa Middle East ay nagkita-kita kami dito lahat. At doon, talagang officially na ako naging chairman doon ng MenFeed doon. So, nabuo ko ang Jordan, United Arab Emirates, ang Qatar of course, Lebanon, Syria, sa Africa, yung Libya, Cairo dapat yung Egypt, napasama dapat namin doon, Bahrain. So, nabuo ko yun. Talagang sa tulong din ng CFO, through diplomatic arrangement, pumunta ko ng Jordan. So, ang CFO, ako nang mamasahe lahat yun. Ang CFO ay just to coordinate with the Philippine Embassy doon sa Jordan. So, for courtesy, whatever. So, na-meet ko yung lahat ng Filipino community sa Jordan. And nabuo ko doon ang Jordan na MenFeed. dahil doon sa Jordan na yun, 30 minutes drive lang o malapit lang yung bansang Israel,
Yes.
nakunik ko rin yun. Hanggang sa nabuo ko rin ang Israel main feed doon. So, very active sila. Lalo na doon sa Africa, sa Libya, hanggang ngayon. Hanggang ngayon. Sa Jordan, sa Israel.
Kaya pala may 2 Philippine school sa Libya, Tripoli and Benghazi.
Yes, so, lalo sa Qatar, talagang very active kami. So, ang pinaka-aim talaga namin, magiging bridge kami sa Filipino community kung paano sila ma-literate sa pagdating sa financial. Dahil it's just an opportunity na habang ka na sa ibang bansa o nagtatrabaho, iba ang sweldo mo. Yes, save money. Kasi hindi katulad noon, nung wala pa kami sa mga organization na ganito, typical na OFW kami pag umuwi ng Pilipinas, parang one day millionaire ka eh. Walang patutuhan yung yung pera mo. Pinaghirapan namin. So, through the program ng CFO, ng Polo OWA pa noon, ngayon DMW na. So, doon namin nalaman yung mga financial literacy, kung paano mag-invest. In fact, ito yung naging bunga na rin. Naka-invest ako sa mga condominium units, mga ganon.
And now you have a hotel in Boracay.
Ganon, brother ko yung bayari na ngayon. Tapos, siyempre, natulungan ko. Marami na ako natulungan sa ano na yun. Dahil kumikita ka na rin eh.
Yes.
So, nabuo ang Menfit sa Middle East. At marami kami, halos lahat kami, ay naging successful na. Kasi ang pinaka-aim talaga namin din, you have to be productive citizen. Pagdating mo sa Pilipinas dito, hindi ka yung babalik ng isang ordinaryong Pilipino na hihingi ka ulit sa gobyerno ng trabaho, gano'n. Pagkos ikaw na mismo magbibigay ng trabaho sa kapwa mong Pilipino. That is the aim of diaspora. Kasi kung pag-usapan natin ang diaspora, ang pinakamodelo natin na successful diaspora ay yung mga Jewish diaspora o Israel diaspora. Maraming mga diaspora, Indian diaspora, Israel diaspora. Ang Israel ang pinakamodelo ko sa lahat talaga. Noong panahon na persecute ang mga Israelis, kasi ang diaspora in other meaning is scattered. Nag-scattered tayo. Ang mga Israeli nag-scattered sa buong mundo. Pero ang pinaka-aim nila, bumalik sa bansang Israel. Ang ginawa nila, naging business-minded sila halos lahat. Sa pagbibusiness nila, lumago sila ng lumago hanggang sa bumalik sila sa bansang Israel. Pero tingnan mo ngayon ang bansang Israel. Isang developed country at very powerful country. Yan din ang aking aim sa ating Pilipino diaspora. Bakit tayo nag-diaspora? Pag sinabi kayo diaspora kasi scattered eh. Bakit tayo nag-scattered ng mga Pilipino? Dahil ng mga early 70s o even 60s, nagsisimula na tayo na nagmamigrate. Pero ang OFW ay parang nauso ito ng mga 70s nung after ng declaration ng martial law. So, nag-umpisa tayo mag-scattered, nag-diaspora tayo. Yung skill natin ay in-export na natin. Halimbawa, engineer ako, instead na Pilipinas ang mga makikinabang, in-export ko sa bansang Qatar para makapagtrabaho doon dahil iba ang swelduhan doon. Ngayon, ang gusto kong mangyari, ang Filipinos diaspora ay magiging katulad ng Jewish diaspora. Na tayo mga Filipino diaspora, mag-invest ka, magtrabaho ka, mag-save ka ng pera. Pagdating mo sa Pilipinas, magbuo ka ng isang negosyo, makapag-employed ka lang ng 3 o 5 empleyado, that's very good enough.
That's already a contribution.
Yes, iyan ang contribution sa government. Imagine kung meron tayong 10 millions diaspora or OFW, may empleyado kang 3 o 5 empleyado. Imagine that, 50 million yon ang matutulungan mo. Sa isang empleyado, may asawa ka at minimum 1 o 2 anak ka. So, ibig sabihin sa isang empleyado mo, halimbawa ako ngayon, may 15 employees ako ngayon sa company ko. So, bawat empleyado ko, times 3. Asawa plus yung anak. Imagine that kung gaano ka-broad ang mangyayari dyan. That is the aim of my talaga sa Filipino diaspora.
Multiplier.
Yes. kailangan maging productive citizen tayo. Kasi pag nagsimula tayo sa isang negosyo, maliit hanggang sa palaki na palaki yan. Siyempre, ang mga Pilipino, karamihan kasi sa kanila, parang gusto nilang instant eh. Instant millionaire.
Yes, oo.
Wala naman instant millionaire. Pero meron instant noodle siguro. Within 2 minutes, you can cook and you can eat. That is instant, Pero to achieve your goal, ay kailangan paghanda mo talaga habang ka nasa abroad. Bilang isang Filipino diaspora, o Filipino nag-scattered ka, pagbalik mo rito sa bansang to, paghandaan mo talaga. Dito ang labanan ng buhay sa Pilipinas, hindi doon sa abroad. Hindi doon.
So sir, pardon my ignorance, I've heard about NFID, sa European counterpart na nauna sa MINFID. I've heard of NAFA. How's MINFID po ngayon? Are you able to sustain or like you, marami po bang naging original member siya? Bumalik na rin dito po sa atin. How is the organization and maybe how can CFO help that group or that network become active and continue the work that you started?
Actually, nung 2016, medyo nag-post tayo doon eh. Siyempre, nagbago, admin, ganun. So, yung focusing dun sa diaspora,
medyo nawala.
Medyo tumahimik muna.
Okay.
Tumahimik
dito na po ulit tayo.
Dito na tayo.
Anong gagawin natin?
Yun, ang gagawin natin, ituloy yung dati.
Yes, sige po.
Ituloy natin yung objectives sa mga Pilipino sa diaspora na sa ibang bansa. Talagang pagtuunan natin ang savings.
Financial
literacy.
How to invest, how to save.
And straightforward. Hindi yung isang programa ng isang agency na katakot-takot na mga seminars, tapos halimbawa, ang audience mo, domestic helper. How he or she can survive that kind of requirements na napakaraming requirements. Pagkatapos ng seminar,
dapat tailored sa audience yung
hindi yung katakot-takot
knowledge na bibigay mo na.
Exactly. Hindi yung can you submit your feasibility study kung anong business mo? Domestic helper, anong kinalalaman nila doon? Give them
the appropriate
straightforward. Anong gusto mo negosyo? Shawarma business? Restaurant? Give them na formula kagad.
Magpundar lang, mag-ipon lang.
Yes. So, kailangan...
Huwag gastusin lahat pag umuwi sa Pilipinas.
Kung minsan nga sa mall, makikita mo sa ibang bansa katulad sa Qatar. Doon sa mga phone store, naiiba yung mga ibang lahi, napapating sa mga Pilipinong wow.
Mas magarbo pa.
Mas makarbong bumili ng pinaka-highest latest na mga iPhone. Samantalang nagtatrabaho lang sa mga ganito, mga ganyan. So, ganun kasi ang mentality din na gusto nila uso sila sa technology. Pero hindi nila nakikita doon dapat
yung future.
Instead na iPhone, dapat ipon.
Sir, I like that thought and pagtulungan po natin yan. In the meantime, please stay with us. You're watching the Chairman's Report. We'll be right back.
Kay ganda ng umaga, basta't may kapeng masarap. Matapos ang maghapong trabaho, deserve mong magpasarap. Mula sa unang higop hanggang sa huling patak, tanggal ang pagod. Bakit titipirin ng sarili? Dito ka na sa angat ang lasa. Cafe Gusto. Made from imported premium coffee beans and blended to perfection. To give you the full-bodied coffee flavor you know you deserve. Kaya ako, bigay todo ang hilig. New Cafe Gusto. Angat ang lasa, kapeng-kape talaga.
Chika-chika. 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 The Chika Chika sandwich of taters. Twice the chicken, twice the fun. Chika Chika.
We're back with the Chairman's Report. I'm Dan Declingan. We're talking to Mr. Fidel Esquivel of MINFID. Sir, we're talking about the need for financial literacy, the need for our Filipinos to invest properly, to save. You've done very well, and congratulations. But I guess ang gusto ko matumbok lang is, ano pong mapapayo natin sa iba? Because you obviously work hard for your future. What can people learn from your, ano mo mabibigyan yung advice? You're into passive income investment here. How does one get into that? Paano ba mabibigyan yung payo sa iba?
Well, unang-una, you have to set the formula.
Okay.
Okay. Kahit i-google mo yan, may formula, yung tinatawag na mga 80-20.
Okay.
Meaning, ito'y ugnayan sa pagsasave ng pera.
Pareto principle.
Oo. So, 80% ng iyong sweldo, gastusin mo na.
Okay. Magtira ka ng
20. Oo,
Okay.
magtira ka ng 20.
Okay.
Parang ano yan philosophy ng isang inchik, ng isang gripo na tumutulo, na hindi niya maisara, meron isang tubig na pumapatak-patak. Isahon mo doon ang empty glass na baso. Pagdating ng ilang araw o linggo, balikan mo yung baso na yun, ano nang mangyayari? Mapupuno yung baso.
Yeah.
Ganon ang dapat na ang mentality ng isang Pilipino na meron siyang, kasi ako, nag-umpisa ako talagang bago ako
you're an engineer.
Financial, yeah.
For people sa lang, no, you're an engineer.
Kung makikinig ka lang sa programa ng financial literacy na wala ka naman ng ipon, bali wala rin.
Okay.
So the first step is you have to save money.
Okay.
And then
At least 20%.
At least 20%. So pag lumaki yan, doon ka na magkakaroon ng pag-iisip na paano pa lalago to.
Yes.
Sa pamagitan ng programa ng financial literacy, doon ka tuturuan. Okay? So doon ka tuturuan ng pagsasave ng money. Pero the best set talaga, ang kalaban mo talaga ang save money. Iyan ang sakit ng isang OFW. Hindi nila
walang naitatabi.
Walang naitatabi. Kasi talagang wala silang talagang sacrifice. Kasi you have to sacrifice yourself. Kasi ang kalaban mo, sarili mo talaga eh. Yeah. Oo. So, sasabihin nila, sige, next month na lang ako magtatabi. Ganun. So, hanggang and so on. Hanggang wala na.
Susunod na payroll na.
So,
it doesn't work.
Oo. Talagang totoo yung kasabihan na magigpit ka ng sinturon.
Okay.
Oo. Kung halimbawa na
live below your means.
Yes. Huwag kang magpasikat doon sa mga kapwa mong OFW na meron silang kagamitan ng ganito. So what? Okay. But at least in a month, meron ka na ipapadala doon sa savings mo.
Yeah.
Ngayon, pag uwi mo ng Pilipinas, doon mo maiisip ngayon kung paano mo gagawin yun. Yes. So, doon ako umpisa. Kahit ako, doon din ako. Noong first 4 years kong bilang isang OFW, typical OFW ako, pagdating ko sa bansang ito, nandun ang medyo, eagerness ko, show up, showing. Wala akong naiipon. Kasi puro palibre ako eh. May naumuutang sa akin, sige, okay lang, may pera ako. Pero, a week before nagbabalik ka sa pinagtatrabawan mo, medyo said ka na. Iyon ang masakit eh. Oo. Pagdating mo doon, kain ka na naman. So parang circle, walang patutunguhan eh. Di ba? Ganon. So, pag meron kang disiplina, makatulog ko lang ng isang gabi na wala kang ginastos, is a big successful sa buhay mo yon. Oo. Itulog mo na lang yan. Kumbaga, marami mga technique kasi. Halimbawa, yung mga invitation. Mga ninong-ninang sa example, mga wedding, hindi mo
matanggihan.
Hindi ka mamatanggihan yun. You have to give something.
Okay.
So, yan, mga accessories yan. Pwede mo naman iwasan yan eh. Hindi ka
pwede mong gawing rational yung
gano'n. Huwag yung payabangan. Gano'n. So, isa sa mga self-discipline talaga. Pinaka-formula.
The point I was trying to make kanina, you're an engineer. Is that something applicable if you're also, let's say, a household helper na mas mababang income? Lahat ba dapat 20% lang yan sa tingin?
No matter how anong profession mo.
You're by the way, more strict yung, I don't know if you've heard of the book, The Richest Man in Babylon.
Yes.
Sa kanila, ang recommendation at 10%. Sa inyo, mas doble. 20%.
Oo.
Bakit 20 na?
Kasi, yun lang talagang affordable na pwede mong i-sacrifice na huwag mong galawin.
Kahit mababang income.
Kahit mababa. O, sa 1,800, ano mo na.
Yun ang
200, save
yun
mo
ang paikutin mo na.
Rewards mo na sa sarili mo yun.
Yes.
Rewards mo
Pero
yun.
magtabi ka ng 20%.
Magtabi ka ng 20%. Ang nangyayari kasi, yung pag tinabi mo, hugutin mo na ulit kasi wala ka disiplina eh.
Yes.
Pero kung ang pinaka-formula dyan, halimbawa kung nasa abroad ka, huwag mong ipunin doon sa bansang yon. Ipadala mo na sa Pilipinas, it's considered wala na.
Okay.
Nandun na sa bangko sa Pilipinas eh. So, wala kang magagawa, hindi mo mahugot.
Hindi mo na maano kung
Oo, doon mo ipadala mo na doon sa
mawala
account
yung
mo.
temptation.
Correct. Yung temptation, napaka-ano na yan. So, lalaki. Talagang may positive output talaga kung ikaw magsasacrifice doon sa mga ginagawa mo.
Sure. The next question siguro is, saan po ilalagay? Where do you invest? Kasi po, right now, there are people who are, dami pong scams, di ba?
Yes.
Dami daw mag-invest dito, yaman ka kagad, baka kung ano-anong aalok. From your experience, what can you advise people on how they should use their savings and how they invest their savings?
May mga formula yan. May mga... Kasi naging financial advisor ako ng Sun Life Philippines.
Okay.
Natutunan ko yung mga investments, mga Jollibees, mga ganon. So, maganda yun. Maganda rin yun. Pero, hindi mo gaano nakikita kasi para naka-fixed term ang doon. Whereas, kung mas maganda talaga na kung magninegosyo ka, dapat on-hand ka. Ikaw mismo magpaandar doon. Kasi kung ipagtitiwala mo doon sa kamag-anak mo, sa kapatid mo, 100%. Delikado. Wala talagang mangyayari. So, kailangan talaga, it's your hard-earned money. Ang halagahan mo yan. Sa iyo yan. Huwag mo ipagkatiwala sa iba. Pag yan ay medyo malaki-laki na konti, halimbawa, umabot ng 20,000, let's say, example, hindi imposible yun. So 20,000, pwede ka na makapag-start ng shawarma business.
Okay, mga franchise.
Huwag ng franchise.
Talagang yung
ikaw na
sarili mo startup.
Yes.
Okay.
So, ang shawarma, ang formula dyan, kailangan times 4. 3 times ang kita mo dyan.
Okay.
Kita mo dyan. So, sa coffee business, ganun din. Kala mo sa coffee business, parang ganyan lang yan. Pero hindi nyo alam. Ang laki ng kita sa coffee.
Okay.
Kasi ang cost ng isang coffee, kasama yung cup, kasama mga ingredients, sabihin mo mga 30 to 40 pesos. Pero ang isang cup, mabibenta mo ng 90 to 100 or above.
Okay.
So malaki ang doon. So kailangan sa isang negosyo, katulad ng 1 kilong manok, okay? Hati mo yan sa 250 grams.
Okay.
Ang presyo noon, halimbawa, ang presyo ng isang mino, mabibenta mo na ng mga 250 pesos with only rice na yun.
Okay.
Pero doon sa another 3 na 250 grams, kita mo na yun.
Let me take a step back. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
But, kasi I want to go back to what you're saying na importante pag meron ka ng negosyo, mahirap ipaubaya sa iba. You have to be hands-on. That's something what you're... How do you do that? Because you're working in the Middle East and nandito yung negosyo. What from your experience, what worked best? That you're here every 6 months or every 3 months? Paano mo? Or you don't start it until you come back?
Yes.
Paano po ba?
I started when I come back.
I see.
Ang nangyari lang, nung ako nasa abroad, yung mga condominium units ko. Na pwede
this is your passive income.
Passive income. Na pwede yun, na mag-invest ka sa mga condominium units kasi during that time, yung pogo time, talagang grabe ang business ng real estate talaga. So, maganda ang business ng mga condominium units. So, kahit nasa abroad ka, communication lang, okay lang. Pero kung gusto mo mag-isang negosyo, ay kailangan mo nandito ka physically.
You bought condo tapos you rent it out?
Yes, I rent it out. I rent it out for that. So, may mga brokers naman, mga ganon, sinambala doon. I-inform ka lang, o kaya mismo yung building management, sila yung bahala magpapublish sa ibang tao.
Maybe devil's advocate lang po na. Because some other people were telling me that maybe yung paraan ng pag-invest sa mga condo or passive income like that, medyo na hindi naging tama. At what point should Filipinos abroad invest? Kasi nagiging challenge sa iba. Kasi po, di ba, hinuhulugan yun per month. At least pag pre-selling, di ba? Or pag kahit na may bank financing na, may monthly mortgage. Minsan, doon sila nagkakaproblema, mawala ng trabaho or like this, may crisis. Hindi na nahirapan sila ipagpatuloy yung pagbayad sa amortization. Dapat ba nakaipon na sila ng buong pambayad or dapat may naitabi na sila para for several months para kung sakali man mangyari sa trabaho nila, meron pa ring ipambabayad dun sa bangko. What's the best strategy in your experience?
Hindi maiwasan yan mga ganon Siyempre, bago ka pumasok sa isang, halimbawa, kumuha ka ng condominium units na hulugan ng within 3 years or 5 years, siguraduhin muna yung trabaho mo stable ka. Okay. So, malalaman mo naman yan na kung gaano ka kahalaga sa isang company.
I see.
Oo. Pero kung parang basta-basta ka na lang pumasok sa ganyan, ay mabibitak ka talaga sa ganung pangyayari. I'm sorry to talaga. Ang trabaho mo ganito, tapos kumuha ka ng ganung kalaking halaga ng mga ano na yun. So, ang pinaka-the best way dyan, pag alam mo ng ganun na situation, pasalong mo na kagad. Oo.
So, cut your losses.
Oo. You have to accept for that.
So, tama po ba, if I'm hearing you correctly, do your homework before you invest?
Yes. So, syempre, dahil nagpapakawala ka Nagpapakawala ka ng ano mo
So, don't just, dahil nakwento sa'yo, so do your homework, prepare for it.
Marami kasi dyan ng mga broker dyan sa pupunta pa sa ibang bansa para alokin ka ng market sa presentation nila. Napakaganda. Grabe.
Maganda naman talaga.
Oo, maganda rin.
But you have to do your homework.
Oo, you have to do your homework. Kung kaya mo ba, masustain mo yung within 3 to 5 years na kaya mong bayaran. Oo. Hindi naman bawal mag-ambisyon, pero kailangan itama mo rin kasi ikaw mahirapan pag So everything is kailangan well-planned talaga. Oo.
Well, we have to take another break. Please stay with us. You're watching the Chairman's Report. We're talking to Mr. Fidel Esquivel of Mingit.
Kay ganda ng umaga, basta't may kapeng masarap. Matapos ang maghapong trabaho, deserve mong magpasarap. Mula sa unang higop hanggang sa huling patak, tanggal ang pagod. Bakit titipirin ang sarili? Dito ka na sa angat ang lasa. Cafe Gusto. Made from imported premium coffee beans and blended to perfection. To give you the full-bodied coffee flavor you know you deserve. Kaya ako, bigay todo ang hilig. New Cafe Gusto. Angat ang lasa, kapeng-kape talaga.
Chika-chika. 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 The Chika-chika sandwich of taters. Twice the chicken, twice the fun. Chika-chika.
Welcome back to the Chairman's Report. I'm Dante Clintang. We're talking to Sir Fidel Esquivel. Sir, tell us about your journey. I'm fascinated. You spent 30 years in the Gulf region. Not all of it in Qatar, as I understand. You were also in Yemen. What made you go out? Because of opportunity, or just you were looking for adventure, or you were joining family, and then bakit po kayo bumalik?
Yeah, unang-una, talagang, kasi bata pa ako noon adventure talaga.
Adventure.
So, maganda. Naging adventure pa talaga. Hanggang sa na-realize ko, ba't walang nangyayari? Walang nangyayari. Balik na naman ako doon sa bansang pinagtatrabaho ko na back to zero. Hanggang hanggang sa, bakit hindi ko baguhin ang sistema ko? Dahil yung kinikita ko dito ay hindi ko kikitain sa Pilipinas. How much more kung ba ako ibabalik at magiging ordinaryong Pilipinong nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno o saan,
Masukan niya.
hindi kaya. O, kasi iba na naging lifestyle ko sa abroad eh. So doon nagsimula ang dream ko na mag-ipon. Pero paano? Parang ang hirap. Una, aminin ko, failure ako sa pag-ipon eh. Kasi
Hindi kayo nagtabi ng 20%.
Oo, talaga nahuhugot ko pa eh. Kasi nandun lang sa bulsa ko o sa ano
Yung sinasabi niyo, kaya kailangan ibalik dito para hindi kayo matukso.
Yes. So, naisipan ko na mag-open account dito sa Pilipinas. Doon ko, doon na nagsimula yung ano na yon. So, habang lumalaki yon, mas lalo kong china-challenge. Hindi na tinuturo ko sa mga staff ko. Sa mga nagtatrabaho sa akin ngayon, sabi ko, gusto mo ba pagdating ng December, meron ganitong amount? Ang laki yan, sir. Kaya mo yan, sabi ko. Magtabi ka. Maging certified kuripot ka. Yan ang formula. Certified kuripot ka.
Okay.
Sarili mo lang ang intindihin mo.
Okay.
Ganon. Kailangan maging marunong kang magtanggi, magdahilan. Huwag kang magpadala sa awa.
Okay.
Dahil ikaw rin ang kawawa pagdating ng panahon na ano. So, ginagawa nila yun. Yun din kasi ang ginawa ko. Talagang kahit sa pagkain.
Discipline talaga.
Yeah, sa pagkain. Mabusog lang ako, okay na ako. It's more than enough. Healthy pa, gano'n. So, naisipan ko talaga na it is a opportunity na hindi na maibabalik sa dati. So, yun na. Nagsimula na yun. Nagsimula na. Habang, halimbawa, yung 80-20, hindi ko gawing 80-30, 80-40, hanggang sa 50-50 na.
Okay.
Parang ganon. So, pinalaki ko talaga yun. Nag-work naman. Kasi, nung ako'y nag-retire na bilang OFW, meron akong 4 na condominium units. Kung isipin ko, hindi ko kaya na bumili kahit isa. Pero nung ako nasa abroad, nakayanan ko. Because of discipline. So, sa pagninegosyo, kailangan talaga, maliit man o malaki, pagtiyaga mo at ikaw mismo ang mag-manage. Never mong ipagkakatiwala sa kapatid mo, kamag-anak mo, kasi sila yung mga enemy. Mga enemies sa buhay yan, hindi naman sa enemy literally na kaaway mo, kundi ibabaksak ka.
Ibang priority nila.
Ibang priority na yun. So, kailangan, kung halimbawa maliit man lang yan, pag kumita yan, mag-isip ka ulit.
Sure.
Ng another, mas malaki doon. Ganon. So, doon nagsisimula ang stepping. Yun. So, bilang isang Pilipino diaspora na panawagan ko sa mga kasamahan sa abroad na nandun pa, pag-isipan at i-plano niyo yung buhay niyo. Kasi para ma-rectify nyo kung ano ang pagkakamali o anong dapat na ano. Kasi ang pagdating dito sa Pilipinas, ibang buhay.
So if itatanong lang, your children, some of them are in the Middle East.
Yes.
I assume kasi doon yung nakasanayan nila, they're more comfortable there or yun ang choice nila.
Correct.
How do they look at the Philippines or connect with the Philippines pa rin even though they chose to stay abroad? Or what can CFO do to make them also invest or maybe visit or connect with the Filipino culture po natin?
Kasi hindi mo maiwasan ng kabataan ngayon. Talagang adventurous pa mangyayari.
Yes.
Pero
lahat dumadaan.
Oo, dumadaan doon. Talagang, pero sinasabi ko sa kanila, after your 30 years on age, kailangan mag-isip ka na. Okay? Kasi pagdating mo ng 30 to 40, 40 to 50 to 60, 60 is the retirement.
Okay.
Pag hindi mo napagdaan yung cycle na yan, anong gusto mo? Pa-travel ka na lang after 60? Or gusto mo 60, nagtatrabaho ka pa, kumakayod ka pa rin. Ganon. So, anong gusto mong buhay?
Yeah.
So, kailangan, after 60, kailangan makamit mo na yung tagumpay ng hard money mo. Yan ang tinuturo ko sa mga anak ko. So, sa kanila, kahit anong pangaral mo, mga bata pa rin yan eh.
Yes.
Sumasabay yan sa mga...
Ano ba sila? 30s? 20s?
Nasa 30s na sila.
30s na. So, sila po ba, are they thinking about, because in the region, different from the US at saka Europe, medyo limited yung opportunities to become an immigrant, di ba po? Or may mga long-term or permanent resident, pero bibihira din yung mga ganun. So, are they thinking about coming back to the Philippines? Are they thinking about maybe going to the US, Australia, Canada? Ano po bang ano po bang mindset ng generation?
Ang mindset nila karamihan ay talagang to explore more.
So talagang see the world.
See the world. Kasi yan talagang pinaka doon. Kasi alam nila ang buhay sa Pilipinas talagang very challenging talaga dito Grabe ang pamumuhay sa bansa natin. Kailangan i-adapt mo yung totoo dito na talagang, kasi kahit ako nung pag-uwi ko dito, akala ko medyo malaki-laki na yung aking ipon, pero nung literally nandito na ako, para akong maliit lang pala na negosyante. So kailangan ko kumayo doon. So at least, so far so good. Sa edad ko, I'm 62 years old na. At least I'm enjoying my life. Ganun, At yung tatlong anak ko, stable na sila doon, professional na, and they're working to the good companies, mga ganon.
Pero kayo po, you spent 30 years abroad.
Yeah.
You had the opportunity to probably apply for immigration sa ibang country, maybe Europe, maybe North America. Why did you choose to come back?
I lived before in Bakersfield, California. Nag-stay ako doon.
Okay.
So, nakita ko yung pamumuhay doon ng mga Pilipino sa abroad, sa US and hindi ko nagustuhan. Especially the government taxes. Whereas if you're working to the Middle East, zero. Walang buo yung sweldo mo. So, during that time, I preferred na mas malaki yung sweldo ko.
Okay.
Kaya kung minsan yung mga taga-US o pag bumalik dito sa Pilipinas, lahat computed it's $10 already. Parang ganun. Parang nasa-shock sila. Pero kami mga taga-Middle East, pag umuwi ng Pilipinas, sige, ganun lang.
Basta may 20%.
Basta may 20%.
Okay.
Kailangan talaga, mag-ipon ka talaga. Yan ang formula. Hindi ka pwedeng basta bili ka ng bili na kahit sasakyan doon sa abroad, ang iba, ang mga Pilipino doon, okay pa yung mga sasakyan nila, pero pag may latest na katulad ng tinatawag na hybrid car ngayon, na with battery na electricity, ganun, bumibili ka agad Oo. Pero pagdating naman ng sila uuwi na ng Pilipinas, ang hirap i-dispose, ang hirap ibenta. Mabibenta mo siguro na very low price, ganun. So, hindi practical. So, kailangan, habang ka nasa abroad, mag-practical ka. Ano ngayon kung ang buhay mo ganito, naninirahan ka lang sa maliit na apartment? At least dito sa Philippines, mayroon kang mansion na bahay. Mapapagawa mo yon. So, ang mentality natin mga Pilipino talaga, kailangan mo talagang silang i-hold mo talaga, shaken mo na, mag-isip ka rin. Pagdating mo ng panahon ng ganito, paghandaan mo. Kasi yung 30 to 40, 40 to 60, ibang buhay yun. Ibang buhay.
Is there a point po where, tama po ba yung sinasabi nila, it's never too late? Or merong age po na talagang medyo iba na ang
Depende sa energy.
Opo.
Oo. Alam mo naman, pagdating natin.
Diba, ngayon nila narinig tong payo na to. Pwede pa ba gawin yung sinasabi nyo, magtabi ng 20%?
The opportunities is still open. Whatever your age.
So, never too late?
Never too late. Kung halimbawa, hindi mo nagampanan nun, why not habang medyo malakas ka pa, gawin mo. Oo, gawin mo yon. Kasi sa atin, halimbawa, pagdating mo ng certain age na ganito, siguro naman yung mga anak mo medyo stable na. Oo, may mga So, ang kailangan talaga, enjoy your life. No matter how, kung hanggang dito lang naabot mo, be good.
Thank you for that. Alam mo yan, one of the books I recommend to my friends who want to learn about managing and investing is yung managing their wealth and investing is the Richest Man from Babylon. But mas matindi pa yun sa inyo. Sa kanila 10% lang, sa inyo 20%. Thank you very much for all of the wisdom and sharing your experience with us. But before we end this program po, baka you may want to give us some final thoughts po.
Yeah, sure. Panawagan ko po sa mga OFW o sa lahat ng mga migrant workers sa ibang bansa, pag-isipan niyo po ang pagbabalik niyo sa sarili nating bansa. Be productive citizens po. Ibig kong sabihin, kailangan hindi kayo pasanin ng ating gobyerno, kundi kayo na mismo ang nagbibigay ng ekonomiya sa kapwa nating kababayan. Magnegosyo kayo dito, mag-employ kayo ng mga tao, at tulungan nyo yung mga pamilyang yan, at talaga manalig lang kayo sa ating Panginoon. Sa Diyos, ang lahat ng patnubay at ng karunungan, sa Kanya dapat ibalik ang lahat. Maraming salamat at
Maraming salamat po, Sir Fidel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At I also thank IBC 13 for making this program possible. This is our season finale. Thank you for tuning in every week for the Chairman's Report. We will just take a few weeks break, prepare for the next season, and we will see you then. Maraming salamat po and good evening to you all.
Tell me what you remember.
A wife? A son?
And then what?
We won the war. Help me go home.
This is a household waiting for master. I want you to choose me.
Ithaca's king is coming back.
No, he's not.
What would he do if he came back here and find all these suitors in his house?
You're pining for a daddy you didn't even know, like some sniveling bastard.
Who's looking after your wife and son?
Do you see?
My dad is coming home.
Bringing vengeance. Bringing it all. I need everyone at this party dead. I can still save them.
You're a man who needs to control his fate. But you cannot control this. That world is gone.
No one could stand between me and home. Not even the gods.
Keep us straight!
I think it's asleep.
Kay ganda ng umaga, basta't may kaping masarap. Matapos ang maghapong trabaho, deserve mong magpasarap. Mula sa unang higop hanggang sa huling patak, tanggal ang pagod. Bakit titipirin ang sarili? Dito ka na sa Angat ang Lasa. Cafe Gusto. Made from imported premium coffee beans and blended to perfection. To give you the full-bodied coffee flavor you know you deserve. Kaya ako, bigay todo ang hilig. New Cafe Gusto. Angat ang lasa, kapeng-kape talaga.
Elevate your refreshment to a whole new level. Introducing the ultimate quench for your thirst. Taters All Original Signature House Blend Iced Tea. Available on select Taters outlets nationwide.
On October 11, 1898, the first issue of the Manila Times was released. Since then, the Manila Times witnessed history unfold. A country electing its first president. A country recovering from a devastating world war. A country in crisis. A country in celebration. A country enduring a pandemic. A country exercising its democratic rights. The evolution of a nation through the eyes of the Manila Times. The epoch in the history of the Manila Times began 15 years after its discontinuance in 1930 and when World War II was still in its mopping up stage. Japan had not yet surrendered, although it was ready to do so. The Manila Times was resurrected 15 years and 6 months after its demise on March 14, 1930. The paper at first occupied the Ramon Roses Publications building on Soler and Calero streets, which had not been damaged by the war, but later it moved to the TVT building on Florentino Torres Street after the building had been repaired. And in 1972, Manila woke up with nary a newspaper in sight. The night before, President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. had imposed martial law throughout the country, although the declaration was antedated September 21. The Manila Times was one of the media organizations closed down by the imposition of an authoritarian government. It was to remain closed down, as would a number of other media outlets, for the next 14 years. But in 1986, days before EDSA won that ousted Marcos, the Roses family revived the Manila Times. Years later, on August 8, 2001, Dante Arevalo Ang formally sat as publisher and chairman of the Manila Times. Ang promised to give news that is accurate, fair, and comprehensive. The Times, under its new owner Dante Ang, will capitalize on its rich and illustrious, if tumultuous, history since 1898. He is no stranger to newspapering. He published Money Asia, a business magazine, and founded the Filipino broadsheet Kabayan. He also maintains 5 publishing houses and is president and chairman of a public relations firm that handles corporate accounts. And now, the Manila Times reaches more people through its digital platform. From delivering news through the newspaper and now also through social media, its very own website and digital edition, the Manila Times has adapted and expanded to the digital era of providing digital and trusted news for everyone. And now, the Manila Times has its very own streaming channel, where you can watch all their exclusive content and receive daily and trusted news on your very own device.
Looking for the right news source? The Manila Times has you covered. The Manila Times offers not just stories here in the Philippines, we also got the latest from around the world. If you want to be kept up to date on what's happening here and abroad, make sure to follow us on our social media platforms. We're on Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, Dailymotion, LinkedIn, Threads, Blue Sky, Mastodon, our own Viber channel, WhatsApp, and Telegram. Come, check us out. The Manila Times, your news source of choice.
I am Shelo Cancel, and this is FAQ with Dr. Lloyd. In today's digital world, where information is just at the tip of your fingers, it is important to sort out what is true from false, fact from fiction, and accurate news from fake news. It is productive for us to get information that's empirical, non-political, and less emotional. Yung walang angle or narrative or hulog. Thus, we have invited the Manila Times columnist Dr. Lloyd Bautista. He is a longtime researcher and faculty with the Ateneo de Manila University and consultant to different government agencies. Good morning, Dr. Lloyd.
Hi, good morning, Chelo.
Ganda yung topic natin ngayon. Today, we will talk about how the youth vote is reshaping the electoral landscape. These are the Gen Zs or the Zoomers who were born between 1997 and 2012, mga 13 to 28 years old, and also the millennials na pinanganak between 1981 and 1996, mga 29 to 44 years old. These two generations are now into their adulthood, allowing them to participate in the country's political system as voters, donors, yung iba candidates pa. Tatanungin ka namin, Dr. Lloyd, what makes these two generations different from the previous generations like the baby boomers and the Gen X? How did these two generations affect our electoral process as observed in the recent 2025 midterm elections? And how would you forecast the foreboding results of the 2028 national and local elections with the rising influence of the Gen Zs and the millennials?
Chelo, first and foremost, COMELEC reported that 3 out of 5 voters accounted for both the Gen Z and the millennials. Yung attitudes, beliefs, and dispositions nito are totally different from the baby boomers. Those born between 1946 and 1964. Ito yung mga 61 to 79 years old and people like me, mga Gen X. Those born between 1965 to 1980, 45 to 60 years of age. The younger voting population are composed of Gen Z and millennials, and they are considered, according to many analysts, as the emerging demographic power center in Philippine politics. They appear to share a common value. And the common value that we have is that governance can actually make a difference in people's lives. They're very progressive, open-minded, and at the same time confident and assertive compared to the two previous generations. Mahiyain yun eh. Yung, ano. So unlike the baby boomers, even the silent generation, the Gen X are not as aloof. And they don't look at politics as just toxic. They're willing to put a stronger stake into the electoral processes. Because, and this is the because, the reason behind that is that their generation has been upended. When I say upended, naapektuhan sila by so many problems. Economic recession, climate change, joblessness, and the pandemic. So their beliefs are either a crossover between disillusionment and fighting tooth and nail for their future. Remember, Chelo, these two generations, Gen X, Gen Z, and millennials, are more tech-savvy. They're very agile, very socially mobile, tsaka nagta-travel, mostly in other countries. And they're swarmed with different information from different sources. So they face the worst risk of any generation in terms of extreme inequality, violation of human rights, and also the changes of our technological advancement like AI and robotics. So dahil sila they have to confront so many problems, unlike baby boomers and Gen X, that mostly we left behind to them. They're more likely to vote for candidates who are presenting clear policy ideas to solve many of these problems that they inherited. Although the so-called Gen Z and millennials, may pagka-celebrity mindset yan, like sila Kim Kardashians, di ba? Their enthusiasm for celebrities, trendsetters, social media icons in TikTok and Instagram, their reference for politics is totally different. they look at their digital literacy as a way to promote social and political activism, particularly in discovering and exposing candidates who are incompetent and dysfunctional. So that's how your Gen Z and millennial voters are.
So, next question, Dr. Lloyd. In the 2025 midterm elections, COMELEC reported 69.67 million registered voters. Based on records, the breakdown are as follows. 25.94 million are millennials born in the period from 1981 to 1996, accounting to 34.15% of the voters. 21.87 million are Gen Z, born from 1997 to 2007, making up 28.79% of the voters. This is a total of 62.94% or 3 out of 5 voters. Yung Gen X, yung mga pinanganak from 1965 to 1980, 17.64 million lang sila or 23.22%. Yung mga baby boomers naman, born from 1946 to 1964, and the silent generation from 1928 to 1945, combined 10.50 million or 13.83% lang sila. So Dr. Lloyd, obvious naman that the Gen Z and the millennials are the biggest group of voters during the 2025 midterm election. We had senatorial candidates like Senator Bam Aquino and Senator Kiko Pangilinan who were not included in the Magic 12 during the series of survey polls. Pero nung election, the two candidates surged to number 2 and number 5 respectively. So how would the Gen Z and millennial voters affect our election sa tingin mo sa 2028 or yung mga susunod pa na election?
You know, the Gen Z voters were the largest number in increases in terms of participating as voters. 13.11 million in 2022 to 21.87 million in 2025, roughly about 154%. So just imagine itong 2025, itong mga 15-year-old will now add up pa sa Gen Z, sa mga Zoomers in 2028.
So mas malaking population na nila sa susunod na election.
Yeah, so ganun they keep on adding. Yung mga Gen X naman and baby boomers, wala we don't add anymore. Itong mga di ba? So it's not only the case of Bam or Kiko Pangilinan or even Marcoleta, becoming senators, skyrocketing in the Magic 12 in the last midterm election, when all pre-election surveys says that they won't enter into the Magic 12, But there's now changing shifts in the preference of the largest voting bloc in this country, the Gen Z and the millennials. You will also be surprised that a handful of dynastic candidates, nandiyan naman on the records, were rejected by voters in Cebu Province, Catanduanes, Marinduque, Laguna, and even Las Piñas, celebrity candidates who had nothing to offer and were underperforming were also not elected, like Senator Bong Revilla, former Senator Manny Pacquiao, actor Philip Salvador, and celebrity host Willie Revillame. All of them failed to be part of the
Exception lang
winning.
si Lito Lapid talaga.
Yeah, Lito Lapid has a very strong organic bloc that are composed of people from the provinces. So he's a different entity in himself, But there were also candidates who could have entered the Magic 12. Candidates who deserve to win and partly had some affiliation to the Gen Z and millennials. Candidates like Luke Espiritu, Heidi Mendoza, even two lawyers, Benhar Abulus and Abi Binay. They could have entered the Magic 12, but they were not elected also. So there are many variables you have to consider when it comes to election, and they can be name recall, national prominence, machinery, and the waning popularity of the current administration. Pero one thing is very clear, Chelo, Itong Gen Z and millennials are really a different type of voting bloc. They're more politically mature. They're more discerning, socially mobile. So, because they're so exposed to information, they can choose the worthiest leaders. Plus the fact that they don't want their intelligence to be insulted. Ayaw nila yung sasayawan mo sila or sasabihin mo sa kanila, you have your political platform is when you just get elected. Ayaw nila nun, di ba? Yung iniinsulto mo sila.
So, tanungin kita, Dr. Lloyd, ano yung prediction mo sa susunod na election sa 2028?
Well, it's a good question, Chelo. No? I believe that the youth vote composed of Gen Z and millennials will be the game changer in 2028. And their active participation will really shake the entire political process. These are my fearless forecasts. Ano? Many new and independent faces shall throw their hat into the political ring. They will challenge well-known and dynastic candidates at the local level. Some will actually win. Some will actually win. The Marcos administration will also need to enter into alliances with anti-Marcos forces, centrist, even left-of-center groups to ensure their political victory by 2028. The Duterte forces shall attempt to consolidate their power because they demonstrated a strong showing in the last election. The number one senator was actually an ally of former President Duterte. But they would be re-energized if Sara Duterte survives or escapes the impeachment trial. And in fact, she can be considered as a political martyr. So talagang there's going to be a strong popular support for Sara Duterte. But, I predict there would be a candidate who will emerge from nowhere, a candidate for president who can capture the imagination of young voters, no less different from Miriam Defensor Santiago. And that candidate will not be aligned to any formidable political contenders today, but he or she will be supported by the millennials and Gen Z.
Last question, Dr. Lloyd. Would that candidate, supported by youth voters, win against other potential presidents, sa tingin mo?
Chelo, if you asked that question to me 10 years ago, I would say it straight to you that that person has no chance of winning. 10 years ago, 10 years ago. But with social media, the advances of technology, and 63% of your total registered voters are accounted for Gen Z and millennials, that candidate has a likely chance of winning in 2028.
Well said, Dr. Lloyd. Thank you for sharing with us your knowledge dito sa issue na ito. And that's it for today. Catch our next episode as we fact-check our news, issues, and trends without the hype of politics. I am Shalo Cancel. God bless you all.
SM Investments is one of the largest Philippine conglomerates. We've been around for over 60 years. We have 3 core businesses, mainly retailing, banking, and properties. Over the past 60 plus years, sustainability is something which SM has had as a culture. It's something which we as a group has been practicing from the very beginning. We take into account the entire impact on the environment, including, let's say, providing sustainable energy, renewable solar powers, water treatment facilities, and waste recycling. We also provide, like, for example, for our malls, we make the malls more like a community center, which also then becomes like an area for relief effort if ever there's any sort of calamity that occurs. We also provide support in terms of education and training and healthcare, because at the end of the day, it's the sustainability of the community that continues to provide the growth for our businesses.
Welcome to SM in Focus, your front row seat to the SM Group's latest business initiatives, sustainability efforts, and innovative projects. Discover how SM is making a difference with our commitment to sustainable development and social good. I'm Rico Hizon, your host. Join us on a journey of meaningful stories and transformative impact. Subscribe now to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that notification bell so you'll always be on the front row for each new episode. This is SM in Focus, where innovation meets inspiration. And we're coming to you very soon.
Every day, To-Go dispatches fleets of ships, trucks, containers, and motorcycles to ensure your goods reach their destination on time. With 9 row-packed ships, To-Go reaches 19 ports across the nation, serving the most frequent routes to major trading hubs like Manila, Batangas, Cebu, Bacolod, Iloilo, Cagayan de Oro, Davao, and Zamboanga. Offering reach, trip frequency, and efficient operations. We have the biggest inventory of cargo and rolling cargo space with our fleet. We offer regular high-quality containers, as well as specialized containers like ISO tanks and reefer vans. We offer efficient service with high standards to keep your goods fresh, safe, and in good condition. Our forwarding business is the largest consolidator in the country. To-Go ensures that your cargo is delivered cost-effectively and with minimal handling. Our customer service officers are ready to work with your people to provide supply chain connectivity that fits your need. No matter where you choose to transport, we are happy and ready to go with you.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
Opportunities don't wait, and neither should your business. At Lobien Realty Group, we specialize in building lasting partnerships that help you buy, sell, or lease the perfect space to grow your vision. Whether you're a startup finding your first office, an expanding corporation looking for a larger headquarters, or a developer investing in commercial properties, Lobien Realty Group is your trusted partner every step of the way. Our expertise spans across industries and sectors, providing tailor-fit real estate solutions that match your business goals. With unmatched marketing insights and a client-first approach, we deliver results that go beyond transactions. We create connections that last. From buying to leasing, from selling to growing, partner with Lobien Realty Group and turn your real estate goals into reality. Lobien Realty Group, building lasting partnerships. Buy, sell, lease.
Pare! Nagbayad na raw ng tuition ni Junior si Chona? True yan! Nagpag-ibig multipurpose loan siya eh.
Uy! May bagong laptop daw si Lily para sa business niya.
True yan! Nagpag-ibig multipurpose loan siya eh.
Papa-air ko na raw Nicolas yung bahay nila.
True yan! Thanks to Pag-ibig multipurpose loan. Madali lang eh.
Uy, madali lang daw mag-apply ng Pag-ibig multipurpose loan.
True yan! Lalo na sa virtual Pag-ibig app. Mabilis lang din.
Uy, mabilis makuha ang Pag-ibig multipurpose loan.
True yan! No processing fee na, fast approval pa. Pwede up to 80% of your savings. Wow! True nga! Magpag-ibig multipurpose loan na rin kayo. So, kaya ka ba nag-loan para ilibre kami? True! Mahimik ka dyan. Pag-ibig fun!
Solid ka man!
Everything is vibrating. All around us. The world is turning. There is a secret life beneath us. We're all connected through the earth.
we have a girl, what will we name her?
Her name should be Ganima. She'll need to be strong, like her mother. What if it's a boy?
I would name him Leto. So he would have the wisdom of his grandfather.
War feeds on itself. The more I fight, the more our enemies fight back. I'm doing the best I can to protect my family. How did Father do it?
Your father never started a war.
I'm not afraid to die. But I must not die. Yet.
Don't tell me it's just a dream. I'm so lucky to have this life. I wouldn't change a thing. When I've had enough, you'll hear me say now, don't you try to rain on mine.
We have something important we want to talk to you about.
It's about your dad.
I've had to look for other work. I found a place.
What's it called?
Seattle's Elite.
Because the other doctor's from Seattle?
Because the practice is in Seattle.
And you'll commute to Seattle?
No, we're moving to Seattle.
How long will that be?
A couple of years.
That's my whole life.
Hey, hey.
I can't even say it. Seattle.
It's the new city with a fresh start.
Feeling very blonde.
There's another one.
Mom, her roots.
Yeah, I hope it's a choice.
Hey,
You got this.
on this Bruiser, wish me luck.
Kunda.
Alice? What's wrong? What happened?
We found you.
William, my sweet boy. I would give anything for us to be together again.
Our grandfather believed the devil would return if anyone read from the Book of the Dead.
Kunda. The whole family can be reunited. Cheers to your perfect family.
Don't worry. I test all the potential new family members with this machine. Is your name Olivia Jones?
Yes,
You love Henry Fokker?
very much.
Do you have a positive impression of Henry's family so far?
Yes.
Hello. Hey, the old machine. It's funny to be on the outside. Used to be in the hot seat.
Would you like to ask me some questions, Greg?
Okay, Olivia, do you think I hold Henry emotionally hostage?
I mean, yeah. You call him Wee Wee?
Wee Wee?
What is that, like a joke about his Wee Wee?
Oh, nope, no jokes about Henry's little penis. I mean, not little. You probably have more up-to-date info on it. I haven't seen it for a while, so.
Dad, please stop talking.
All right. What do you think of Olivia?
She's adorable, so smart.
Good boy.
He likes you. With one sniff, dogs can tell more about a person's character than a human could. I don't know if you were aware, Greg, but when we first met, I didn't think you were good enough for my pancake.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
But Olivia's a powerhouse.
People underestimate me, but actually, I was an FBI hostage negotiator.
Oh.
Badass.
Here comes the airplane.
I pulled the strings of the hostage takers, like strategic, emotional puppetry. That's how I'm gonna free Henry from you, Greg. Oh my God.
What do we do? Oh my God, you baby birdie, Grandpa Jay. I'm gonna ask Olivia to marry me.
What?
Hey, you sure she's the one?
Dad. Why?
I'm a little worried about Henry. He's so innocent, and she's trained to manipulate people.
I love the lengths that you go to for your mishpucha.
Mishpucha.
That means family in Yiddish.
I know.
I'm considering inviting Olivia into the circle of trust.
Look at the guns on this guy.
Well, thank you for noticing.
She can't just waltz in there. I worked my ass off to get in there.
Should be an interesting weekend.
Race you to the end?
Let's do it.
I thought this would be an opportunity to get to know me, to bond.
How do you bond with an emotional puppeteer? I won't be your little Pinocchio, Geppetto, evil Geppetto. I'm a real boy.
What the hell's the matter with you, Fokker?
How are you doing today? All right. I'm just gonna take a look inside. Looks like there's something stuck in here. Dad, ever since she was born, it's been just the two of us.
Hi.
Hi! We were really happy. Had some sleep. Until I started having these dreams. Maya? I'm scaring my daughter. I need someone to tell me how to stop this.
Those are not dreams, Gemma. You have a rare gift. The ability to travel into the realm between this world and the next one. But you can do something I didn't know was possible. You can bring demons back to the human world permanently.
What happens if I can't control this? Maya? Maya? Hang on. It's about to get weird.
Where I come from, talking tigers, spaceships, and magic swords that can make a man as mighty as a god. That stuff is real.
Adam, you don't know how bad it's been.
What am I supposed to do? Take the sword. You protect them.
The new stars at the silver screen changed the face of the motion picture industry forever. The Minions are back with a touch of mystery.
Baby. Oh, Humphrey. Piñata. Carbonara. Lasagna.
Now in Minion Vision.
Toot toot!
James, you have a real gift for filmmaking.
Eureka! Gloria, hallelujah! Makan movie! Un movie de minions con monstras! Yachi, unigiri, Okay. I'm Gary Orcam Oliver Magma Ichabod the Deceiver. But my friends just call me Goombie for short. I know the perfect monster for your movie. Let's go. Tapu tapu puyo, Whoopsie. Behold! The all-powerful Irene! She is gonna destroy everything on the planet!
James, you're going to do great things.
any sense. There's no island on the map.
All right, pups. Whatever this jungle throws at us, we'll be prepared.
We are so not prepared! Run! I am running! I'm a bulldog! This is as fast as I can go!
Dino Island is the greatest discovery in the world.
This is amazing!
Look out! Come on, pups! We've got an island to save! Yeah!
No fair! I want a dinosaur BFF. Best friends forever. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Okay, stop, never mind.
You managed to get most of it on the paper this time. Good job, buddy. Hi, cars are out. Hereby declare the 23 will be the best year yet. Let's be honest, babe, it's not a very high bar to clear.
I didn't know any of you were still alive. What was it like to lose everything in a day?
Proton didn't die in a day. The gods are not that kind. Okay, this does not look like this is gonna end well. For you guys.
Do others on your planet have powers like you?
No, it's a pretty small group of two.
What's Superman like?
He sees the good in everyone. And I see the truth.
Cubana Bay's become the dance floor, the nightclub, the meeting ground for both male and female dolphins when the timing is right. We are going to see if we can find any of the females and males together.
Marine biologist Phil Coulthard moved from his hometown of Cairns 16 years ago to work at the Dolphin Discovery Centre in Bunbury, a 2-hour drive south of Perth, Western Australia.
I have enjoyed the company of a number of dolphins since they were born, so I've actually followed the progress from a calf to a juvenile to an adult. So I do feel quite close. In fact, I would lie if I did admit to being a little bit emotional when I see some of the young boys and girls that I grew up with.
The natural shelter of Bunbury's Cubana Bay provides a perfect resting ground for hundreds of bottlenose dolphins who gather in summer to breed, give birth and nurture their young. Phil believes it's the best location in the world to view wild dolphins.
It is all because of the fact that it's a small location, because of the fact that the dolphins come here for their breeding patterns and behaviours and seasons, and also because it's shallow, it's calm and it's protected. And finally, because of the estuarine environment that dumps the nutrient flow into the bay, there's a productivity which provides a massive food source.
But as Bunbury continues to grow, now the second largest city in Western Australia, so pressure is mounting on the dolphins in Cubana Bay. A paper published by the Cetacean Research Unit at Murdoch University in 2016 reported that Bunbury was forecasted to have 38 dolphins after 100 years, an 83% decline. After 300 years, there were forecast to be 6 individuals, with a 96% probability of extinction.
You've got these dolphins in the middle of so many different groups. You've got the industry, you've got the commercial users, you've got the recreational boaties, you've got port facility, you've got tourists, you've got just locals who live their life in the area as well. Everyone's taken their little piece of the dolphins' world, and potentially everyone has an impact on the decline of the population in the future.
The research paper concluded that the decline was due to disturbances in the dolphin's reproduction cycle, and limiting those disturbances would have a positive impact on reducing the decline. Although Phil admits that the tourists the Dolphin Discovery Centre brings into the bay contributes to the disturbance, he also believes the revenue it brings allows them to play the role of representing the dolphins amongst Bunbury's competing interests.
That's our main role, to ensure that every one of these different users of the bay and those who impact on dolphins does have a facilitator of some sort, someone to work with them, to provide information, to assess, to hopefully take a little bit of everything from everybody to keep everything going. So ensuring that we exist and we remain here to work with all of these groups to ensure dolphins are getting a fair go.
The summer kicks in, so the dolphin dance floor is starting to heat up. Phil is hoping that his work and that of his colleagues at the Dolphin Discovery Centre will ensure that it keeps busy for many years to come.
Thinking 30 years from now, I would like to think that those dolphins that I saw as a new calf and also as a juvenile when I first started are still here. Dolphins live 40 to 50 years. So in the next 30 years, I would not like to see any unnatural or human-induced impacts that have decreased any of the dolphins individually or as a population.
My name is Catherine Shona. I was meant to conquer the world, to pursue a career on the global stage. Be a senior manager somewhere in Asia. Hi ma, okay kayo?
Sarap ng in-order mo,
But here I am, manager ng senior sa bahay. Si mama at si papa. Okay kayo pa?
The Globe guy already set up the Wi-Fi.
That's good pa. I'll see you later. Oh, okay kayo?
Yung Gcash na raw yung pambayad sa groceries.
Okay kayo?
Nagsa-Spotify kami sa tablet mo, ha?
In truth, my life here naman is okay na okay. But time and again, I still can't help but wonder. Okay kaya? Okay kayo, ha?
I'll borrow your tablet again, ha?
Sure, ma.
Dear Katie, we have received your wish to work abroad. Don't worry about us, anak.
Sa araw-araw ng pag-worry ko, it was seeing 2 words at the end of Mama's email that gave me the most courage.
Okay kami.
the heart of the Pacific lies a nation of unparalleled beauty and diversity, the Philippines. A country comprised of over 7,000 islands, each with its own unique culture and heritage. For centuries, Filipinos have scaled mountains and crossed the seas with a desire to reach out to one another. And as the nation moves forward in the digital revolution, the challenge to foster stronger connections becomes increasingly important. Connectivity is more than just a convenience. It's a lifeline. And beneath the waves, a hidden network powers the heartbeat of this nation. This is the Philippine Domestic Submarine Cable Network, a communication network development initiated by Infinivan. Infinivan's objective is to spearhead the once unimaginable feat of connecting the country's 3 major regions, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. The project is the largest submarine cable system ever built in the Philippines, stretching thousands of kilometers beneath the seas. These cables are the vital link that connects the islands to the world. A major step towards the realization of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s aspirations of enhancing our connectivity among our islands and accelerating digital transformation. To be able to achieve this, we worked with top Japanese telecommunications industry leaders that are known for excellent technical skills and proven global track record in deploying subsea cable systems. Cable ships equipped with the latest technologies were deployed to tackle one of the most critical tasks of this mission, laying kilometers of submarine cable. KCS's Cable Infinity and NTT WEM Subaru are 2 of the most modern high-technology vessels that are capable of loading an equivalent length of 5,000 kilometers of lightweight cable. These cable-laying ships also boast of a complement of remotely operated vehicles that can submerge up to 3,000 meters and submersible plows to secure the valuable cables vital to the project. Laying the cables is one thing. Making sure that they perform under the most trying conditions underwater and onshore is a completely different story. Infinivan understands everyday connectivity issues such as outages brought about by cable cuts and other external factors. In this case, key preventive maintenance and protective designs, along with redundancies, were incorporated in the planning, design, and implementation stages of the project. Fully armored cables were used to withstand underwater aggression. Multiple loops were created in order to reduce multiple outages, and in rare instances of multiple cable cuts, connection can be restored in a matter of minutes instead of days. The diverse routes of the cables from Luzon to Mindanao also play an important part of this project's infrastructure. Infinivan strategically planned the key locations in order to successfully cover 96% of the population, from Batangas to Lucena City and Bulan of Luzon Island to all the islands in the Visayas, all the way to Cagayan de Oro City, Surigao, and Dipolog of Mindanao Island. Each installation is fundamental in achieving the goal of having fast, reliable, and affordable internet readily available to every Filipino. The vision of PDSCN is to change the way we understand connectivity. Regardless of distance, Filipinos will now have an improved access to the world. This engineering marvel serves as a symbol of advancement, ushering in a new era of robust and reliable data transmission capabilities, thus strengthening the resilience of the country's digital network infrastructure. The PDSCN project holds the potential to revolutionize mobile and broadband internet access across the archipelago, reaching even the remotest corners and underserved parts of our country. Whether it's facilitating trade, enabling education, improving healthcare, or ensuring the safety and security of our people, the Philippine Domestic Submarine Cable Network is the most advanced lifeline that binds our nation together, linking islands, empowering communities.
kay ganda ng umaga. Basta't may kapeng masarap. Matapos ang maghapong trabaho, deserve mong magpasarap. Mula sa unang higop hanggang sa huling patak, tanggal ang pagod. Bakit titipirin ang sarili? Dito ka na sa angat ang lasa. Cafe Gusto. Made from imported premium coffee beans and blended to perfection. To give you the full-bodied coffee flavor you know you deserve. Kaya ako, bigay todo ang hilig. New Cafe Gusto. Angat ang lasa, kapeng-kape talaga.
Luscious caramel, smooth butter, topped with white chocolate pretzels. Yum, yum, yum! Elevate your popcorn experience with the newest Taters Premium Super Pop. Buttered caramel, oh! Buttery sweetness in every bite. Only here at Taters.
New level. Introducing the ultimate quench for your thirst. Taters All Original Signature House Blend Iced Tea. Available on select Taters outlets nationwide.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the latest episode of The Extra Mile. And today, we'll feature Chris Bautista, the NCAA North Commissioner. So, are you ready to go the extra mile? Hey, Commissioner Chris, first of all, gusto lang kitang kumustahin no, na etong mga kakatapos mo lang na liga, yung na-ASCO, pati na rin itong yung Collegiate United League.
Collegiate United League.
Oo, ayan, kumustahin natin yan. No? Siyempre, alam natin, ito yung mga liga na yung mga non-UAAP at saka non-NCAA teams. When it comes to talent, dito, meron pa rin tayong mga makikitang talento. So, pwede mo bang i-share sa amin yan?
Okay, itong na-ASCO muna. No? Yung na-ASCO, natapos siya itong last year, no? Yung last season. So, okay naman dahil maganda naman yung naging yung ending season namin. Yung champion nga yung St. Clair, and then nag-second place naman dun yung Endurant. So, umabot ng Game 3. So, okay naman, maganda. So ngayon, ang na-ask ngayon is after volleyball, meron na silang chill dance competition. So tuloy-tuloy. So hindi pa kami nag-uusap ulit for the next season kung ano plano pa ng end ng NASCO, no? And then wala pa rin date kung kailan. So that's an update namin para sa NASCO. Ito namang CUL, ito yung Collegiate United League. We're na second season. So last year, meron kaming 10 teams ng men's, and then we have only 4 sa women's kasi nga bago lang, no? And tsaka mahirap din nung women's na parang pan-developmental pa lang na collegiate eh. So marami doon, mga malakas na talaga. So itong itong sa men's namin, we have 10. Pag mapansin mo, yung iba doon hindi pa talaga kilala. Meron silang sinasalihan liga once, one league lang, isang liga lang for a year. So pero bitin niya, like for example, yung Pamantasan Luzon na Marikina, Alcoa lang ang sinasalihan niyan. Yung Pamantasan Luzon na Pasig, ganun din. Tapos itong isang team sa Marikina rin, yung Our Lady of Perpetual Soccer College, ito yung OLOPS, never pang nagtayo ng men's team yan. Pero nung nalaman nila yung CUL, kahit na kumbaga bagito, binuo nila, nagpa-tryout kagad, meron lang yata silang 2 weeks na preparation para sumali. Although hindi sila ganun ka-competitive, pero yun nga, no? Like yung AMA, yung puro bago rin yung players sa AMA, sumali sila dyan. Yung isang team sa Antipolo, bago na rin to, Philippine International College, yung hawak naman ni Sandy Salvacion. So, yun yung nag-champion eh. So, what else? Yung SBLC, St. Bernadette, bagito rin yan. CEU Malolos. So, yung mga teams talagang bago. Talagang, yun nga, sabi mo kanina, bawal, hindi namin pinapayagan pa rito yung mga Division 1. Actually, pwede ang NCAA teams, pero mga Division 1 nila, yung Team B nila or teams nila, pwedeng isali dito.
Oo. Yan. Parang yung mga pansali nila sa Father Martins dati, di ba?
Yes, oo, yung mga Team B, di ba? Ganon. Okay naman sa amin yan kasi, yun nga, at least dito rin sila kumuha ng kumpiyansa at yung doon nila makita kung sino yung line up nila for their Team A, for NCAA na team. So this year, medyo maganda dahil dumami rin teams na sumali, no? Meron kami mga bagong teams ngayon. Andyan pa rin yung PIC, andyan pa ang AMA, andyan ang bagong teams, yung mga PCCR, andyan ang ICCT, andito rin yung Team B. Team B ng Team B ng San Sebastian, Team B ng Arellano, tapos sino pa ba mga bago? MLQU is there also.
Etong San Beda Taytay, sumali ba?
Hindi, wala. Alam po, San Beda Taytay is high school lang yan eh.
Okay.
High school lang yan. So wala, tayo ngayon dito is puro collegiate lang.
Okay.
So sa women's naman, we have St. Clair, yung Pamantasan Luzon de Pasig, dyan. Sa men's din, nandun yung Pamantasan Luzon de Pasig. Tapos this year naman, ginawa namin, ginawa namin 2 divisions. Division 1 at saka Division 2. So, sino ba itong nasa Division 1? Ito yung mga competitive teams. Sa Division 2, ito naman yung developmental. Kasi parang, albawa ako, like yung OLOPS, example OLOPS, sumali ako sa liga na yon. Alam ko naman, wala akong chance mag-champion dun eh. Even Final Four, baka mahirapan ako kasi bago yung team ko. So, may mga ganun team. So ngayon, ginawa ko, nilagay ko yung mga bago, yung mga developmental na, sasabihin naman yan, like yung Treston, malakas. Pero 7 of their players, nawala na.
Okay.
So, bagay ito na naman yung teams niya. So, doon siya pumunta sa Division 2.
Paano yung paano yung mangyayari rito? Hihintayin mo muna yung season na, halimbawa, nakita mo sa season na to, kulelat sila, i-relegate mo lang sa Division 2 parang yung ginagawa sa Japan B-League, parang gano'n.
Okay, ganito siya. After this season, kung sino magcha-champion sa Division 2 and second place, aakyat siya sa sa Division 1.
Okay.
Ngayon, yung bottom 2 naman sa Division 1, bababa ngayon siya dun sa tawag ito sa
2.
2, oo.
Okay.
And then, ang ginawa pa namin, dinagdagan pa namin ng spice para mas gumanda. Pag nag-champion ka, Pag nag-champion ka, meron, aside sa trophy, na champion trophy mo, meron ka pang perpetual trophy. So, yun yung every year, pag nag-champion, doon umiikot yun. So, sa buong season, nasa iyo yung perpetual trophy.
Okay.
Sa school mo. And then, ito yung difference di ba? Pag commercial league or pro league, kuha ka na magaling, di ba?
Oo.
Para lagi kang champion. Ito, hindi. Kailangan mag-develop ka ng player mo. Kailangan mong magturo. Hindi po champion ka ngayon, kala mo next year, ganun ka pa rin kalakas. Hindi, kasi may mga gumagraduate ka ng mga players eh. So, kailangan yan sa baba mo, pagalingin mo rin, turuan mo rin.
Hindi naman ito kamukha ng UAAP or NCAA na recruitment, di ba?
Yes, oo. Totoo yun. Kaya sinabi ko rin sa mga coaches, ready lang kayo kasi ito na yung time na, may time talaga na yung players nyo, baka may scout din talaga.
Na ano naman, credit din para sa kanila. Diba?
Oo, saan ba galing yan? Sino ba nagpagaling dyan?
Oo.
So, yan ang CUL.
So, mangyayari, itong CUL, short of saying na parang feeder din siya ng mga future NCAA, UAAP stars, di ba, na ganyan, no? Okay, right. So, okay, let's talk about itong ano nyo. Meron kayong pinaplano na more of an expanded NCAA. Meron kang NCAA North and South, di ba? NCAA North, di ba? Na pinaplano, no? So far, in terms of interest, malaki na ba yung interest na nakukuha mo sa ibang mga sa ibang mga probinsya o ano?
Actually, itong sa NCAA, itong Northern Collegiate Athletic Association, ano to? Excited ng mga taga-probinsya. Unang-una, sino bang may ayaw na magsumali ka sa big league sa Manila? Diba? So, of course, bakit ka hindi makasali? Lack of, yung panggastos nila. Diba? Wala silang enough na budget para dyan. O travel. Bino mo, kung taga-Abra ka at may game ka sa NC o dito, bibiyahe ka ba ng ganun kalayo? So, of course, hindi. So, ang ginawa, kami ang pupunta sa kanila. So,
okay.
Oo. Ganun pa rin. Kahit magliga ka dyan sa North, ng isang liga lang, hindi rin pupuntahan lahat dyan. Hindi mo rin makukuha rin lahat ng gusto sumali. Again, like for example, kunyari, Baguio, ang venue, ang kalaban niya, ang venue sa Bataan. Napakalayo din yan, di ba? So, ang ginawa namin, dinivide ko sa 4 yung grupo. Yung buong norte, dinivide ko sa 4 yan. Merong lowland, merong highland, midland, and summit. So, sino tong nasa lowland? Ang lowland, ito yung nasa
Central Luzon.
Ito na yung ito yung Pampanga, Pangasinan, Tarlac, tapos Bataan, and yung Pangasinan, Baguio, may part ng Baguio. Kasi meron palang part ng Baguio na mas malapit sila dito sa Pampanga. Tapos, yun yung lowland, no? Tapos meron kaming midland. Ang midland namin, ito yung mga nasa Isabela, Tugigaraw, Cagayan Valley,
Nueva Vizcaya.
Nueva Vizcaya. Yan ang midland. Ang highland is Abra, some part ng Benguet, tapos Ilocos Sur, Ilocos Norte, and La Union. And then yung summit, ito naman ang Bataan, Zambales, Subic, yung ano pa to? Part nung doon sa part ng Bataan na yon. Marami ring school. After yun din, mga excited din. So, yun ang ginawa namin para yung mga champion doon sa each divisions, doon pa lang sila maglalaro ngayon ng parang champion, kumbaga kung sino magcha-champion doon, yun i-declare namin as NCAA North Champion.
So parang meron kang King of Luzon, di ba?
Parang ganyan. So, kung mapansin mo, meron na ngayon na hindi masyadong magastos para for them, no? Kasi Pampanga, kalaban mo, Pangasinan, malapit lang. Malapit pa lang din.
Okay. Kung galing ka sa professional setup, naging presidente ka ng isang professional league, semi-pro, di ba? And then commercial. Pero ano yung fulfillment na ang hinahandle mo na liga collegiate? Particularly, itong collegiate na to, developmental. Anong fulfillment sa inyo?
Hindi naman bago. Kasi galing din ako sa coaching nung high school. Nag-coach ako ng high school sa Lasal Green Hills. Tawag dito, parang pag nakakita ka ng players, di ba, parang part ng trabaho ko doon is mag-recruit. Di ba? Although kahit na hindi ka utusan pero pag may nakita ng players, papa may potential to, pwede mo recruitin. Di ba? So, yung mga yon, after doon, Ateneo rin ako, nag-coach ako sa Ateneo. So, yung collegiate hindi bago.
Okay.
Grassroots hindi rin bago. Ako rin nag-start ng ball out 10 under. 24 teams na 10 under, school-based yun. Saka ko ng ganun karami before, pag-pandemic yun. Sinali ko pati ang mga public school, may kasali noon. Ngayon, itong ginawa, sabi mo kanina, nag-professional ako, nag-pro, non-pro, tawag dito, commercial. Pero bumabalik pa rin sa'yo Yung bisa tinatawagan ka, coach, meron akong ganito, baka pwede matulungan na players. So, naisip ko rin na bakit yung maliit na school, paano mo makapag-produce din tayo ng res abando na pag taga-Pangasinan, doon pala nag-aaral sa Pangasinan yan. So, tinuro nga sa akin ibang coaches, dyan ka si Renz. Pero yung Renz abando na galing sa probinsya, naging RP, naging national player. Ako, yung mga na-recruit ko before, masaya ako pag nakita ko sila makagraduate na. At naging hindi lang sa high school, no? Ang purpose doon is makalaro ka sa collegiate, sa college. Hindi natatapos doon kasi ang next doon is pro na, sa PBA na. So, yung mga players na nakita ko na-recruit ko before, na nakita ko, since bata, mga 12 years old, ngayon, nasa mas malalaking liga na, iba, nasa pro na. Yun, masaya ako doon. Yung parang, yun yung nakikita ko na kahit wala, hindi mo ibenta yung mga bata. Di ba? Uso yan di ba? Kahit hindi mo sila i-manage, pero makita mo na sila naging successful dun sa career nila. Hindi man sila yung iba, hindi man naging PBA player, hindi man naging pro, pero nakagraduate sila ng college. Okay,
nabanggit mo kanina yung sabi mo nga, mayroong mga sumasali na hindi naman sila private institution, di ba? Na yung iba sa public nga, di ba? Na may plan ka ba na gano'n na somehow mabigyan din sila ng opportunity? Kasi bihira yung mga katulad nila na bibigyan ng opportunity, di ba? Na syempre tayo, as part of your advocacy, gusto mo rin na somehow etong mga eskwela na ganito na hindi na makalakihan, magkaroon sila ng opportunity na makalaban yung mga private schools, tama?
Ito, share ko lang. Nung binuo ko yung 10 under, puro school base So, meron doon may mga coaches ako kilala o may tinatawagan ako school. Wala malaking school pero wala kami 10 under, 12 meron. Sabi ko, brother, marami na nagliliga ng 12. Bakit di ka bumuo ng 10? Na-try out ka. Kasi ganun din naman, saan ba pupunta yung mga yan? Sa 12 din. So, meron kang, yun ang grassroots, no, talaga, di ba? So, yung 10 mo, turuan mo, naka-24 ako. That's, sinama ko yung pati mga, public. So, nag-opening kami dito sa Blue Eagle Gym. Nakakatawa kasi, yung public school na team, nakatabi niya yung Ateneo. Nakatingin sila dun sa mga bata kasi gaganda ng sapatos, di ba? Ang puputi, di ba? Tapos siyempre, yung mga galing ng public, bihira sila makaganyan na alam lang nila may school na ganito o na ganyan. Na nakakatabi nila, kalaban nila, tuwan-tuwa sila. Even the coaches. Yung coaches tuwan-tuwa kasi nga, nakalaro sila sa anong time yan, sa wooden court. Malaking bagay sa kanila yun. Di ba? Bihira naman sa kanila rin makakalaro sa mga covered court. So, yung ganun na yun sana isa sa magandang bigyan ng pansin, no? Yung CUL nung tinayo ko yan, walang pagkakaiba kasi yung maliit na school. Kaya yung NCAA, no tinayo ko, yun din yung purpose nun. Kasi yun yung mga nakatagong school sa mga probinsya na gustong makilala rin. So walang pinagkaiba yan, ito dito sa mga bata nga dito. Kaya lang, mas bata ka lang sila. Pero sana mabigyan naman chance at lumaki tong NCAA. Kasi after ng seniors, juniors na yan eh. So after juniors, 16 under at saka yung 12 under. So kung ano nangyayari sa Manila, ina-play ko lang dun sa sa probinsya na hindi can't afford na magpunta dito.
Okay. In terms of talent level, may nakikita ka rin naman na potential talaga na alam mo, somehow, pwedeng lumaro rito sa mas malalaking liga. May nakikita ka ng mga ganyan, ng mga player?
Sa ngayon, kasi, since hindi ako since ako nag-stop for coaching, hindi na nakakapunta ng ng may mga tawag sa ganyan, yung mga yung mga meet, hindi na yung mga palarong pambansa. Noon dati kasi, nung nasa Greenhouse ako, bro, lahat ng liga, pag may naraman ako na, halimbawa, dyan sa mga, tawag, hindi ko na kabisado, yung mga league, yung bago magpalarong pambansa, muna sila, di ba? So, pinupuntahan ko yan.
Ay, mga batang Pinoy, mga ganyan.
Hindi. Yung yung sa lugar muna nila, yung parang, halimbawa, Manila meet, ganun muna sila, bago sila mag-NCR meet.
Ay,
diba?
mga prisaan, mga ganyan.
Ganyan, oo. Pag may nalaman ako, yung Claraa, pinuntahan ko dati yan.
Oo.
So, pag ganun, bro, nakakakita ako ng player.
Oo.
Tapos, sa palarong pambansa, ganun din, minsan sa 12 under, parang parang may potential tong batang to. Yun, recruit ko. Yun, nakikita ko yun, nadala ko sa Dasal, Green Hills. Yung iba naman, siguro chamba dahil hindi mo naman akalain na ganun ang mga pupuntahan, di ba? Pero may nakikita ka sa bata, may nakikita ka. Ngayon, yung iba, yung iba, nasa PBA na. Meron akong nakita dati na nasa PBA. Isa, naglalaro naman sa Korea. Di ba? Pero, tingnan mo naman, 12 years old nung kinuha ko yan. Isipin mo ba, na 12 years old na ganun kaliliit? Unlike ngayon malalaki na yung mga bata, di ba? Sobrang laki. Noong time yun, na-recruit ko yun, yung bata na yun, 12 years old, 4'10" ng height. I-recruitin mo ba yun? Di ba? Isipin mo ba na lalaki yan ng kahit 5'8"? 5'9"? Baka hindi. So yung gano'n, may nakikita kami. Ngayon, sa totoo lang, wala akong, since hindi ako wala akong nakikita na, nakilala na ganyan.
Okay. So, etong sa NAASCO, no, lagi kasing sinasabi parang dynasty talaga yung St. Clair, no? Ikaw ba as commissioner, may naiisip ka na way na in such a way na para magkaroon naman ng opportunity iba na ano kayang pwedeng gawin para magkaroon naman ng magandang match itong St. Clair or something like that? May naiisip ka?
Bro? Hindi ko masabing walang kamatch ang St. Clair. Hindi ko masabi na wala silang kamatch kasi hindi naman sila beatable din sila eh.
Okay.
Last year, yung last season nila, bro, first game na finals, talo sila sa All Fu.
Yung General Rivera.
Oo, nag-game 3 yun. Ito naman, itong season na to, umabot pa rin ng game 3.
Okay.
May talo rin naman sila nung elimination.
Okay.
Di ba? So, hindi ko masabi na may makamatch sila. Meron. May match talaga sila. Sa talagang endgame nagkakatalo or sa preparation or depende sa... Pero sana, yun lang...
Pero kaya silang talunin.
Natatalo sila eh. Di ba? Yun nga lang, siyempre, may mga ibang schools dyan sa NAASCO na walang import. Medyo advantage talaga pag may import ka.
Okay.
Pero yung mga walang import, example ng walang import dyan, New Era. Itong UMAC. Pero sumasabay sila, bro. Hindi sila nagpapaiwan kahit wala silang import.
Etong susunod mo na season, ganun pa rin, may import ka pa rin?
May import naman talaga sila. No, kaya lang, yung iba, hindi talaga nag-i-import.
Choice nila yon.
Choice nila yon. O, siyempre, mahirap din, no? Paano kung school mo, wala naman talagang pang afford na kumuha ng import. Siyempre, kukunin mo sa ibang bansa yan.
Okay.
Magastos din yan.
Right. May plan ka ba na May plan ka ba na mag-create ka ng isang liga na some sort of an invitational na sama-sama sila dyan, yung mga liga na kung saan nagko-commissioner ka, for example, si UL, and then na-ASCO, and then all together, pagsasama-samahin mo sila, parang ginawa mo sa ball out dati.
Yung sa, Champions League natin.
Oo.
Pwede naman, no? Actually, yung mga yun, magandang, na yan nung nag-uusap nga kami ni Boss Pato, nung pinresent ko sa kanya yung NCAA. So, tuwa naman siya. Nung habang kinukwento ko, sabi niya sa akin, parang alam mo na pupuntahan niya na. Parang alam mo pupuntahan niya. Parang yung mga champion, parang paglalaban-labanin mo rin yan. Si Boss Pato, alam mo naman yun, sports, rin yan eh. Sportsman din yun eh. So, malawak din yan, tao na yan, napakabait din yan. So, ayun, let's see kung basta yung mga liga ko, walang problema doon. Kasi pwede kong i-invite lahat dyan. Yung sa liga ko. Pero, sana nga, ang maganda, lahat ng champion.
Okay.
Diba?
Right.
Yung ni Coach Joe dati yan, di ba? Yung Philippine Collegiate, Champions League. Yun, di ba?
May plano ko pa ba mag-commercial? Yung commercial league na para mag-organize or ikaw mismo mag-organize?
Sa ngayon, madali naman mag-organize. Sa ngayon kasi, like yung mga players, nasa di ba?
Nasa MPBL.
Lahat na, nandun na.
Oo.
So, kung kumuha ka man ng players niya, nalaro dyan, sila rin eh.
O kaya, hihintayin mo yung matatapos yung season. O kung hindi man, yung mga maagang na-eliminate, yun din ang doon mo rin dadalhin eventually, di ba? Okay. So, kaya challenge challenge din talaga. So, somehow, mas may nakikita kang opportunity na eto sa collegiate na lang or
sa collegiate kasi ang maganda yun talaga yung hindi kilala yung mga bata, lalo yung nasa probinsya na mga hindi kilala. Tapos unang-una pinaglalabanan diyan, pride. Dito nga halos hindi na, di ba? Pero sa probinsya, pride ang pinaglalabanan diyan. Hindi pinag-uusapan ng pera.
Okay.
Diba? Tapos like dyan, for example, dun sa NCAA North namin, we set a rule din, like dito meron naman hanggang 24 years old lang. Kasi ang sa amin, pag 25 ay kailangan graduate ka at mag-aral ka, magtrabaho ka na, or mag-pro ka na. Di ba? Pero hanggang 24 lang. And then, kung lilipat ka in the same, yung member ng NCAA North, 2 years ang residency mo. Pero outside, kung hindi non-member, 1 year.
Okay, right. So, anyway, baka meron kang gustong pasalamatan na through the years na yung mga taga-suporta mo na patuloy pa rin sumusuporta dito sa mga programa mo kasi hindi ka nawawalan ng teams na sumasali sa mga liga mo eh. So, siguro, ito na yung opportunity mo.
Ayun na, tama. Yung mga sumasali sa akin, maraming salamat kasi ang sikreto naman dyan is respeto lang, respeto sa mga players, respeto sa coaches, yung mga coaches, magkakaibigan na kami, yung mga sumasali sa akin, kaibigan ko na rin, matagal ko na rin kaibigan, yung mga bago na sumasali sa amin, maraming salamat sa tiwala at sana yung mga suki ko sa liga ng mga schools, even hindi lang schools, maraming salamat sa tiwala. Sana itong ginawa natin na CUL and then yung NCAA North, sana po mapalakas pa natin ito, mapaganda pa natin lalo. And then of course, gusto ko pasalamatan yung mga sponsors, mga tumutulong sa amin, yung mga partner namin, Smart Sports, yung kay Coach Epop, Kimpo, maraming salamat. Lagi silang nakasuporta sa amin. Tapos yan, yung nakapanood niya kami sa pusop.com, And then, Itong Carlos PH Sportswear, yung si Boss Harold Kapuli, maraming salamat. Lawrence Derpo, maraming salamat sa inyo. Laging lahat ng event ko nakasuporta kayo. MDC Sports, kay Ma'am MDC, and kay Ma'am Toby, maraming salamat. Nudge Productions, Yay Nori, kasama natin yan. So, yun. Maraming salamat po sa laging nakasuporta sa amin kay Boss Frank, 1-4-BF. Yan.
We hope you enjoyed sharing the journey with us. Catch us again in another episode of The Extra Mile.
I'm Alvin Takanay, and you're watching the Manila Times streaming channel.
I'm sure you've heard of the Owens family. The ones from Massachusetts. The ones their neighbors whisper are witches.
You're the Owen sisters.
Yeah, everyone we love dies.
Oh, right.
A really horrible death. But I mean, it's not great for the Tinder bio. I've waited such a long time for this.
Yes, she has.
You put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both up. Put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both up. Put lime in the coconut, you drink them both up. Put the lime in the coconut, then you feel better. Put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both together. Put the lime in the coconut, then you feel better. Put the lime in the coconut, drink them both up. Put the lime in the coconut, call me in the morning.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Everything's gonna be okay? Just like it was when we had to bury a corpse under a rose bush? That kind of fine, or different? Different or same?
Put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both together. Put the lime in the coconut and you feel better.
I can't believe our first hit MIT! MJ, come on, pretend like you're not the happiest you've ever been in your entire life.
I can't.
I knew it!
Hi, my name is Peter Parker. You don't remember me, but we used to know each other. Something bad was going to happen, and the only way to stop it was to make everyone forget about me. Because I'm not just Peter Parker. I'm Spider-Man.
The hell, Frank? You just hit me with a van!
Quit your whimpering. Suit yourself. Mother.
Go home! And sometimes Spider-Man has to do the hard thing. even if it breaks Peter Parker's heart. What is happening to me? Oh, God. Excuse me, Dr. Banner. I need your help.
What did you say your name was? If DNA is mutating, it would be enormously dangerous.
Spiders have 3 life cycles. When between cycles, it can leave the spider vulnerable to threats.
We are faced with a danger that we can't control. One we can't even see. Stay out of my way.
You're losing it, kid.
And for those spiders who make it through, it amounts to a kind of rebirth.
Nice flowers.
Oh, they're a housewarming gift.
I'm MJ.
I'm just a neighbor from across the hall.
Friendly neighbor.
I got good news, y'all. Gathered here are the world's best fighters.
I won't deny it, I'm a street fighter.
But only one of which will be crowned the world champion of street fighting! You win! Perfect.
You're not a warrior anymore, you're a sideshow.
What's up, MTV? I'm Ken Masters.
This is your shot at redemption.
Were you gonna show?
The path I'm on now is not one of combat.
Maybe it's Ken's turn to be champion.
How did you find me?
I'm paid to find champions. Even if they're lost.
25 years of my life is still trying to get up that great big yellow pole.
Good to see you, old friend. Still reckless. Sit down. This tournament is not what it seems. We have to be ready.
Everyone keeps going on about your thighs. I don't see what the big deal is. Bitch, please!
That was some abracadabra shit.
What's going on?
I'm positive that a fireball came out of Ryu.
Do it, Ryu!
Perfect.
Getting the vibe that you probably shouldn't be opening this.
What makes you say that?
That. Do not open.
Come on, that's just a suggestion.
Stop. Stop it. No. Don't!
Welcome back to the Institute for the Institution of